Hey friends, welcome to Shigaraki. So today we are gonna see, what if Deku had cursed blood quirk? So before we start, check out my Patreon page for 18+ exclusive mature content. We will now proceed to the video. In a small park somewhere in central Musudafu, a young scraggly boy with wild dark green hair, big emerald green eyes and 4 freckles in a diamond pattern on his cheeks, wearing a light green t-shirt, green cargo shorts and red high-top sneakers, stands trembling in front of another crying child with his fists raised in a weak fighting stance and trembling. The only thing that set this boy apart from his peers was the small fangs. The boy had hardly any larger than normal eye teeth. Kachan PP, please stop hurting him. That isn't how a hero is supposed to act. If you don't stop, then I'll stop you. The boy named Izuku Midoriya stutters softly with growing conviction, while trying to keep the boy behind him safe. In front of Izuku are a group of 3 other kids. One was a larger child with red bat-like wings growing from his back, the second was a skin-near kid with each of his fingers seeming to extend from his hands as if they were limbs of their own. Though it was the final child with spiky blonde hair and ruby red eyes who kept most of Izuku's anxious attention, especially with the dark look and grin he was giving the greenette. The blonde boy, Kachan, known by everyone else as Katsuki Bakugo, seemed to stop for a moment before getting an angry look on his face and replying with a disturbing amount of venom in his young voice, "Damn Deku, who the hell do you think you are, huh? I'm just showing this worthless extra where he stands in the world." While speaking, the boy starts to raise his hands with sparks starting to appear from them. The boy continued, "Now, if you don't get out of my way, you damn nerd, then you can take that useless extra's place and get beaten down like he useless piece of quirkless shit that you are." A few moments later, the green-haired boy Izuku laid on the ground beaten and bruised, sullenly thought to himself, "Why Kachan, why does everyone treat me so badly? Is it because I don't have a quirk like everyone else?" As he thought this, Izuku looked back on the day that everything had changed, the day that he lost not only his best friend but any chance of gaining a quirk. Flashback. Izuku, age 4. "You might as well as give up," was the nonchalant response of an older doctor with a large gray mustache, large tinted circular glasses with magnifying glasses attached to the frame. A younger Izuku sat in front of the doctor along with a young woman who looks to be in her mid-20s with similar green hair to Izuku. This woman is Izuku's mother, Inko Midoriya, with a worried look in her eyes. "Oh my, excuse me doctor, there must be some mistake." The worried mother continued, I know that all the other kids in Izuku's class have already awakened their quirks. Izuku's father and I both have quirks, weak as they are, but are you sure that Izuku is not just a late bloomer?" Quote. The doctor named Shigaraki sighed and replied to the question in a tired voice, "Look, there have been many tests done on quirks and the effects on the human body they cause. Usually, a child would have either a powered-up variant or combination of their parents' quirks, but as is the case of some children of early-generation quirk families." Rolling his chair to a board with Izuku's X-rays lit up on it, pointed to the area of the boy's pinky toe. "There is sometimes a chance of a child of 4th generation or similar generation children being born with 2 joints in their toe. This indicates that the child is not able to develop a quirk. It is purely a case of a genetic mishap." Listening to these words, young Izuku showed a look of wide-eyed shock, dropping his All Might action figure and feeling his hopes and dreams of being a hero just like his idol All Might slipping from his fingers before he could even try. Looking at her son in worry, Inko uses her quirk to pick up the action figure and holds onto it. After a few minutes of scared thought, Izuku slowly looked up to the 2 adults and asked in a quiet voice, Mom, can we go home? Please." Slowly with tearful eyes, Inko took Izuku's hand and walked from the room. Back in the office, Dr. Shigaraki waited until the door had completely closed before darkly chuckling to himself. Such fools." The man looked down at the data taken from the tests he had conducted on the boy. To think there would be another quirk that could have the potential to surpass even All for One. I should tell Sensei, but I wish to see the possibilities of this quirk's growth. Shigaraki thought to himself slyly while hiding the files of Izuku's quirk results on a private secure drive and mocking up false papers to show the boy's quirkless status. With a sickening smirk, Shigaraki had one last thought before continuing his day. "Well, Mr. Midoriya, be sure to give me a good show of your potential." Ha 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 ha. Later that evening, Back at their small apartment, Inko Midoriya was both sad and worried for her little boy. Ever since the two had returned from the Quirk doctor, her son had shut himself in the computer room for the last 3 hours. At this point, he didn't even come down to eat his favorite dinner, katsudon. Sighing to herself, Inko went to the office, where the Midoriyas kept the computer. Knocking softly, Inko opened the door to find the lights off, with only the light of the computer screen illuminating the area and the familiar sound of the number 1 Hero All Might laughing coming from the speakers. A small bundle sitting in the chair in front of the screen where sniffling could be heard. Hearing this, Inko's hurting heart cracked a little more, seeing and hearing the pain her biggest light in her life was in. Slowing, walking to the bundle in the chair, she was surprised to suddenly hear a soft, hurt voice. Mom, see, he always saves people," with a smile. The top of the blanket turns to Inko, showing the tear-filled eyes of Izuku as he continued, "Mom, do you think I could be a hero just like All Might?" These words were the final straw for the distraught mother. Inko leapt forward, hugging the boy to her while crying. Izuku, I am so sorry. I wish I could have done something more." Inko continued to apologize, blaming herself, not seeing the small red spark in Izuku's eyes. While he began to cry even more. "Those weren't the words I needed to hear, Mom. I needed you to believe in me, not blame yourself." 1 week later, life for Izuku did not become any better when he had returned to his preschool. Izuku's quirkless status had been told to the other children by the teachers when they had received the news from the records office in the school. Unknown to most in the school district, this school along with others in the area held slight quirkist ideals. This means that the more powerful the quirk, the more praise and privilege was given to the child or individual. The opposite was also true. Weaker quirks, or heaven forbid a quirkless, would be looked down upon, or in the case of a quirkless, well, a weakling should not be put before the strong or their natural betters. This meant that days before he had come back, the teachers who were part of the quirkist told the students that Midoriya was lesser than the rest of the students and should be treated as if he had a handicap, or worse in some cases. One such student to latch onto this was Katsuki, who saw this as a perfect way to finally put the annoying, useless Deku in his place and keep him from bothering him or besmirching his reputation as the future number 1 hero. The day he returned, it was hard for Izuku not to notice all of the other kids in his class no longer talked to him, or if they did, it was usually to insult the boy. The teachers did nothing or even encouraged the behavior. Izuku noticed that while he was still taught the same as the other kids in his class, the teachers would no longer answer any of his questions. Of course, being a very intelligent child, Izuku improvised by finding the answers on his own in the library. The final nail in the coffin of the start of his horrible time was when Izuku attempted to speak to Kachan at lunch the day he came back. As Izuku looked around the playground for Kachan's group of friends, he finally found them near some of the play equipment. Approaching the group, Izuku waved to his best friend. "Kachan, I've been looking all over for you." Smiling widely and running towards the group, Izuku did not notice the dark look in the eyes of Katsuki and his group before he had gotten too close and was immediately knocked down by a strike from none other than Katsuki himself. Looking down on the boy who was formerly his friend, Katsuki Bakugo started yelling at the young brunette, "You damn nerd, who the hell do you think you are approaching us? Like we are friends, huh?" The blonde's hands began to smoke and pop as he continued his rant. "I won't let your quirkless ass drag me, the future number 1, down. So, keep away from us if you know what's good for you, you damn Deku." By the end of his rant, Izuku was crying his eyes out and ran from the area as the other kids around him began to pile on even more insults, adding to the damage caused by his now former best friend. End flashback. Slowly standing to his feet, Izuku looked around, seeing that the park was now empty. Slightly sweat dropping at how long he had been reminiscing on his not-so-pleasant past. With a slight wince, Izuku slowly made his way home to hopefully keep his mother from worrying too much and Posey Bly crying a literal flood into their apartment again. With a sigh, Izuku continued on his way with a single thought in his mind. "No matter what anyone says, or how many times I'm knocked down, I will achieve my dream. To become as great or a greater hero than All Might." Life for Izuku did not become any easier over the last 2 years since that day he had stood up to Bakugo and his cronies in the park. The constant bullying and neglect from his peers and the teachers respectively had begun to have a heavy impact. court on the boy's mental health. Whereas before his diagnosis he was a very happy, if soft-spoken youngster. Now Izuku had become almost completely introverted to not only protect the few bits of his self-respect from possible betrayal, but also to protect anyone brave enough to attempt to be his friend from the machinations of his former best friend turned bully Bakugo Katsuki. Since that day in the park 2 years ago, the explosive blonde had made it his personal mission to beat the useless Deku down to its proper place as a pebble on the side of the road in his way of being the number one hero. What started as verbal abuse with some roughhousing had escalated to full-on assaults on the playground or the park, or really anywhere the blonde and his group would find Izuku alone with no witnesses. Well, at least witnesses that cared in the case of the teachers. Neither of the boys knew that one day it would all go too far and change everything. On a warm day in June in the woods outside of Musudafu, Izuku was walking along the forest paths reading one of his notebooks titled, Hero Note. S for the Future Volume 7, to look over his current notes on heroes he had seen and made observations on. While going through these notes, Izuku was planning out possible training regimes he would have to go through to make it to the top hero school in Japan, high school. Looking at the notes, the most common thing I can see in all heroes who truly thrive in their careers not only have strong quirks but also training in both body and mind. If I want to become a hero even without a quirk, I am going to need to train even harder than anyone else. Now I just need to put together a training, mumble. Not even realizing his mumbling moving outside his head, Izuku continued to walk along a forest path, not paying attention to his surroundings. After about 5 or so minutes of wandering and thinking on future plans, Izuku suddenly stopped. A short distance away Izuku could hear 3 unmistakable sounds. The sound of small explosions, cruel laughter and crying. Without even a moment of thought, Izuku rushed off the path towards the sounds until he had reached a small clearing in the trees to find what he had expected but hoped against. There, standing over a crying young girl around his age, was a familiar trio, Bakugo and his cronies, laughing and menacing. The girl with their quirks. Looking closer, he could see the girl was holding her ears with what seemed to be headphone jacks hanging from her earlobes. Getting closer, Izuku could begin to hear what the group of bullies were saying. Ha 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 ha, not so tough for you now, you damn earlobe freak, spoke Bakugo in an aggressive, near sadistic tone to the crying girl. His 2 cronies stood to either side of the girl, laughing to themselves, and said, "Yeah, you tell the freak Katsuki!" Quote. Giving a somehow even darker smirk, Bakugo moved his crackling hand closer to the young girl while growling at her, "Now take back what you said, and maybe I won't blow out your freak ears extra." Hearing this and seeing the fear grow in the girl's amethyst eyes sparked something in Izuku. Before he could even think about it, Izuku dashed forward, not noticing a slight glow begin in his eyes. The trio stopped when they heard the noise of something running and turned to see none other than Deku the Quirkless rushing at them, and were his eyes glowing. This is all they had time to think about before the greenette jumped and punched Bakugo in the face, knocking the blonde to the ground, much to the rest's surprise. Landing in front of the downed girl, Izuku turned around and spoke to the girl quickly. "Hey, are you okay? If you can get up, you need to run now." The girl looked surprised for a moment before looking at the explosive blonde bully on the ground, and his lackeys helping him to his feet. What worried her though was the near apoplectic angry expression on the bully leader's face. She turned to the boy with a slightly anxious expression and said, "Hey, you should come with me. Judging by the look on the feral one's face, we really do not want to stay here." Looking between the girl and the now slowly approaching trio of delinquents, Izuku shook his head and responded with a sad smile, "I'm sorry, but I can't run with you, or they will catch us both, and I wouldn't be a hero if I could not protect someone in need." Looking into the girl's eyes to show her his determination, not noticing another flash appearing in his eyes brighter than the last, making his eyes appear almost Saint luminous. With her eyes widening at the look, the girl gives a smile and turns to run before turning back to speak. "All right, just be careful. By the way, my name is Kyoka Jiro. Thanks for coming to the rescue." Without another backwards glance, the now named Jiro ran off back towards the public area of the park to safety. With a smile on his face, Izuku turned to find Bakugo and Crony 1 and 2 standing in front of him. Looking at Bakugo, Izuku could see this would not be just another light beating. Bakugo looked at the boy in front of him and began to emit sparks from his palms in a show of aggression. Quietly, just enough to be heard, the blonde spoke, "You damn bastard, who do you think you are trying to stand up to?" "Oh me, huh?" Bakugo spoke to Izuku with an almost dark edge to his tone. "You think a damn quirkless nobody like you." The sparks in his palms began to increase in intensity due to his anger. "Has any right to stand above your betters." Quote. Looking to his lackeys, Bakugo said, "Hold him, it's time we showed this stupid waste of air his place." Izuku, hearing this, stiffened for just a moment before seeing movement from the finger and wing quirk users. Suddenly Izuku's body moved on its own, jumping back out of grabbing reach. The wing user, faster than what could be thought with his large size, used his wings to dash at the greenet. Izuku, seeing this, dodged again but then responded with a basic punch to the larger boy's side, knocking the wind from the winged boy. Before Izuku could feel a little pride at his accomplishment, his wrist was suddenly caught in the fingers of the other boy, holding him in place. Izuku was going to attempt to get out of the hold before the winged boy recovered and rushed Izuku again, grabbing his other side. Trapped and unable to get out, Izuku attempted to pull his limbs to no use. Looking ahead, Izuku could see Bakugo no approaching slowly with a now almost twisted smile on his face. The blonde started to chuckle before speaking, "Now you damn nerd, I'm going to teach you your place at the bottom of this world." Another step closer, his palms glowing with the power of his quirk. "You will never be anything in this world now or ever, especially a hero, you got that, you quirkless piece of shit." Finally standing in front of his former best friend, Bakugo pulled his hand back before sending it forward towards Izuku's chest. "Now just quit your useless dreaming, Deku." First there was a sudden flash, then a large explosion, blasting Izuku from the grip of both of the other boys to land roughly against the ground into a tree, leaving a large dust cloud. Wings rubbing his ears from the noise of the explosion, turned to his leader and said, "Damn Katsuki, that was a bit much, don't you think? I think I might have hearing damage now." Fingers was nodding his head and agreed with Wings, admonishing the blonde. "What the hell did you say, you damn extras?" Bakugo said with the same dark tone he used on Izuku. "I'm just showing the worthless Deku his place." Anything else he was going to say stopped with a wet coughing noise coming from the dust cloud. The trio of bullies turned and suddenly stopped, wide-eyed at what they saw. There was Deku sitting against a tree, with a large hole in his chest. Wings and Fingers suddenly turned green and ran to the nearby bushes and immediately began to vomit out their breakfast. Katsuki, on the other hand, was pale. Here was his former friend and he had just blown a fucking hole through him. "Oh shit, what have I done? I'll never be a hero now. Damn nerd should have just given up when I told him it's all his fault. I need to get out of here." Single quote. Sitting on the ground against a tree, Izuku could barely breathe. He knew that something was wrong when he couldn't feel his chest, as well as the blood he was coughing out. Am I dying? Wait, what about the others? With that thought, Izuku looked up with blurry vision to look directly at Bakugo, who was shaking, before he suddenly turned and ran, the other two not too far behind. Incredulous, Izuku watched this happen. They left me." A sudden spark of anger ignited in Izuku's slowing heart before being snuffed by the sadness and despair of his situation. In the end, I guess I really couldn't fulfill my dream." Suddenly a flash of amethyst eyes burst through his memories. "Wait, I did save that girl, what was her name? Keikyo Kyokajiro." Izuku's consciousness began to fade. I'm sorry, Mom. Just don't be sad. I love you, Mom." It was at this moment the life of the quirkless boy Izuku Midoriya ended at the hands of his former childhood friend, alone, though sometimes, death is only the beginning. Unknown location. Huh, what's going on? I thought I died. Koch no Katsuki blew a freaking hole through my chest. It was with these thoughts Izuku awoke and immediately started freaking out, checking his chest for the wound Katsuki had left on him, only to find nothing there. Speaking of nothing, the area he woke up in seemed to be an empty void with nothing but darkness all around. Knowing nothing else could be here, Izuku couldn't help but think that something else was here watching him. Finally fighting through his nerves, Izuku spoke into the darkness. "Hello, is anyone there?" "Wait, what am I saying? Of course no one's here." "Well, that's not quite true, young master. Foo. Foo," spoke a feminine voice in an almost playful tone behind Izuku. Spinning around as fast as he could, Izuku came face to face with a random girl. The girl seemed to be in her mid to late teens, a slim build with long blonde hair that came down to her waist and bright blue eyes, and wearing what seemed to be a Victorian-era dress colored in various reds and violets. Looking at the girl's face, Izuku was struck by the beauty in front of him. Blushing at the smile the girl was giving him, Izuku asked the girl, hello there, do you know where we are, and who are you?" Quote. Laughing at the young boy, the girl curtsied to Izuku before responding, "It is a pleasure to meet you, my young master." Izuku's eyes bugged out at the title as she continued, "Now technically I do not have name due to the fact I am a representation of your quirk, Collade blood. As to where we are currently in the space between life and death." As she spoke, Izuku felt a couple things in quick succession. He felt elated that he actually had a quirk and vindicated that everyone was wrong about him being useless. Then he felt dread and lightheaded when her last statement sunk in. Before he could panic, Izuku tried to take a few deep breaths to calm himself before continuing to question the being that called herself his quirk. "Then it's true, then I did die." Looking both sadly and slightly worried at the greenette, the quirk manifestation replied, "That's not exactly true, young master." A bit of her smile returned, though not as brightly. "While it is true you did receive a fatal wound from that uncouth individual you called a friend, this does not mean that you will die at this moment." Now she gained a serious look. "If you were to activate your quirk completely, you will heal without a mark." Seeing the look on Izuku's face and him getting ready to speak up, the girl held up a hand. "Hold on, young master, T.S. is not a decision to take on lightly. There will be consequences if you decide to activate your quirk. Do you wish for me to tell you what your quirk is?" Surprised at the manifestation's words, Izuku thought for a time before understanding that he had to know what would happen before responding to the girl's question. "I really should come up with a name for her." Looking at the blonde in front of him, he finally came to a decision. "Well, before you can explain my quirk's abilities, I think I should give you a name. How does Aurora sound?" Quote. The now named Aurora's eyes widened before she smiled and jumped at the young hero and glomping onto him and squeezing him to the point he started to turn blue. Thank you, young master, this means so much to me. Exclamation mark. I am now Aurora of the Collade blood at your service. Now would you like for me to explain your quirk?" Aurora's smile at this could have put the sun to shame with how bright it was at that point. It was so infectious Izuku couldn't help but smile as well. Taking one more breath to steady and prepare himself, Izuku spoke with a seldom-seen determination in his eyes. "Yes, Aurora, please tell me what will happen if I were to activate Collade blood." Bowing to her master, Aurora began her explanation. "Please understand, Izuku, that this quirk is the epitome of what a quirk of its type could be. Collade blood is at its core a vampiric-type blood quirk." Once again Izuku's eyes widened at this. Aurora smiled softly and giggled at the comical look of Izuku's already large expressive emerald eyes, almost bugging out in surprise before she continued her explanation. "Now, unlike most vampiric-type quirks, you would not need to exclusively feed on blood. Instead, you would in a way form a sort of blood bond to individuals to unlock different levels of your power in the form of familiars. There are a total of 12 familiars that reside within your quirk. Now, even without a blood bond, you will still have certain passive abilities. These abilities would be heightened senses, supernatural strength, speed, cognition, and reflexes, night vision, and finally the main problem for your situation, immortality." Hearing all of this, Izuku almost immediately agreed, and with every addition to the list of abilities he became more and more excited. With these abilities he could definitely become just as great, if not greater, a hero as All Might himself. Then came the last ability of his key. RK. Now, as a kid, most wouldn't be able to understand any possible downsides to having immortality as a part of his quirk, but Izuku was not like other kids his age. Izuku understood that if he were to accept his quirk and activate it, that it would mean that he would outlive anyone he would be close with, his mom, any friends or loved ones he found in the future. Slowly Izuku began to spiral into despair at the situation he had been stuck in. On one hand, he would die if he didn't activate the quirk, but if he activated it, he would eventually outlive everyone he did and would love. Seeing her master begin his spiral into despair, Aurora reached forward and pulled the boy into her, embracing him as he began to cry. Not being able to handle Izuku's sadness, Aurora spoke softly to the boy. "Young master, Please do not cry, your fate is not as bleak as you may think." Quote. Surprised, Izuku looked up to the blonde from within her embrace with hope burning in his eyes, pleading for an explanation. Brushing the messy green locks, Aurora smiled softly before explaining, "The truth is that when you make a blood bond with another, it strengthens the individual. This includes a lengthening of the individual's lifespan to match yours. So, you see, young master, while there are those you will outlive, you will never be truly alone. I will also be there for you, master, forever and always." Tightening the hug, Izuku's heart began to lighten at hearing the news. To know he would never be truly alone was honestly one of the few things that would have kept him from accepting his quirk's activation, but now he had reached a decision. Looking up at the amazing woman, Quirk, whatever, Izuku once more with eyes full of determination spoke. "Aurora, I want you to activate my quirk. I know that times will be hard. People may even turn against me due to the nature of my quirk. But I know one thing. No matter what, Izuku Midoriya will become a hero that will protect everyone, and if it's true that I cannot die, then I will protect everyone until either they no longer need me or—" A dark look suddenly overshadowed his face at the memories of his former friend. "If they no longer deserve me." A sad but accepting look came across Aurora's face before she nodded. Reaching her wrist forward, she held the limb to Izuku's mouth and spoke, "Very well, young master, now to activate the quirk you must." With a quick movement, Aurora's nails on her left hand lengthened to claws and sliced the wrist, bringing forward a flow of blood. Drink and become what you were always meant to be." Blanching at the blood for a moment, Izuku suddenly felt a sudden need, a thirst. Looking at the blood, he slowly reached out and clasped Aurora's arm and brought himself forward, penning his mouth, his small fangs lengthening and his eyes beginning to change from their former emerald green to a bright luminescent ruby red. As Izuku bit down and began to drink the blood, the first thing to hit him was the taste. It tasted delicious! Izuku, looking back, couldn't describe the taste as anything other than ambrosia. It tasted like everything delicious but didn't clash in flavors. Then came the pain, starting in his chest where he had been hurt by Katsuki. A burning pain radiated from that point and moved outwards, reaching and Jing everything it came into contact with. Unknown to the young boy, Izuku's hair began to lighten from a black to green at the tips to a bright silver with acid green tips. Izuku's eyes flashed between the ruby red and glowing radioactive green before settling at a slightly glowing green with a ruby red pupil. Izuku's young body began to change from the short and scrawny look he had always had. His body began to fill a tad more, growing a few inches taller as well. His face became more aristocratic. In a few years the boy could become a young Casanova without even realizing it. The last thing that Izuku saw before he blacked out was 12 large silhouettes behind Aurora while she spoke out to the void in a declaration. When Izuku awoke, the first thing that he noticed was the setting sun shining into his eyes. Grimacing, Izuku covered his eyes and looked around him, seeing he was once again in the forest park he had been hurt by Katsuki. When he remembered what had happened, he panicked for a moment, checking his chest and seeing the large hole in his favorite All Might shirt. Oddly, there wasn't any blood on or around the hole, only a slight burning around the edges of the hole, and if the breeze on his back was anything to go on, then there was a matching hole on the back. I can't believe it. He actually killed me." The trembling in his voice could be heard slowly anging from sadness to anger. His eyes flashing red and clenching his teeth as his memories of the last few years passed through his mind. That piece of trash, I can't believe I ever called him my friend. Yelling out, not noticing the bright gold electricity flowing around his fist, Izuku launched a punch at the tree behind him. Only to yelp out in surprise when the tree he hit suddenly exploded and a large bolt of lightning launched from the extended fist, hitting another 5 or 6 trees before exploding in a large flash of light. Looking down in shock at the destruction, Izuku ran, trying to leave the area before anyone, especially a pro hero, could come and investigate the sound of destruction. Moving with a speed usually only shown in most with an active speed quirk, Izuku rushed to his home that he shared with his mother Inko Midoriya. Seeing his home, Izuku slowed and looked at his destination. The Midoriyas lived in a modest and affordable apartment complex. While he knew that his mother and father were no longer together, having separated after news of Izuku's quirkless status had reached his father Hisashi, Inko had gotten the courts to have Hisashi pay child support to help with Taken's care of her child. While not rich by any means, Inko's steady employment as a head nurse for a nearby hospital meant that Izuku never wanted for anything, not that he would ever ask for much other than the occasional All Might merchandise or a new notebook for him to write his hero notes in. Reaching his floor, Izuku was walking towards his door when his state of dress suddenly hit him. His mother would likely have a heart attack if she were to see the hole going through his shirt, even if there were no other signs of damage to his person. Swallowing his worry, Izuku unlocked the front door and entered the apartment. As soon as he had closed the door and turned around, he was suddenly grabbed up into a hug of the type of strength that only a worried mother could muster. "Izuku, where have you been? I've been so worried." Inko Midoriya worriedly began fussing and checking her baby boy over before suddenly freezing. "Izuku, sweetie, what happened to your hair and your eyes?" Quote. Before Izuku could respond, Inko caught sight of his shirt, or rather the missing part of it. "Oh my goodness. Izuku, what happened to your shirt? You're not hurt, are you? Do you need me to take you to the doctor? Tell me who did this to you, my poor baby," hoping to keep his mother from possibly falling into a panic attack. Izuku spoke to his mother in as much of a calm tone as possible. "Mom, please calm down, I'm okay and not hurt." Izuku removed himself from her embrace and led her to the living room and continued, "I do have some things to tell you about what happened today. So can you please sit and keep calm until I finish telling you everything?" Seeing the seriousness in her son's eyes, Inko took a deep breath and gave Izuku a tearful look and nodded, listening intently. Seeing Inko calming down, Izuku took a deep breath before looking at his mother. Inko was a young woman in her late 20s, though she didn't look much older than maybe 23. Inko had similar though lighter green hair than Izuku had that went down to her shoulders, except for some she had tied into a messy bun. She had a slim yet feminine build, standing at a slightly taller than average height of 5 foot 6 inches. Inko was currently wearing her home wear of a black skirt that went just below her knees and a white shirt under a pinkish cardigan and an apron over the top. All in all, Inko was still considered a beautiful woman by this day's standards, though she only had one priority at this time, and that was to take care of and raise her son Izuku. Shaking his head and preparing himself for the explanation, Izuku began. Izuku told his mother about how Katsuki had changed since the explosive blonde had gained his quirk, how the boy she had come to see as a nephew had become an arrogant bully made her sad, though that didn't last. As her son then told her how the young Bakugo had begun to mistreat Izuku after his quirkless diagnosis caught her off guard, her sadness soon shifted to anger and motherly rage at how he described how the teachers and other students had egged on or encouraged the maltreatment of her little boy, and culminated in shame that she had not noticed any of this happening. It disturbed her that she had been so busy with the divorce case with her ex-husband that she just hadn't even noticed her son slowly become more taciturn and withdrawn so as not to worry her. At last came the confrontation Izuku had with Katsuki and his group of bullies to save the poor girl that had been their victim. Hearing how Izuku had protected the young Jiro brought pride to the young mother, before the next part dropped a weight on her heart. Being told by your alive and well son that his former best friend had blown a hole straight through him in a moment of rage was almost enough to cause Inko to faint. Though, to hear the only reason that he was now standing in front of her alive at this time was that Izuku truly had a quirk that brought him back to life, Inko could only put her head in her hands and cry. Izuku, somewhat drained from his story, rushed to his mother and grabbed her into a hug to help steady her from the numerous shocks she had experienced in the past 2 hours it had taken to tell his tale. After almost 10 minutes, Izuku was finally able to calm his mother down. Stepping back while she wiped her tears, he spoke to her to reassure her. "Mom, everything is going to be okay now, you know why." Izuku spoke with a soft and steady voice, getting Inko's attention and having her look up to her baby boy, tears still in her eyes. Staring into her eyes, Izuku gave her a large smile. "Because I am here, and I will never leave you, that is a hero's promise." Quote. Seeing the conviction and strength in her son's eyes, Inko jumped to her feet and grabbed her son into a hug. After a moment the mother and son separated and Inko stared down upon her son and said the words she should have said the moment he had asked them that horrible day when he was 4 years old. "Izuku, I know I have not always been the best mother. When you were hurting after your diagnosis, you asked me a question. His eyes widened, realizing what his mother was speaking of. Flashback. Mom see. He always saves people with a smile. The top of the blanket turns to Inko, showing the tear-filled eyes of Izuku as he continued, Mom, do you think I could be a hero just like all might? These words were the final straw for the distraught mother. Inko leapt forward, hugging the boy to her while crying. Izuku, 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 I am so sorry. I wish I could have done something more. Inko continued to apologize, blaming herself, not seeing the small red spark in Izuku's eyes while he began to cry even more. Those weren't the words I needed to hear, Mom. I needed you to believe in me, not blame yourself. End flashback. I want you to know, Izuku, that I will always believe in your dreams. Whether you have a quirk or were to remain quirkless for the rest of your life, I know you can be a hero. Inko ended her words by wiping her tears and returning her little hero's smile with one of her own just as bright. Fighting his own tears, Izuku rushed right back to embrace his mother again, carefully so as not to hurt her with his increased strength. After a few minutes of crying and emotional healing between the mother and son, Izuku broke the embrace and looked up to his mother to ask her advice. Mom, what should we do now? I mean, now that we know I have a quirk, I don't think I can stay at Aldera Elementary, or near Katsuki. Inko couldn't help but flinch at the pain that she could see in her son's eyes as he spoke about his school and former friend. Choosing to keep a strong front to help give her son confidence, she replied to Izuku. Izuku, honey, I need you to know that what happened at that school was not your fault whatsoever. I will do anything necessary to find you a better school that won't discriminate due to someone's quirk or lack thereof. Seeing the determination in his mother's eyes, Izuku could feel his spirits rise. Inko continued, looking directly at Izuku. Now, as far as Katsuki is concerned, to be honest, part of me wants to give that boy a smack to the head for what he had done to you, then have him and his group of bullies arrested for attempting to kill you. Seeing the look Izuku was giving her, Inko soldiered on, Izuku, you have to understand that Katsuki needs to be punished for his actions. If you did not activate your quirk, you would have died. I would have lost my baby boy. I cannot forgive this. Quote. Looking down and thinking on what he had been told, Izuku thought about what options there were. While he was no longer willing to defend Katsuki, he also did not want to be responsible for ruining the blonde's dream to be a hero. Thinking for a moment, Izuku came to a decision and looked up to his mother again before speaking. Mom, I understand what you're saying, that Katsuki should be punished, but what if we gave him a chance to prove he can be better? I know that the main reason he became the way he is now is due to the school's faculty and students feeding and overinflating his ego. So what if instead we bring this to Auntie Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru so they could try to get a handle on Katsuki, and if he doesn't change, then we can act. Breathing a bit heavily at his mini rant, Izuku looked up at his mom as she thought it over. Once again, Inko was so impressed by the maturity and empathy Izuku showed, even to those who shouldn't deserve it. Thinking over what he said, Inko nodded slowly before agreeing and stating that she and Izuku would be speaking with Katsuki's parents the next day, seeing that today was Saturday. The next morning, Inko and Izuku left to travel to the Bakugo household. Stopping at the entrance, Inko turned to her son and told him to let her speak to Katsuki's parents first before they would confront the explosive blonde. Straightening herself, Inko proceeded to ring the bell, hearing a feminine yell of, yeah, I'm coming, just a moment." Stepping back to stand with her son, Inko waited for the voice to reach the door. With a near slam, the door was opened to reveal a young woman similar in age to Inko herself, though with a fuller figure, with scarlet eyes and pale blonde hair similar in style to her son's though longer. The now revealed Mitsuki Bakugo, mother to Katsuki Bakugo, took a moment to take in who had come to her home so early in the morning to find the figures of her best friend Inko and her son, the ever ray of sunshine Izuku. Giving the green-haired woman and her son a big smile, Mitsuki went to greet her friend. "Inko, it is so good to see you. Gosh, it feels like it has been forever since you came over here last." Pausing for a moment to take in the two in front of her, Mitsuki finally noticed the changes to her aura. "Rai nephew, holy shit. Izuku, is that you? What happened to you? Your hair and eyes are different, and did you get taller?" Before Mitsuki could continue her questions, Inko held up her hand and spoke in a soft but firm tone to her friend. "Hey Mitsuki, yes, it has been a long time since we came to visit last, and Izuku's changes are part of the reason we are here. Mitsuki was surprised at the tone her friend was speaking with and began to get worried about what may have happened. Before she could ask what was going on, Inko continued to speak. Mitsuki, are Masaru and Katsuki home right now? Confused, Mitsuki answered quickly that yes, Masaru was in the living room, and Katsuki was up in his room. In fact, he has been up there since he came back from the park yesterday. Oh, is everything okay? You are starting to worry me. Did something happen with my brat and Izuku yesterday? Mitsuki asked, worry growing with every moment her best friend stayed silent. Inko sighed softly and responded to Mitsuki. Mitsuki, please can we come in and speak with you and Masaru? Something did happen yesterday, and I think you and your husband need to know about it before any other actions can be taken. Nodding slowly, Mitsuki gestured the mother and son inside, where they walked with her to the living room to say. Masaru Bakugo, a tall man with brown hair and facial hair wearing glasses over his brown eyes in contrast to his wife and son, a truly gentle soul. The man in question looked up and seeing the pair was going to wave and greet the Midoriyas until he almost immediately saw the changes the younger of the two had gone through. Before he could begin to ask what had happened, Inko interrupted and spoke to both elder Bakugos asking them to take a seat. After both Mitsuki and Masaru had sat down together, Inko and Izuku sat across from them and Inko began to speak again. Now what I am about to tell you may make you upset, but I need you to please listen until the end. Inko paused and looked to the couple, seeing their nods she continued. Okay, so first I need to ask, do either of you know what happened after Izuku was diagnosed as quirkless? At first both the Bakugos looked confused and shook their heads. Inko sighed once again and prepared herself to tell the two everything Izuku had told her when he had come back the day before. To say the adult Bakugos were angry was a massive understatement. From Izuku's observations, the only reason his auntie Mitsuki hadn't flown into a massive expletive-filled rampage, whether to Aldera's teachers or her son he couldn't tell, was only due to her promise to Inko to wait until the story had finished. As Inko finally reached the events of the previous day and what had led up to Izuku's quirk awakening, Mitsuki began to cry softly at what her brat had done. Masaru on the other hand had gone quiet. The only sign of his feelings was in his eyes, showing how angry and disappointed he was, not at his son but in himself for not seeing this problem and finding a way to fix it before it had escalated to this point. In all, it had taken a little over 2 hours to tell the entire story. When Inko finally finished, Mitsuki immediately jumped up and hugged Izuku to her and continuously muttered apologies into the boy's shoulder. Masaru on the other hand could only look apologetically to his wife's best friend and bow his head in shame. When Mitsuki finally regained her composure, she stepped back next to her husband and looked at the Greenette duo, well, one Greenette and former Greenette, before speaking in a quiet tone uncharacteristic to her. Inko, Izuku, there are no words that I could say to apologize for what Katsuki has done. Mitsuki stopped for a moment to take a breath and continued. So, what do you want to do, you two? I mean, what are you planning to do now that you have discovered Izuku's quirk? Also, what are you going to do about Izuku's schooling? And Mitsuki stopped again and clenched her fist, her eyes hardening. What are you going to do about what happened with Katsuki? Inko went to speak then stopped, looking at her son and seeing him give her a reassuring smile. Inko gave a smile back to her boy, then turned to face her best friend and her husband to tell them her decisions. Mitsuki, Masaru, I need to tell you now that we will not be pushing for a punishment for Katsuki. Seeing the surprise on the parents in front of her, Inko continued her explanation. You see, from what Izuku had told me, even though he can no longer see him as a friend due to Katsuki's actions, Inko could continue. Izuku interrupted her. I know the main reason Bakugo has become how he is now is due to a combination of the teacher's inflation of his ego and a possibility that he has developed a sort of inferiority complex from said ego. So if anyone should be punished in this situation, it should be the quirkest bigots in the Aldera school district. Inko picked the conversation up once again, noticing the impressed and thankful looks on Mitsuki and Masaru's faces. So I have decided that after I report the actions of the teachers, I will be pulling Izuku from Aldera and moving him to another school. A school that would never look down on a student for their quirk, or their lack of a quirk. Mitsuki felt sad knowing that this would probably be the last time that she would see her best friend and her son, who she had considered to be her nephew in all but blood, for quite some time. Standing up again, Mitsuki walked over again and hugged the two Midoriyas to her and spoke to them in a car. Ing tone. I know that you need to go. I promise we will help Katsuki. I know that it is probably too late to ever fix the bond that you two used to share, but know that no matter what, that you both are family. Hearing this and seeing the soft smile and nod Masaru was giving them both, Izuku and Inko began to feel their eyes moisten with tears. Hugging the woman back, both whispered thanks to her. As the two began to get ready to leave, Mitsuki asked one more question before they walked out the door. Izuku, do you want us to tell Katsuki that you're okay? Stiffening at her question, Izuku turned one more time to look back at his auntie before answering with a sad but hard look in his eyes. No, auntie. Katsuki needs to understand the cost of his actions. If he changes for the better, we may meet again when I get into UA high school. Whether my views on him ever change are completely determined on if he can be better. The hard look leaves Izuku's eyes as he gives Mitsuki and Masaru a bright smile. Goodbye, Auntie Mitsuki, Uncle Masaru. Know that no matter what, I also consider you two part of my family. With his final goodbye, Izuku turned around to follow his mother from the Bakugo home. Scene break. Walking back to their home after their talk with the Bakugos hand in hand, Inko looks down to her son, pride at how mature he was even at his young age. About 5 minutes from their apartment building, Inko decided to break the silence and speak about their plans. Izuku, perking up at his name, Izuku turned to look up at his mother, his head tilting in an adorable fashion. Holding back the urge to pick up her son and hug him tight, Inko continued, what are you thinking now? I mean, what would you want to do next? Understanding the question, Izuku looks down and thinks for a moment, and then begins to mutter. Sweat dropping for a moment, Inko lets out a small giggle before ruffling her son's bright hair, so different from his previous dark fluffy green locks. Shocked out of his muttering, Izuku looks up at his mother again before collecting himself and responding to her questions. Mom, I think the first thing we need to do is find out how my quirk exactly works. So maybe going to a new quirk counselor. Then while we're waiting for the transfer papers to go through, maybe we can find a way to start training for my quirk. Nodding at her son's ideas while not forgetting her plans to report the actions of the school district to the local authorities, Inko continued walking with her son, while thinking up a list of things she needed to do before she could set their plans in motion. I promise, son, I will make sure that you become the greatest hero no matter the cost. Izuku, you will never stand alone again. Why? Because I will always be there. 2 months after Izuku and Inko had gone to speak to the Bakugo family had brought many changes to the small family of two. The day after the confrontation, Inko had made an appointment at a quirk clinic that had been recommended to her by her coworkers. The news she and her son had received from the doctors at the clinic shocked and amazed both brunettes to their core. Flashback. Hello, Mrs. and young Midoriya, and welcome to our clinic, spoke a young nurse manning the front desk as the mother and son walked into the building. Looking around, the duo were impressed, Inko by the decor and Izuku by the collection of signed photos of pro heroes hanging on the wall. Walking up to the desk, both Midoriyas returned the greeting and signed in for the appointment. It was another 15 minutes before another nurse called the two back to see the doctor. Walking into the office, the mother and son were met by a young-looking woman with shining blue hair that seemed to flow like water, aristocratic features, and bright, almost glowing yellow eyes. After sitting down, the doctor looked up from her tablet and smiled sweetly at the mother and son before introducing herself. Hello there, Mrs. Inko and Mr. Izuku Midoriya. My name is Dr. Hagakure. It's a pleasure to meet you both. Giving them another smile, the doctor continued. Now I see from your reports that you are here to receive a quirk evaluation for your son today. Is that right, Mrs. Midoriya? Looking up from her tablet, Dr. Hagakure saw the young mother nodding and the excited look on the young boy's face. Nodding, the doctor continued. All right then, so first, what happened when you originally activated your quirk for the first time? Hagakure's smile slightly fell when she saw the downcast expressions on both mother and son's faces, and at that moment, she knew this was likely a case of a traumatic quirk awakening, when a child's or even a young adult in some extreme cases awakens a quirk after an extreme or traumatic event. Giving a large sigh, Izuku proceeded to explain what had happened to him due to his misdiagnosis as quirkless, and how he had eventually awakened his quirk by literally dying at the hands of his childhood friend. Hearing the abuse and misfortune the boy had experienced, Hagakure felt her temper begin to rise at a rapid rate, not only at the teachers at the boy's school, but also with his previous doctor especially. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, Dr. Hagakure looked back at the two in front of her and asked the mother for clarification on the method that was used by their previous quirk doctor. Confusion seemed to grow in the faces of both Midoriya's, and the doctor's worry began to grow, so she spoke again. Mrs. Midoriya, what tests were conducted to determine your son's quirk status? Didn't the doctor in charge of your case conduct a blood sample or genome quirk factor test to check his QF levels? The pit in her stomach only grew as she saw the confusion in the mother and son turn into incredulity and anger before Inko responded. I'm sorry, doctor, but are you saying that there is more than just one type of test that can determine if a person has a quirk? Seeing the look on the doctor's face, Inko's anger continued to rise, while beside her Izuku had gone quiet. Though if the two women had looked over, they could have noticed that Izuku's eyes had began to glow brighter and what appeared to be electricity was beginning to spark around his body as he shook in anger. Unaware of the developments, the doctor continued to unknowingly add fuel to the fire. Yes, there are in fact a number of tests that are to be done to determine if a person has a requisite quirk factor to activate. Now, could you please tell me what test had been used in Izuku's case? Pausing to take a breath to calm herself, Inko began to speak. Dr. Tsubasa, the doctor that we went to, only gave Izuku an X-ray of his foot and explained that because Izuku has a second joint in his pinky toe that he was quirkless. Seeing the incredulous look on Dr. Hagakure's face, Inko now was worrying even more. Dr. Hagakure rubbed her eyes for a moment before sighing. Mrs. Midoriya, while it is somewhat true that the absence of a second joint is a great indicator that one has a quirk, it is not the end-all be-all. At this the doctor's face turned grim before she continued. In fact, most mutant-type quirks and full-body transformation quirks actually do show the second joint in their toes. It is only in emitter-type quirks that all show the lack of joint. Before she could continue, the doctor and Inko could suddenly feel the air around them become highly charged like the air during a severe lightning storm. Surprised, both women quickly stood and turned to the only other occupant in the room, only to be shocked or worried at what they were seeing. Still sitting in the same spot was Izuku, only he was covered from head to foot in large swaths of yellow electricity. Staring in awe at the power the young boy was showing, that awe soon turned to worry as from behind the boy's slightly shaking form they could see a shape begin to form behind him. The shape slowly became clearer as now standing behind the boy appeared to be a large lion standing at around 8 or 9 feet, formed from the same yellow electricity, and wearing a gray metal headpiece, 2 glowing crimson eyes and a crimson gem sitting center of the headpiece. Slowly backing away from the increasing danger, Inko attempted to call out to her son, but it seemed the boy was caught in his overwhelming emotions and his quirk was responding to it. Recognizing the danger the two were in, Dr. Hagakure grabbed the young mother and dragged her to the door, hitting a large button on the way out of the door, activating the safety functions in the room just in case of an accidental quirk activation. Large doors and shutters began to enclose the area around the young Midoriya, who finally it seemed could no longer hold back his anger at the man that had so callously ruined his life by marking him as quirkless. It was with a shout more akin to a roaring beast that the electricity around both the boy and his to him unknown familiar was unleashed, vaporizing the furniture in the room around him. Standing outside the room, both women could only stare in shock as the whole building began to shake from the sheer amount of energy that was being released from Izuku's body. Inko, looking to her side at the doctor, asked with worry if Izuku would be okay. Dr. Hagakure explained that each of the rooms that were used for quirk examination had special safeguards put in place just in case of something like this happens. In the case of someone using electric-based or other elemental-based quirks, the metal shutters would absorb the energy and transfer it safely to generators and large-capacity batteries to ensure no one else would be hurt. Worry slightly abated for a moment, both women waited for another 10 minutes for the residual charge from Izuku's outburst to settle before the automatic sensors deemed it safe for the two to re-enter the room. Walking into the room, Inko and the doctor stood shocked at what was in front of them. Sitting in the middle of the room was Izuku, panting harshly, but around the boy stood what could only be described as majestic. Standing around the boy were 12 large figures and a 13th smaller form holding Izuku in an embrace. First was a large ram surrounded by floating gemstones, then a large minotaur wreathed in armor glowing from the heat it was exuding, third a twin-headed dragon, fourth oddly seemed to be a silver-colored crayfish or lobster holding ethereal flames in its front claws, fifth was the same golden lion made of lightning standing proudly behind Izuku. Sixth in line was what appeared to be what could only be described as a Valkyrie wearing armor and standing at attention with her weapons ready. Seventh was only the outline of a large blade that seemed to cause one to shudder from just looking at it. Eighth was a chimera consisting of a white tiger with armor and a tail similar to a scorpion. Ninth was what seemed to be an almost demonic parody of a unicorn with two crystalline horns standing proudly on its head. The last three seemed to share similar oceanic themes, with the 10th showing similarities to a sea serpent with the head and horns of a goat, the 11th a lamia, and finally the 12th an armored mermaid. With trepidation Inko looked down from the towering figures standing vigil around her baby boy and focused on the person embracing him. Remembering the description her son had given her from his time before his quirk activated, Inko realized that the young woman holding her son was Avrora, the embodiment of his quirk. Stepping forward slowly and a worried look on her face, Inko spoke to the seemingly young woman. Excuse me, but are you Avrora? I thought that Izuku said that you were a representation of his quirk. How are you here? Is Izuku okay? Inko slowly began to fall into a muttering spree, only to stop when Avrora looked up to the worried mother to respond. Yes, I am Avrora. To answer your questions, Izuku's quirk is special in a way you couldn't believe. Looking back down to her master, Avrora smiled sweetly and reached to brush her hand through his silver-green hair. Sighing, Avrora looked back up to the two women in front of her and began to speak again. You need to understand that Izuku's quirk is unprecedented. When he eventually reaches his prime, he will be beyond doubt be one of the most powerful beings on this planet. Avrora almost snickered at the wide-eyed look the two women were sending her before continuing. So there are no misunderstandings. I will explain how Izuku's quirk works. Izuku in the broadest terms is a vampire. Inko's and Dr. Hagakuri's eyes were now to the point that Avrora almost thought that they would fall out if they were to get any wider. He has the basic powers of a vampire: super strength, speed, hyper-regeneration, and longevity, effective immortality. Now while Izuku does gain power from drinking blood, he does not actually need it to survive. The true necessity of blood for him is it allows Izuku to gain access to his full capability with his familiars. Avrora gestured to the 12 beings behind her. There is a catch though. To gain complete control of his familiars, Izuku must make a sort of connection with someone that he drinks blood from directly. A sort of blood bond, if you will. This will connect Izuku to the individual or individuals and his familiars, sharing his regeneration with the bonded. Dr. Hagakuri hearing this was in amazement. If what this young woman, or living quirk manifestation, was saying was true, then that meant that whoever bonds with Izuku would likely live as long as he does. Snapping back to attention, the doctor began to listen again as Avrora continued her explanation. While that is still some time away, Izuku will have some basic access to his familiar's abilities, but he must train to find out his limits. Now I know this is a lot to take in, but there is one more thing to discuss. Suddenly Avrora's eyes hardened as she froze the doctor with a glare that froze the young doctor. I hope I do not have to tell you how important it is that no one know the extent of my master's abilities. If it were to get out that Izuku was effectively immortal, that there would be no end to those who would attempt to take him and try to use him to also gain that status for themselves. Nodding quickly, Hagakuri could only feel a cold sweat beginning to fall down her back at the sheer presence in Avrora's eyes. Beside the doctor, Inko was seemingly on the edge of having a mini panic attack at the thought of her baby boy being taken by some villain, or worse, the government, and being experimented on. Seeing her point had been made, Avrora gently set Izuku down on the ground and stood up while speaking. Once more. Thank you for understanding, doctor, and do not worry, Mama Inko, Izuku will be safe. Giggling, she looked down at her master's sleeping face. I mean, you're looking at the future #1 hero after all. With that, Avrora and the other familiars began to glow and slowly seep into their master's body. After the glow died down, Izuku's eyelids began to flutter as he woke up. Looking around at the room and seeing his mother and the doctor staring at him, Izuku became nervous and asked with a quiet voice. Am I in trouble for the damage? Seeing the big teary eyes even with the slit pupil almost made the doctor shriek, "Kawaii," and glomp the poor boy. Instead she only smiled and patted the boy on the head and assured him that he wasn't in trouble. To tell you the truth, Izuku, this happens more than you would think, so the clinic has a really great insurance policy for exactly this reason. Smiling to the boy, Hagakure then turned to Inko, who had finally calmed herself from what Aurora had told them. Feeling for the young mother, the doctor spoke up. Mrs. Midoriya, how would you like to proceed with Izuku's quirk registration? Inko, deep in thought, responded to the doctor. Doctor, I believe that we should follow Aurora's advice and put only the most necessary information in Izuku's file. Why not have his quirk registered as an enhancement mutation type quirk with added regeneration? Thinking on that idea, Hagakure agreed that it would fit with the basic abilities Izuku had, not including the abilities that his familiars give him, but there was one thing she had to mention. Okay, that should work as far as his basic information, but what about the vampiric features? Inko sighed and nodded, now holding her son in a hug to help keep him as well as herself calm. True, I'm not sure. Mom, it's okay, just place it in a sub-note that my enhancement and regeneration is increased by drinking blood. While it may scare some people, I'm sure that I can prove that there is nothing to fear from me. Inko's heart swelled in pride at her son's bravery, knowing that society as it was now was very biased to those they considered to have so-called dark or villainous quirks. Amazed by the young boy's determination, Hagakure could only smile wryly at the mother and son. Well, okay, since we have that out of the way, there is now only a few more things to discuss at this time. First, the doctor took out a large card and handed it to Inko. This is a quirk practice permit. With this you can take Izuku to any of the quirk training facilities you find to allow him to practice and train to control his quirk. Second, looking down at the younger Midoriya, she continued, Izuku, what would you like to call your quirk? Izuku thought for a moment before hearing a whisper in his mind from Aurora. Nodding to himself, he looked up to Dr. Hagakure and spoke, I'll call my quirk Primogenitor. Confused by his choice, both the doctor and his mother looked at him in confusion at his choice. Seeing their looks, Izuku bashfully rubbed the back of his head and explained that it was Aurora that told him the name. Shrugging at that, Dr. Hagakure noted down the information before bidding the two a good day. Line break. Before she left for the day, Dr. Hagakure decided to check the readings of the energy that had been released by Izuku earlier that day. To her horror, the readings from the capacitors read that Izuku had released a similar amount of energy to match the estimated amount of energy Relaya said during a severe lightning storm. Hagakure shivered, realizing that if they did not have the defenses they did in place, that likely Izuku's outburst would have destroyed the entire building along with about 4 or 5 city blocks. My God, and that was only one familiar that wasn't even at full power. Shaking her head, Hagakure looked over at her family photo sitting on her desk, showing her husband and her as well as a seemingly empty set of girls' clothes standing in front of them. Sigh, I'm just happy that he seems set on becoming a hero. End flashback. 2 days after his appointment, Inko and Izuku now stood in front of a quirk training center that was about 10 minutes from their new home. Inko had been able to find a nicely priced home in a more suburban part of Musudafu. Inko had also decided to finally divorce from her husband Hisashi after discovering the man had been having an affair while he was away in America. The money for their new home had actually been part of the settlement she had gained from the scum, as well as a healthy alimony agreement to help support Izuku through schooling. To help support her and her son, Inko had reached out to Mitsuki for a job at her and Masaro's modeling firm. Mitsuki jumped at the opportunity and had gotten an interview for Inko with the higher-ups of their firm. To say it went well was an understatement. Inko now had a lucrative contract with the firm with manageable hours. Now Izuku was finally ready to begin his quirk training. Aurora continued to speak to him in his dreams and explained the abilities and names of each of his familiars along with the limitations he would have until he found his bond members. Holding his head up, Izuku stepped forward, setting himself down the path to his future as a hero. Walking home from the last day of school of his second year at Alderan Junior High walked a teenager standing at 170 centimeters tall and a swimmer's build. Striking emerald green eyes with a red slit, silver hair with green tips, and aristocratic features that grabbed the attention of teenagers and young women alike, this was Izuku Midoriya. Life for Izuku had taken a complete 180 after began his new life. Starting at Alderan Preparatory School, Izuku had quickly become the center of attention with his unique looks and powerful quirk. This was good and bad. Due to his determination to change, Izuku would no longer stand to be anyone's punching bag. nor would he ignore anyone being harmed in front of him. This endeared him to many of his classmates as well as his teachers. Izuku soon found himself making a small group of friends his age, much to his mother's joy. First had been his new best friend Eijiro Kirishima and his childhood friend Mina Ashido. Eijiro was a boy with black hair that hung down around his head with angular features and sharp brown eyes. His quirk, hardening, allowed him to change his body to a dense rock-like material that increased in density the harder he trains with it. The only downside to his quirk is that the change depends on his stamina and his movements become slower due to the weight of his increased density. In a word, Kirishima, or as he came to call him Kiri, was intense. Basing his beliefs on his favorite hero Crimson Riot, Kiri always equated anything that went on around him as manly. As they got older, this tended to cause problems with the girls in the class, because let's be honest, no girl wants to be told in any way that they were considered manly. Single quote. Izuku's second friend, Mina Ashido, was almost the complete opposite of Kirishima. Mina is a girl that had bright pink skin and hair that only darkened as they grew older. She has a rounded face and pretty features. Her hair was surprisingly even curlier than Izuku's own, and two small yellow horns standing prominently on her head under her hairline. One of her most striking features was definitely her eyes, golden irises, black pupils and sclera. Her personality is, in a word, bubbly, extremely extroverted. She is the type of girl that will jump on you, declare that you are now friends, and that's the end of discussion. How does he know this? Well, that's exactly what happened to him. Mina's quirk, called acid, is actually the reason for her unique skin and hair color. Her quirk allows her to secrete acid at any concentration and viscosity from anywhere on her skin. Her favorite hobby is to dance, which she wasted no time dragging both Kirishima and Izuku into. Izuku had made one more friend when he first arrived at his new school, though to his surprise he actually already knew this person. It was none other than the girl he had saved from Katsuki the day that he awakened his quirk, Kyoka Jiro. Flashback. The moment that Izuku saw the girl, he had rushed up to her, leading to Jiro freaking out and lashing with her earjacks, jabbing the boy and knocking him back over 5 feet. Upset at the actions taken, Kirishima and Mina went to confront Jiro, only to be stopped by Izuku. Surprised at his fast recovery, the 3 other kids could only look at Izuku picking himself up and patting the dust from his clothes. Walking up to the trio, Izuku explained to his friends that the whole thing was his fault and that he had realized that Jiro wouldn't recognize him since his quirk had deactivated. Confused, Jiro had to think of where she could have seen someone like this boy talking down his friends. It wasn't until she had looked at his face and noticed the sets of 4 freckles on his cheeks that it suddenly clicked for her that Jiro spoke up. "Wait, you're that boy that saved me from those bullies back at the park a few months ago." Blushing a bit at the smile that the boy gave her, though the small fangs she could now see were new, well, there were other things that were new, and she needed some answers. "What happened to you? The last time I saw you, your hair and eyes were different, and you seemed to be a moment from having a panic attack. Sorry." Wincing at the way her words could be taken, Jiro took a step back and began fidgeting with her earjacks. Smiling again at the admittedly cute action of the girl and finally getting his friends to calm down, Izuku spoke up with a calm tone. "It is okay, Jiro-san, I know I look very different from the last time you saw me." A sudden look of melancholy flashed across the boy's unique eyes, almost too fast for the earjacked girl to notice as he spoke up again. "That time that I came to help you was the day that my quirk finally activated, leading to the changes you see now. Anyways, it's great to see you are okay. I had been worried about what had happened to you." Surprised at the chances of that happening to someone, and then blushing at hearing how this boy that she had only met once was worried for her, flustered the usually stoic rock girl. Catching sight of the girl's blush, Mina and Kirishima looked to each other before a teasing grin grew on Mina's face, much to Kirishima's horror. Whispering to his friend, Kirishima quietly spoke, "Mina, no," only for Mina to respond, cutting him off, "Mina, yes." Jumping on the opportunity like a lion on a wounded gazelle, Mina proceeded to do what she does best, tease the ever-living hell out of a friend. With a shit-eating grin on her face, Mina looped her arm around Jiro's neck and whispered so only the rocker girl could hear. Well, what do we have here? Seems someone was worried about their knight in shining green armor. Oh, could this be young love?" Not even seeming to notice her voice rising towards the end of her Teasing words Mina had to dodge out of the way as Jiro's jax shot to stab into her side. Running behind Kirishima to shield herself from the rocker's wrath, the hardening user was slapping his forehead in exasperation of his childhood friend's antics. The said rocker was currently hiding her blushing face in her arms as her ear jacks were whipping around her in embarrassment. Izuku on the other hand only sighed out at Mina's antics. Being around the pink troublemaker for the last few months had done wonders to reverse some of the early damage to his self-esteem that had been brought on by Bakugo and the others' abuse due to his misdiagnosis. Deciding to defuse the situation again, Izuku placed his hand on Jiro's shoulder, dodging the jacks from hitting him again before speaking up. "I'm sorry about Mina, she may love to tease people but she's a really good person." Seeing Jiro finally begin to calm down, she took a breath and responded, "It's alright, she just caught me off guard." "So where are you all off to?" Speaking up before Mina had the opportunity, Izuku spoke up. "Well, Mina was talking about going out to celebrate the start of the weekend at the arcade." Suddenly feeling nervous, Izuku looked from his friends who were giving him a thumbs up before he turned back to Jiro. "In fact, if you want you could come with us." Losing some of his confidence by the end of his question, Izuku began to fiddle with his fingers. Smirking and chuckling lightly at the adorable boy in front of her, Jiro pulled out her phone and sent a quick text to her parents that her plans had changed. Putting back her phone after getting a message back from her parents telling her to have fun and stay safe. Looking up from her phone, seeing the nervous and hopeful look on the white-green-haired boy in front of her and the two smiling behind him, Jiro smirked again at the boy and said, "Sure, Fangs. Lead the way." Eyes widening at her response, Izuku lit up with a smile bright enough that if he was a traditional vampire he would have burst into flames. Flashback end. After that, Izuku and his group were seldom seen apart from each other. They only became closer when they found that they all shared the dream of becoming pro heroes and attending the best hero school, UA high school, alma mater to some of the most famous heroes of the last two generations, including the current number 1 and 2 heroes All Might and Endeavor. Excited as the group was knowing that their time to take the entrance exam was now just over 2 years away, Izuku and his group knew that they would need to train hard to not only make the cut but excel. Kirishima worked to increase the strength of his hardening, how long he could hold it and how fast he could activate his quirk to its max. Mina, at the suggestion of Izuku in one of his infamous mutter sprees, worked to increase her control of her acid for not only offense but defense as well. Jiro decided that her best bet would be to work on her stamina, the piercing power of her jax, and tempering her sensitivity to loud sounds. Inversely, the byproduct of the last training led to Jiro learning a sort of pseudo-sonar ability that allowed her to map an area when she used her ear jacks and insert them into a surface. The three, along with Izuku, not only worked on their physical abilities, much to Mina and Kirishima's dismay. Izuku and Jiro decided that the two needed all the help they could get to work on their studies. This brought Mina and Kirishima, who had been in the lower middle of the class rankings, up to the top 20 of the class. While his friends worked hard to progress, Izuku had to work 10 times as hard to gain a semblance of control of the many facets of his quirk. It had taken Izuku around 2 months of constant meditation to get back into contact with Aurora so he could get advice on his training. The embodiment of his quirk was only too happy to help her master. Aurora explained that at this point Izuku was not strong enough to control the full abilities of his familiars. Flashback. Seeing the downtrodden expression on the vampire Cinnamon Roll's face, Aurora was quick to explain that he would eventually be able to call on more power from his familiars up to a point as he grew older and stronger in mind and body. Izuku, looking at Aurora in slight confusion at her wording, which he voiced. "Aurora, what do you mean, up to a point? Is there another aspect to my quirk that is required for me to gain full access to my familiars?" Sighing to herself and collecting her thoughts, the quirk began her explanation. "Izuku, you need to understand that even though you do not need it to survive, your strongest abilities and familiars are tied to blood." Seeing the wide-eyed look on her master's face, Aurora continued, "Every one of your familiars will be limited and may even rebel against you unless you drink another's blood, and no, before you say anything, it cannot just be bagged blood, though bagged blood would work to increase your physical strength and speed. No, to form a complete connection and dominance over your familiars you must drink directly from another person. This act works to create a form of bond between those you have bidden and the familiar in a sort of contract. At this point Izuku was turning an interesting shade of pale white and light green in shock and slight disgust at the requirements of his quirk's growth. Deciding to rip the bandage off at this point, Aurora started again. There is some good news though. Once you create a contract with a familiar, you would not need to drink blood again to use that particular familiar's full power. Sighing in relief at her master settling down, Aurora prepared to move on to the next topic. Now master, you must listen closely because it is very important you know and understand your familiar's names and abilities. Stiffening and paying rapt attention to Aurora, Izuku surprised his quirk by materializing a notebook and pencil ready to record what would be said next. Sweat dropping at her master and his odd habits, Aurora began her explanation. Now in total you have 12 familiars within your quirk. Each has its own unique and in some cases destructive powers, and their forms are based on the astral zodiac. Some are also representations of your abilities as a vampire. Your first familiar, Mesarthum Adamas, or the divine sheep of adamantine, takes the form of a large ram. Its body is covered in tens of thousands of diamonds. Mesarthum in its base form gives you the ability to produce and manipulate diamond into any form, weapons, barriers that can reflect attacks, or even fire them like shotgun blasts. Second is Kor Tori Susanum, or the ox-headed king of amber, manifests in the form of a large minotaur in red-hot armor wielding a large battle axe. Its main abilities lay with the manipulation of lava and even tectonic plates. In its base form, Kor Tori will give you a limited but powerful geomancy and pyromancy that when combined will give you the ability to manipulate lava or create magma. Looking up to ensure her master was still listening, Aurora's sweat dropped at the furious writing and mumbling coming from Izuku. Third in line is one of your more powerful familiars. Its name is Al-Misa Mercury, or the Serpentine Dragon of Mercury. Taking the form of a large silver twin-headed hydra-like dragon, Mercury is capable of reality warping as well as eating void and space. These abilities also give it as well as you the ability to resist reality warping effects and powers. In its initial stage this will give you limited warping ability and void manipulation. If you train this ability enough, it could be possible to even create pocket dimensions. Now your fourth familiar may be odd in appearance, but that doesn't mean that it is not powerful. Natra Cinereas, or the carapace of silver mist, takes the form of a large silver crayfish with blue flames on its claws that produce mist. Natra has the ability to render anything ethereal by producing and enveloping something in mist. This ability can ward against mass destruction attacks or even reality warping. For now though, you will only be able to create a thick mist to hide yourself or even become part of the mist to move silent. Lee anywhere within it. Hearing his quirk speak of the myriad of abilities that just his first four familiars were going to be capable of, Izuku was gobsmacked but excited to hear what was next. Seeing the excitement on the boy's face, Aurora had to fight back the urge to hug her master and squeal caw. Why? Taking a deep breath to recollect herself, Aurora began once again. Now we are coming to some of the more dangerous and destructive familiars. Fifth is Regulus Aurum, the Lion of Gold. As the name states, it takes the form of a giant golden lion made from living lightning. Regulus only has one ability, to produce and manipulate lightning in any form. In its initial state it will give you a powerful electrokinesis. Sixth is Minilava Iris, Rainbow Flames of the Dark Princess. This familiar takes a human-like form as a silver-haired Valkyrie with wings of flame and a blue flaming sword. At its full power it has the ability to cut anything, even cause and effect, and the very laws of nature can be severed by her sword. Until you earn her full power, the most you will be able to use is Minilava's sword that can cut through any man-made material. Aurora suddenly stopped as she heard the sound of a pencil cracking. Checking on her master to make sure he was okay, she almost burst out laughing at the wide-eyed look and open-mouthed shock on Izuku's face. Seeing she had stopped to stare at him, Izuku closed his mouth and began to ask questions. How is it possible to have something so powerful? I mean, I don't understand how any quirk could be so powerful. If anyone were to just have one of these abilities, then they could become a top-tier hero in no time, or in the worst case a villain that only someone like All Might could stop. Seeing Izuku begin to spiral into a panic attack as his imagination started to run wild, Aurora placed her hand on his shoulder to stop him before replying. Izuku, I know this is a lot of information to just drop on you, but you need to understand that this power is yours to use. I am only giving you this information so that you are prepared and to help you understand the dangers of using these abilities can be. Lifting the sputtering boy's chin to look into her eyes, Aurora continued, in the end it is your choice if you use the familiars. To be honest, you will likely be around for such a long time you could stay hidden by using just one familiar as your quirk and retire, after a few decades, to have an AW persona debut with a different skill set. Just a thought, but don't feel like you have to stay hidden from the world. I know you will be the greatest hero this world has ever seen. Blushing at the praise of his quirk, Izuku calmed down and prepared for the rest of the information on his last 6 familiars. Nodding at her master, Aurora returned to her instructor mode. Your 7th familiar is the only of its type in your list, as it is not a being but an object. Its name is Kifa Ader, or the Black Sword of a Braided Knight, taking the form of a large archaic sword the size of a skyscraper. It can be considered a literal sword of Damocles to drop on your enemies. This is not its only purpose though. The sword's main ability is absolute gravity and force control, increasing and decreasing gravity or force on an area or object. For now, until you find a contractor for it, the sword will only appear in a lesser form that you can use in hand-to-hand combat, and limited gravity and force manipulation. Number 8 is a dual-edged sword, Shala Viola or Purple Scorpion Tiger. Shala takes the form of a large white tiger wrapped in purple flames and wearing scorpion-styled armor, and has a prehensile scorpion tail. This familiar can create and manipulate poisons as well make antidotes to any poison it makes or comes into contact with. Its most dangerous power, however, is its ability to take another's vitality and give it to someone else. Sighing again, Izuku could only shake his head at the danger present in his 8th familiar with its ability to poison and take another's vitality. Though the ability to create antidotes would be helpful. Returning his pencil to his mental notebook once again, Izuku began to write as Aurora continued to speak. Now, we are coming to the last 4 familiars. Number 9, Al-Nassel Minium, or the Bicorn of Deep Crimson, takes the form of a large black bicorn with glowing purple eyes, purple fire-like mane, and 2 jagged crimson crystal horns on its head. Al-Nassel Minium is capable of producing and manipulating sound on a massive scale. It can create sound quakes and waves, or even tear molecules at an atomic scale by emitting high-frequency vibrations from its entire body. At the basic level, it will allow you to produce low-power sonic shockwaves from your body or direct more powerful bursts from your limbs. Your 10th familiar is called Dabi Crystallis, the goat of glinting eyes, taking the form of an ichthyosaur with a large horned goat's head and crystal blue mane, and its body covered with silver crystal scales. Dabi has the ability of mental and spiritual manipulation, meaning it can use all forms of mental abilities. For now you will only have access to psychokinesis, telekinesis, and protection from mind-based quirks. Quote, now we come to the last 2, starting with number 11, Sidalmelik Albus, the water spirit of white steel. She takes the form of a serpentine undine in light aquatic armor covering his human-like torso. Sidalmelik Albus is the source of your recovery and immortality. She is capable of reverting phenomenon to its original state, even nothingness. At her most powerful, Sidalmelik Albus is even capable of erasing the conceptual existence of something or someone. Now your final familiar symbolizes your connection to blood. Familiar 12 is named Alresha Glacis, the bewitching princess of azure ice. This familiar takes the form of a heavily armored mermaid warrior and has the ability to manipulate water and other liquids. Now that is the list, master. The only limit on your own power is the effort you put forward to improve physically and mentally. Izuku looked up at Aurora, determination shining through his eyes as he responded. Right. Flashback end. With all the work Izuku had done to train with his familiar's non-contracted abilities, he had only been able to become proficient with 4 of them. The 4 familiars that he had chosen were Mesarthum Adamas, Al-Misa Mercury, Regulus Aurum, and Alresha Glacis. He chose these 4 to start due to their utility in hero work. Mesarthum was perfect for protection and had a decent amount of battle utility with diamond manipulation. He could currently create basic weapons and armor with little difficulty, while barriers and ranged attacks were mildly difficult. Al-Misa Mercury was perfect for battlefield control. By using its ability to manipulate void and space, Izuku could open holes directly to his familiar's bottomless stomach and even redirect attacks by linking spaces. Izuku's greatest achievement with Mercury was when he had figured out he could teleport short distances by running the familiars, energy through his body and picturing the location he wished to travel to. Regulus Aurum had been a difficult choice for Izuku to decide to train in using. Izuku's original plan had been to train with either Sidalmelic Albus or Dabi Crystallis, only to be told by Avrora that until he could gain their contracts Izuku was already at the maximum proficiency he could have with the two. When Izuku had first started training with Regulus he was not able to control the output of the energy of his attacks, causing a lot of damage in the Quirk gym. It had gotten to the point that the electric Quirk trainer on site told the young man that if he was unable to gain a semblance of control of his Quirk that Izuku would be asked to leave. The next day Izuku returned to the gym after thinking up an idea when he had been eating dinner that night with his mother. First Izuku ran the energy through his body like he did with Mercury to help limit the energy, then he directed the energy through his fingertips. Impressed with his progress in such a short time, Izuku didn't want to admit that he had gotten the idea when he had been watching an old pre-Quirk cartoon from America called Avatar: The Last Airbender. In fact, the old show was a driving factor for Izuku to learn mixed martial arts to help increase his combat ability. Lastly, along with directing the lightning with bending, Izuku also learned to increase his speed and attack power by coating his body with lightning energy. This made Regulus Aurum one of his most used familiars. Finally, Alresha Glacis. To be honest, this was also a byproduct of his binging of the previously mentioned cartoon and how the philosophy of the water tribe of balance in spirit and mind spoke to him. Working hard, Izuku had developed a high control of water in any form, gas, liquid, or solid, it didn't matter. The last thing he had worked on was converting water between states as control. As a side effect of this training, Izuku gained a sense of the liquids around him, including the blood flowing through people. While Izuku was less than enthusiastic for gaining this ability, he knew that it would be a great way to be aware of his surroundings while on patrol. On top of his Quirk training, Izuku did not ignore his education or his physical health. When he wasn't studying with his friends, he was doing workouts, mostly calisthenics with lightweight training. If he wasn't counting his vampire-enhanced strength, light training was lifting around 500 pounds. Closing parenthesis. Now that school was out again for the summer holidays, Izuku had decided on his next training regime. Confident in his abilities, Izuku decided the best option for training until the UA entrance exams would be mixed with community service in the form of cleaning the defunct beach Dagoba. Izuku's plan was to start early in the morning with light warm-up calisthenics, then followed by a 5K jog to Dagoba for endurance training. The next 3 hours from 8 to 11 a.m. would be spent on cleaning the beach. The time from 11 to 12 will be cool-down exercises and Tai Chi practice. 12 to 1 o'clock would be a break for lunch, followed by 3 more hours of cleanup until 4 p.m. Cool-down and martial art katas would follow for 1 more hour until 5 p.m. 1 more 5K jog back home, followed by a healthy dinner and bagged blood every 3 days to accelerate healing. Izuku would follow this plan Monday through Friday, saving Saturday for Quirk practice and Sunday for rest and hanging out with his friends. Line break. 4 months later, Dagoba Municipal Beach, Musudafu, Japan. Izuku age 14. Izuku now stood at the entrance of the former Dagoba beach dump. Looking at the pure white sand and the clean sea water without a single piece of trash in sight brought a wide smile to the young vampire's face. The work had been hard. Izuku couldn't believe the different items that had been thrown onto the beach over the years. Izuku had found everything from safes, furniture, broken appliances, and even a few vehicles, including a large pickup truck. After the first 2 weeks of cleaning, when Izuku had reached about 10% of the trash on the beach, people began to notice the odd boy coming and cleaning the destitute beach park. This had led to multiple posts on social media being sent all over the net. Of course, as soon as a certain pink, fluffy buddy found out, sure enough, Izuku was called by his friends on that Sunday to meet up and talk about it. Izuku explained that the reason he had decided to clean the beach was to both help his training as well as help the local community. Eijiro, of course, as soon as he heard the reasons, proceeded to slap Izuku on the back and proclaim how manly his Izubro was, much to the amusement of both Jiro and Mina. Said girls had similar reactions, Jiro teasing Izuku for being too pure for the world. Mina, on the other hand, teased Izuku with the likely probability of seeing her and Jiro in swimsuits on the beach. This of course led to Izuku exploding in steam and Jiro jabbing Mina with her jacks in retaliation. Well, after that Izuku continued to work hard, although he had not been able to finish the cleaning before school resumed for his last year of junior high. Izuku ended up having to adjust his schedule to fit around his school and study time, pushing the rest of the cleaning another 2 months past what he had hoped for. Now here he was enjoying the late summer breeze and sensing the power of the ocean waves crashing on the beach. Looking around the beach, Izuku could see people of all ages sitting and playing along the beach. Happy at what he had been able to do to help everyone in this area, Izuku zipped up his green tracksuit with silver and black highlights and turned to finish the rest of his 15K run before meeting up with the others for a study session. As he began picking up his pace and jogging along, Izuku couldn't help but think to himself in excitement. Less than a year to go now, just wait, here I come. It was a cold day in early March that finds a certain vampire boy walking alone towards his home from school with his phone held up to his ear. "Come on Midori, you have to come out with us," came the exasperated voice of Mina Ashido from Izuku's phone. The pink girl had been upset that Izuku had chosen to opt out of their group's pre-exam celebration at the local karaoke club and had decided the best way to get him to go would be bug him until he changed his mind. Rolling his eyes at the determined pestering that his friend was using to get him to go, Izuku was about to respond when another voice was heard over the phone. "Leave it alone, Mina. Izubro said that he had plans with his mom. You wouldn't want to make Mrs. Midori mad, would you?" There was a sudden groan of grudging acceptance, then a second voice came after the first. "Kiri's right, Mina. You know that Greenie would have gone with us if he hadn't already made plans to spend the evening with his mom." Izuku could almost feel the pout that Mina was surely giving her 2 other friends at their completely reasonable rebuttals. Izuku was about to speak up again to reassure Mina that he would be able to hang out this weekend when his schedule was open when he heard another groan. Fine, you have made your points. Midori, tell Mido Mama that we said hi, but don't think that you have gotten out of hanging out this weekend. Me and Kiri need more help with our studying for the entrance exams." Izuku had to stifle a laugh at hearing Kirishima in the background griping about how it was Mina that needed the help, not him. Giving a chuckle as the duo started a friendly argument, Izuku said his goodbyes and wished them well before hanging up. Checking the time on his phone, Izuku was shocked to see that he was running late. Deciding to take a shortcut, Izuku started cutting through a pathway of alleyways that would cut his remaining trip home in half. As Izuku was running through one of the more shaded alleys, a scent brought him to a sudden stop. On high alert, Izuku tensed as the scent of blood was in the air, cautious but wanting to make sure that whoever was hurt was okay. Walking forward with light steps, Izuku turned a corner and had to cover his face as a gasp attempted to escape. In the alley ahead of him, a man with what appeared to be some type of beast-type transformation or mutation quirk was breathing hard. Cuts lined his body mostly on his arms and chest. Standing in front of the man was a schoolgirl. The girl appeared to be around Izuku's age. Messy blonde hair was tied up in equally messy twin buns on either side of her head. 2 strands framed her face. The girl's eyes were a bright gold with slit pupils, like a cat, but what caught Izuku's attention was the wide grin on the girl's face, or the fangs she sported. The girl wore a sailor school uniform covered by a beige long-sleeve cardigan that seemed a few sizes too big on her. In her hands were 2 box cutters covered in blood. The large man-beast growled and yelled out in a gruff voice at the girl, "You damn bitch. You should have just let me kill and devour you, but now I'm going to make sure you suffer before I eat you!" Exclamation mark. Hearing the man state that he was planning on eating the girl, Izuku was about to rush out to help the girl before stopping when he heard laughing. The girl was laughing at the man-beast before looking directly at the man with a wide manic smile and speaking in an admittedly cute voice. "Ah, is the poor puppy dog sad he wasn't able to get a taste of lil' old me? Giggle, I wonder how does your blood taste?" With that, she brought one of the box cutters to her mouth and licked the blood from the blade. Closing her eyes for a moment, the girl suddenly opened her eyes in disgust and spat the blood from her mouth. "Ugh, gross, that was probably the worst blood I have ever tasted." Enraged by the blatant disregard shown by the supposed prey in front of him, the man jumped forward in a sudden burst of speed, much to the surprise of the girl, and back-fisted her into the alley wall, leaving a small crack and stunning the girl. Chuckling at the stunned and downed girl, the man began to stalk forward, drool falling from his muzzle as he began tensing his clawed hands. "Hey, not so tough now, are you? Let's see how tough you are when I rip off your arms and legs and eat them in front of you. You know, now looking at you closer, maybe I should have some fun with you before the beast could complete his sure-to-be disgusting plan of action. He was suddenly hit from the side by a kick strong enough to launch him down the alley at least 30 feet. Stunned by the force he was hit with, it took a moment for the beast man to bring himself back to his feet and look at who had the nerve to keep him from his meal. After getting back to his feet, the beast man looked up to gauge the threat and immediately froze in fear, his instincts heightened by his quirk telling him that the thing in front of him, glaring with glowing emerald and crimson eyes, was an apex predator. The beast man was barely able to flinch from the pure venom that came from the creature in front of him as it spoke. "What the hell did you think you were going to do to her, you piece of garbage?" Line break. Toga Pav. Himiko Toga had never had an easy life. Born to parents that, unknown to anyone, were part of the anti-Quirk group called the Creature Rejection Clan, a borderline terrorist group that were on the level of the racist radical groups of America, but instead of a person's ethnicity, the CRC targeted those who had any sort of mutation quirk that separated one from normal humans. Up until her 4th birthday, Himiko's parents were always loving of their daughter, never exposing the girl to their radical beliefs, waiting until she was older to indoctrinate her. But the day that her quirk activated after her 4th birthday, everything spiraled down for the poor girl. Himiko's quirk, Transform, activates when she would ingest a person's blood, changing her physical form to copy the one she had gotten the blood from. Due to the requirements of her quirk, Himiko had an extreme fascination with blood. Shocked and disgusted at their daughter's quirk, her parents ordered their daughter to never use her quirk. The Togas would reinforce this by telling their daughter in no uncertain terms that her quirk made her a Freya K, and that if she were to drink blood she would be punished severely. Scared of the consequences of using her quirk, Himiko worked her hardest to suppress her quirk's urges to be normal, to hopefully regain the love of her parents. For the next 10 years, Himiko tried her hardest to ignore her growing urges for blood, not knowing that this was slowly eroding her mental state. Until one day she finally snapped and attacked one of the other students at her school with a box cutter and licking up the blood. The moment that the blood made contact with her tongue, Himiko's fragile mental state suddenly shattered, creating a sort of blood-crazed psychosis. Before Himiko could continue her attack, she was able to get back control for a short time, and in fear of what would happen to her, had ran away into the streets of Musudafu. It had now been almost a year since she had run away from everything. Due to the stress and fear of living on the streets, Himiko's mental state continued to deteriorate, creating a quirk-fueled blood addiction that she had to satisfy in order to not go out of control. To feed her addiction, Himiko had begun to attack the thugs and small-time villains that lined most of Musudafu's underground and alleyways. While she had never killed anyone, due to her attacks and abilities with a knife, Himiko was wanted in many of the small police precincts that dotted Musudafu. The only thing that kept her face out of the news was her liberal use of her quirk's ability to change her shape. Today was supposed to be another small-time crook. The slim, unassuming man in baggy clothes should have been an easy target for the blood-crazed girl, and he was, at first. After the initial ambush and getting a few large cuts on the man's arms and chest, Himiko was caught off guard when the man suddenly began to expand and become a beast-like combination of a wolf and a wolverine. It was to her hidden shock that she actually knew who this guy was. His name was Wolverine, a high C-rank villain and cannibal almost as depraved as Moonfish. Hiding her worry and slight fear under a Cheshire smile, Himiko pulled out her blades and fought for all she was worth. It had seemed that the fight was going her way for a while, until the beast man caught her off guard and slammed her against a wall. Hearing the taunting way the villain spoke of ripping off her limbs, Himiko tried to get back to her feet until she froze at how he said he would have fun with her. Himiko had been lucky in her time being homeless, never having come across any situation leading to her being attacked like that. Knowing that if this animal was going to attempt to violate her, her best bet would be to go for the kill. In another time, Himiko would have gone through with her plan and kill Wolverine, setting the young Toga down a path of bloodshed and despair, eventually ending with her death trying to redeem herself. Instead, as the beast took another step forward, he was suddenly smashed down the alleyway by a FLYI. Ing jump kick. Caught by surprise by her sudden rescue, Himiko looked at the person who had saved her and immediately blushed red. Standing in front of her was a boy around her age. Tall and well-built, dressed in a school uniform of Alderan Junior High School. The boy's features drew most of her attention. Silver hair that bled into bright green at the tips stood messily on the boy's head and lightly framing his soft aristocratic features. 4 freckles marked both his cheeks in a diamond pattern under a pair of truly unique eyes. Slitted like hers, the boy's eyes were an almost glowing acidic green with an actual glowing red pupil. The look the boy was sending to her attacker victim sent shivers down her spine, not in fear, but excitement. Much to her continually growing excitement and joy as the boy spoke, she could see that he also had fangs like her, though larger. Then she heard his voice, and the power in it was almost enough to make her melt. "What the hell did you think you were going to do to her, you piece of garbage?" Shivering, Himiko continued to look at this boy in shock and admiration. Himiko's heart began to race, and a blush lit up on her face. The main thing running through the unstable girl's mind: "He's so cute, I wonder if he'll let me taste his blood." Line break Izuku paw. In a word, Izuku was furious. From what he could see, this animal was the villain Wolverine, a known cannibal that had attacked and eaten at least 12 people including some small-time heroes. Just this alone would have been enough to earn Izuku's ire, but the moment that the beast man had insinuated what he was going to do to the girl, something snapped. Rushing forward with his enhanced strength, Izuku launched a flying kick to the wall of muscle and fur, launching him away. As Izuku stared down at the villain, he could feel his familiars just below the surface reacting to his heightened emotions. It took a huge amount of focus and self-control to keep his familiars from manifesting out of control. The villain, seeing that the boy wasn't moving, was finally able to get his fear under control, only to have it be replaced with anger at the audacity of this punk getting in the way of his hard-fought meal. Growling and forcing himself back to his feet, Wolverine roared out at the boy. "You damn brat, how dare you get in my way!" Flexing his claws, the villain rushed forward in a sudden burst of speed. "Now I'm going to tear you apart and feast on your entrails." Izuku was able to pull himself back from the brink at the beast man's sudden attack, dodging under a swipe of claws aiming to decapitate him. Dodging another 3 sloppy attacks, Izuku sidestepped and struck out with precise combo strikes to the beast's abdomen and limb joints before striking out with a high jump kick, sending Wolverine back again. Anger continued to rise in the cannibalistic villain as his new prey continued to fight him off with little problem. Fighting down his anger while panting for breath, Wolverine tried to think of a way to turn this battle around. Seeing the boy's solid fighting stance, Wolverine swore in his mind, realizing that this punk was likely some wannabe of a hero student. Thinking fast, a sudden bout of inspiration hit the villain, sending a glance to the girl still behind the silver-haired punk seemingly in a daze. Smirking slightly, Wolverine rushed forward again, Izuku prepared to face the villain again, only to be caught off guard as the beast man dodged around his leading hit at the last moment and rushed past him. Izuku, realizing what the villain was planning, utilized his inherent vampire speed to turn and curse silently, seeing the brute preparing to skewer the surprised girl. Moving before he could think, Izuku seemed to blur from his position and appeared in front of the girl, then felt the pain as the villain's claw burst from his chest, spraying the girl in his blood. Coughing up blood, Izuku was lifted from the ground and flung back off Wolverine's arm, landing back 15 feet down the alley, unable to move. Deep chuckling turned into deranged laughter as Wolverine raised his head to the sky and cackled at his plan's success. "All you hero types are the same. All it takes is just putting some civilians, especially some cute pieces of flesh, in danger and you all have no problem throwing yourselves onto my claws. Ha ha ha." Calming down from his earlier success, Wolverine now looked away from the dead wannabe and turned back to his original prey with a disgusting smirk on his face once more. "Now, where were we?" Beginning his stalking towards the girl once more, he did not notice as the girl looked deep past him and her eyes widened in disbelief and surprise. He didn't even notice as the blood on her face seemed to flow from her skin at a faster than normal rate. It wasn't until he was reaching down to begin his work that he was stopped by a sudden pressure behind him. Shocked at the feeling that the pressure was placing on him, Wolverine turned in a jerking way around back towards where he had tossed the boy's dead body. Only to feel fear course through his body at the sight of said dead boy standing with the hole through his torso slowly closing, leaving behind unblemished skin in its wake until only a hole in his clothing remained to show anything was wrong. Even the blood that had soaked his clothing and the ground where he landed had seemed to flow back into his body. Still shocked at the seemingly dead boy coming back to life for round 2, the villain looked up to meet the boy's eyes, to flinch at the sheer fury that now resided in his glowing eyes. Izuku closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and looked back at the villain before speaking in a soft voice. You know, at first I was only going to knock you out and leave you for the police to take care of. Tapping into his quirk, Izuku reached for one of his familiars and pulled lightly at their abilities. Bristling at the sheer audacity of this punk that should have just stayed down, Wolverine had a new GH of this entire ordeal and rushed back towards the boy, intending to decapitate and tear the boy's body apart. Staring almost lazily at the rushing beast man, Izuku rose his hand and intoned in a reverberating voice. I, Izuku Midoriya, ruler of the blood of Khalid blood, now release your constraints. Come 12th familiar, Alresha Glacies. Stumbling to a stop, Wolverine stared in shock as the intonation of the boy seemed to summon something behind him. Now seeming to float in the air behind Izuku was the glowing form of what appeared to be a mermaid in heavy ornate battle armor glaring down at the now shivering villain. Choking now on the sheer terror that he felt at the power the boy had, Wolverine stuttered out in a blubbering mess. What is this? What are you? You can't be human. You're a monster. Hearing the beast's words, Izuku gave the villain a vicious snarl, his fangs now easily visible, growing in his rage. You have the audacity to call me a monster? ? You're the one that was planning to rape, kill, and eat a teenage girl just to slate your gluttony and lust. Just looking at you, all I can feel is disgust. Enough talk, it's time to finish this. Reaching his arm forward again, the skin on his arm suddenly darkened to a pitch black and lines of azu. Blue drew patterns on his hand leading up his arm to his elbow. Making a grasping motion in the villain's direction, Wolverine suddenly felt his limbs and body lock in place. Shocked at what was happening, Wolverine gasped out through his clenched teeth. What did you do to me? Why can't I move? Scowling at the beast's question, Izuku clenched his hand and the villain suddenly whined out as pain seemed to shoot through his body. After a few seconds of the pain, Izuku seemed to realize what he was doing and stopped, lightening his grip on the villain. Much to the man's relief, as his quirk deactivated, returning his body to normal. This is one of the abilities of my familiar, Alresha Glacies. It grants me the ability to control any and all liquids, including even the blood in your body. Tiring of the exchange, Izuku flexed his familiar's abilities and knocked the villain unconscious by stopping his blood flow to his head for a few moments. Sighing out of frustration, with one more flex of his power, Izuku condensed water from the air and wrapped it around Wolverine's body and froze. It's solid. Izuku was suddenly hit with pain from his full summoning of his uncontracted familiar. Looking back and seeing Alresha Glacies attempting to break from his control, Izuku gritted his teeth and cut his connection to the familiar, forcing it back into his body and quirk space. Breathing harshly now at the struggle of controlling his familiar, Izuku stumbled forward for a moment until he collected himself. Deciding to check on the villain's victim, Izuku walked to the now standing and smiling girl that was waiting for him, hands behind her back in an admittedly cute pose. When he got to the girl, Izuku did the first thing that came to mind. Hey, are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere, right? The girl's eyes and smile seemed to widen for a moment before she settled for the same cute smile and answered in a bubbly voice. Yep, I am A-okay, Mr. Hero. The girl's eyes suddenly gained a glint before it vanished just as fast. So what's your name, handsome? What was that creature you summoned? Was that your quirk? My name is Himiko Toga, do you want to be my friend? Quote, caught off guard at how forward the girl was, and slightly embarrassed at the handsome comment, Izuku fought down a blush at the girl's bubbly personality and how close she had gotten to him, hands still behind her back and head tilted up to look into his eyes. Izuku coughed into his hand and answered the girl, Toga's, questions. Well, my name is Izuku Midoriya. The creature I summoned is a part of my quirk, yes, but not all of it. It's nice to meet you, Toga-san. Yeah, I think we could be friends. Toga seemed to be a bit upset at his form of address as she puffed out her cheeks and waved her arms out to her sides and responded in a way befitting a child. No, 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 not Toga, it's Himiko, hi am I Ko. Now say it with me. Chuckling at the sheer energy that this girl was giving off now that she was safe, Izuku responded with a semi-sarcastic tone. Hi, Himiko it is. Himiko's smile seemed to brighten at the change of address and gave a girlish giggle before jumping on Izuku and giving him a hug. In excitement, Izuku froze at the sudden contact, but something else caught his attention. Inhaling softly, Izuku caught the scent of steel and blood combined with Himiko's natural scent of lavender and rose. Keeping himself calm, Izuku spoke with a quiet voice. Himiko-san, are you hurt anywhere? Feeling Himiko still at his question, Izuku looked down in worry and caution. I'm just asking, because I can smell blood coming from you, and I just want to make sure you are okay. Himiko took a deep breath and sighed in what appeared to be disappointment at the question. Then stepping back, Himiko tilted her head down, covering her eyes from Izuku's view, her hands hanging. Worried for this sudden change in the peppy girl's demeanor, Izuku took a slow step towards her and asked, Himiko-san, are you? Before he could finish his question, Himiko's arm lashed out, something silver flashing in the light. Dodging back and looking down, Izuku could see a large cut in his middle school uniform. Surprised by this, Izuku looked back up to see Himiko now looking at him with an almost feral grin on her face now. He. Nay Izuku-kun, I wonder, we're friends now, right? If so, then can I taste some of your blood? Confusion rising at this, Izuku was about to respond to Himiko, until Aurora spoke to him in his mind. Master, I think that this girl is suffering from some sort of quirk-induced psychosis. Dodging another slash from the box cutter in Himiko's hand, Izuku responded to Aurora's words. How do you know Aurora? And how can I help her? There was silence as Izuku continued to dodge Himiko's strikes, thinking hard. The boy thought about what Aurora said. Judging from how she reacted when I brought up the blood scent and her almost manic determination for blood, that must be it. She has some kind of blood-related quirk, but if that is the case, the only way to help her would be preparing himself for what he needed to do next. Izuku suddenly reached out with his hand while channeling another of his familiars. There was a sudden clang and sparks flew as the blade Himiko was attempting to stab into Izuku was grabbed by a diamond-coated hand. Taking advantage of Himiko's surprise, Izuku channeled more of his first familiar Mesartham Adamas and created chains of diamond that wrapped around the crazed girl low. Seeking her in place. Struggling and attempting to slip from the binds, Himiko was inwardly panicking at how she was helpless against Izuku. To prevent Himiko from hurting herself to attempt to escape, Izuku rushed forward and held onto Himiko's cheeks and lifted her head to match his eyes with hers. Seeing the panic in her eyes cemented Izuku's resolve to try and help her as he spoke a quiet question. Himiko, I need to ask you something. The panic in the girl's eyes faded to confusion at how calm Izuku was being now after just being attacked by her. Before she could ask why, Izuku continued. Himiko, do you have a blood-type quirk? At his question, Himiko's eyes widened until they narrowed in suspicion and a bit of anger. What do you care, Izuku? Are you going to call me a monster just like everyone else that learned about my disgusting quirk? Shocked at the venom that was now coming from the formerly bubbly girl, Izuku realized that Himiko must have been hiding these emotions behind a mask to protect what was left of her sanity. Taking his silence as a confirmation, Himiko began to break down in tears and sobbed out in a hurt tone. I thought you were different. I thought you would be someone that could understand me, but I guess my family was right. There is no way anyone would care for a monster like me. Before she could finish her rant, Himiko was suddenly engulfed by a warm embrace. Shocked by the warm contact, Himiko couldn't stop the tears from beginning to spill down her face. Holding the sobbing girl closer to comfort her, Izuku spoke in a soft and soothing tone. Himiko, I don't think you are a monster because of your quirk. I promise you that you can trust me, and I will do everything I possibly can to help you if you can just tell me your story. Himiko began sobbing even more at the pure words coming from the boy holding her in what had to have been the saint embrace she had experienced since she had awakened her quirk. Deciding to trust Izuku, she began to speak. Himiko told Izuku everything from her treatment at the hands of her parents after her quirk manifested, leading to her eventual breakdown and attempting to attack another student when her craving for blood overwhelmed her. The entire time Himiko spoke, Izuku held her. Izuku, while listening to the story of this poor girl in his embrace sobbing into his chest, was feeling righteous anger at those who had driven Himiko to this point. When her story ended and her sobs had died down, Izuku had an idea on how to help Himiko. Speaking to Himiko in the same soothing tone, Izuku asked, "Himiko, did you attack me because of your blood addiction?" At Himiko's nod against his chest, Izuku continued, "Do you want some of my blood?" Shocked by his question, Himiko looked up from Izuku's chest to his eyes to see if he was telling the truth. Seeing the truth and care in his eyes, Himiko blushed deeply before replying in a shy and quiet voice. "Why yeah, I attacked because my cravings had been running out of control from your fight with the cannibal asshole. Are you really offering me your blood?" Looking up to confirm if Izuku was telling the truth, Himiko's heart skipped a beat at the pure and bright smile on the boy's face. In a moment, Izuku let go of Himiko and released the chains around her. Then, without wasting another moment, he reached to the collar of his uniform and pulled it open, showing his well-toned shoulder and nape of his neck in open invitation. Blushing even more at the show of acceptance and trust, Himiko rose up on her toes to reach his shoulder and bit down on his open skin. Wincing slightly at the pinching from Himiko's fangs puncturing his skin, Izuku blushed slightly at the sound of Himiko's moans from the taste of his blood. Unknown to both teams, one of Izuku's seldom used familiars, Sidalmelik Albus, channeled some of her energy into Izuku's blood. This energy began to heal Himiko's mind and body from the neglect of her parents and the early signs of malnutrition brought on by her time on the streets. The energy also regenerated the blood that Izuku was losing at the same rate it was being lost. After another 5 minutes of her drinking, Himiko finally pulled back from Izuku, the holes on his shoulder closing almost immediately. Stepping back, Himiko took a deep breath as she felt Izuku's blood run through her, feeling a clarity and energy she hadn't felt since she had lost control of herself to her bloodlust. Feeling tears begin to fall down her face, Himiko looked up to Izuku and in a voice of awe asked, "How?" Seeing the confused and concerned look on the silver-haired teen's face, Himiko continued, I can't feel the cravings anymore. Even when I managed to get blood from others, the thirst never went away." "So how did your blood clear my bloodthirst?" Izuku thought through her question for a time to find an answer until Avror told him what Sidalmelik had done. Nodding to himself and his quirk, Izuku pulled out his cell phone that had thankfully not been damaged during his fights with Wolverine or him. Aiko. Looking back up at the still crying girl, Izuku came to a decision while dialing the police to come and pick up the villain. Before connecting the call, Izuku took a few steps and placed his hand on Himiko's shoulder and asked with a small smile on his face. "Himiko-san, you said in your story that you ran away from home." At her hesitant nod, Izuku continued, "All right, do you want to come with me back to my home? I know this is out of the blue, but I wouldn't feel right knowing you were out here on your own." Mumble, embarrassment at what he was asking of a girl he had just met brought him to a mumbling mess. Himiko, surprised at what Izuku had just asked, began to tear up again at the kindness of this heroic boy. Giving the still mumbling Izuku a bright and true smile, placed her finger on his lips to stop his, to her, adorable mumbling. "Izuku, thank you. You have done more than anyone in my life, and I will happily go with you." Giving a teasing grin to Izuku, Himiko couldn't help but give the now stuttering boy a kiss on the cheek. Stepping back and placing her hands behind her back while looking up into Izuku's eyes with her half-lidded ones, Himiko spoke with a light sultry tone. "Be sure to take care of me now, Izuku-kun." Face bursting red in embarrassment, it took everything in Izuku to not pass out at the display of cuteness in front of him. Taking a deep breath to calm himself down, he nodded and told Himiko that he would contact the police and they could head to his home after they gave their reports. At first Himiko seemed to be worried that she would also be arrested due to her past actions, but Izuku reassured her that everything would be okay and to trust him. About 20 minutes later, a police patrol car eventually arrived along with a pro hero, much to the duo's surprise. The pro was a shaggy-looking man with long and lanky black hair that fell down around his head and shoulders. Covering his eyes and most of his face was a pair of yellow goggles, and the lower half of his face was covered with scruffy facial hair. The hero's outfit consisted of a black combat suit with a gray utility belt and a large scarf-like object wrapped around his head. Seeing the hero, Izuku had to stop himself from fanboying at the sight of the so-called cryptid of the underground, Eraserhead. When the hero and police officers finally made it to the two teens and tied up villain, Eraserhead looked to the two teens, seeing the bruising on the girl and the slashes on the boy's uniform, Izuku's injuries having already healed. In a gruff and tired voice, the underground hero spoke to the two, while the police officers went to apprehend the contained villain. "All right, so what happened here?" Clearing his throat to get the pro's attention, Izuku explained what had happened. How Izuku had been on his way home when he caught the scent of blood from the alley, following it and finding Himiko being attacked by the villain. How the villain had transformed, revealing himself as the C-rank villain Wolverine and knocking Himiko away against the wall of the alley. When Izuku explained that he had jumped in to knock the transformed villain away when the beast had told what he was planning to do to Himiko, Eraserhead looked to the girl to see her clutching to the boy's uniform sleeve and shivering slightly at the memory. The underground crow then looked back to Izuku and nodded to have him continue. Seeing the nod for the signal it was, Izuku then explained his fight with the villain. How he was eventually forced to use his quirk due to both the danger of the situation and Izuku's own growing anger at the disgusting intentions of Wolverine. After finishing his tale of what had happened, Eraserhead stared at Izuku and sighed out in exasperation, reaching up to his goggles and pulling them down, revealing the rest of his face, showing his sharp but tired eyes. "All right then, I can see how this could be considered a case of self-defense, especially with how you had to deal with an impaling blow that should have been fatal to anyone else." Cian. G. The wide hopeful looks on the two teenagers' faces, the hero took those hopes and stomped them with his next words. "That still doesn't explain the obvious slash marks on your uniform, and don't say that they were from Wolverine's claws." Quote. Sighing to herself, Himiko stepped forward away from Izuku and spoke up in a soft and sorrowful voice. "That was my fault, sir. Due to my quirk and how I was forced to repress it by my abusive family, I had a mental breakdown around a year ago and was overtaken by my quirk's instincts." Looking down in shame, Himiko couldn't see the look of confusion and eventual realization at who this was. "Wait, are you Himiko Toga?" Looking up in surprise, Himiko nodded slowly, raising his hand up to his face and dragging it down and revealing a pair of tired black eyes with deep bags under teeth. This is such a drag. Well, I need to tell you that we've been on the lookout for you." Seeing the mounting panic in the girl's eyes and the tensing of the boy next to her, Shota Aizawa aka Eraserhead rushed to explain. "You see, after you attacked your classmate, there was an investigation done on the reports of your declining health leading up to the attack. A detective with a lie detecting quirk went to your home to check in with your parents and caught them lying about how you were treated. Using this as an opportunity, the detective requested a search warrant and found the signs of abuse that had been done to you. Due to these findings, your parents were charged with child abuse and neglect." Himiko was shocked at the events and happenings that she had missed when she had run away. Deciding to ask, Himiko spoke up. So what does that mean for me?" "Exactly." Eraserhead's tired gaze seemed to look at and through her straight to her soul before he spoke up again. "It was declared by the court that due to your attacks being caused by your quirk running out of control, you would not be arrested. Instead, it was stated that as long as your attacks never extended to murder, that you would be taken into protective custody and helped to bring your blood cravings under our control." Looking between the two teens for a moment, the hero spoke again. "Now, on that note, I need to ask how it is that Toga-san seems to be in control of herself now if she was still blood-crazed enough to attack you." Quote. Izuku wasted no time answering, as the villain had finally been loaded by the officers into the patrol car to be taken to lockup. "It actually has to do with my quirk, sir." Eraserhead rose an eyebrow and asked for a further explanation. "Well, my quirk is called Primogenitor. It is a vampire-type quirk that has many different abilities. One of the abilities are a collection of beings called familiars that inhabit my soul space. Each of my familiars has a different set of abilities attributed to each of them that are extremely powerful, but each has their own autonomy and can run out of control. To control my familiars, I need to make what are called blood contracts with others, in which I drink the person's blood and they will be bonded to me and give me complete control of the contracted familiar. As Izuku's explanation continued, both Eraserhead and Himiko could only look on in shock at the sheer scope of the powers the silver-haired boy's quirk gave him. Not even noticing the looks the other two were giving him, Izuku continued in an almost lecture-like tone. Now, even though I currently do not have any of my familiars contracted, I am able to use lesser abilities of my familiars if I train with them and, problem child, just tell me what I need to know. Please. Shocked out of his word vomit rendition of his abilities, Izuku coughed into his fist and collected his thoughts before continuing. Well, one of my familiars named Sidalmelik Albus has the ability to revert phenomenon to its original state. This ability allows me or anyone that the ability is used on to recover from any injury, even mortal wounds. I believe that Sidalmelik channeled her ability through my blood when Himiko-san drank from me to heal her. I believe that it is also keeping her sated by keeping my blood as a constant source in her body. Izuku barely had a moment before he was tackle-hugged by a blonde missile in the form of Himiko, constantly muttering out thank yous to her savior. Eraserhead, on the other hand, looked to have just about enough of this entire experience as he rubbed his dry eyes in exasperation. Before the pro could speak again, a buzzing in his pocket caught his attention. Reaching into his pocket and pulling out an older-looking phone with a cat sticker on the back, Eraserhead ignored the incredulous looks of the two teens as he read the message that had been sent to him before he groaned out in a way that was only common in some office workers that had just been to LD that their time off request had been denied. The walking embodiment of exhaustion looked to Izuku and Himiko and spoke in the voice of someone that was just done. That was a message from my boss at Nezu. I have no idea how, but the rat somehow overheard your explanation of your quirk and wants to meet you. Izuku and Himiko seemed to freeze for a moment as the new information processed. What? Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, quote. Now sitting in the back of a police cruiser next to a dozing Himiko, Izuku was having an internal panic attack. Izuku was worried about what the principal of UA wanted to speak to him about, and how Eraserhead could possibly be comfortable sleeping like that. Said pro-hero was currently curled in the front seat of the cruiser in a large yellow sleeping bag, that Himiko had said made the man look like a tired caterpillar. When the tired man had heard that, Eraserhead grumbled under his breath about problem children being pains in his ass. Izuku was knocked from his scattered thoughts and worries by the girl on his shoulder snuggling closer and mumbling his name. Turning bright red at the action, Izuku began to panic for a whole new reason. While he had to get used to female contact due to Mina's surprise hugs of friendship, patent pending, and Jiro's less extreme shows of affection via side hugs and shoulder punches, Izuku had a hard time getting used to new people attempting to get close to him. According to Avror, this was likely due to some sort of trauma that was brought on by Katsuki's betrayal and eventual attack that led to his quirk's awakening. Stopping his thoughts before they brought him down, Izuku looked out the cruiser's window to see that the large walls and building that made up the main campus of UA were now within sight. Looking down at Himiko, Izuku had to fight back a small blush at how cute the girl looked in that moment. Shaking his head, Izuku nudged the girl gently while softly speaking. Himiko-san, we're almost there, you need to wake up. Himiko's closed eyes seemed to twitch for a moment before she reached up and wrapped her arms around the one she was leaning on and said sleepily, Izu-kun, it's Himiko-chan, not San, stiffening and blushing once again from the feeling of Himiko's chest on his arm. Before he could reboot an attempt to wake Himiko again, a sudden and tired voice sounded from the front seat. Problem children, stop flirting and get ready, we have almost arrived at UA. Looking up to the front seat, Izuku tried to speak out in his defense that he was not flirting with Himiko, only to be stopped by the shifting blonde beside him. Rubbing her eyes to clear her vision, Himiko stretched her arms and yawned, showing off her small fangs followed by a stretch. Izuku, watching the girl, was suddenly hit with the image of a tired cat and had to stop himself from laughing. Himiko froze mid-stretch and looked at Izuku before a blush tinted her cheeks and she puffed out her cheek in a pout while playfully glaring at him. Realizing that he had been caught, Izuku was about to apologize to Himiko but was interrupted by an irritated Eraserhead. Problem children, I won't repeat myself again. Hurry up and get out of the cruiser so we can go. Both teens flinched at the tone and looked ahead only to shiver at the now glowing red gaze of the hero standing outside. Rushing so as not to incur the wrath of the tired underground hero, Izuku and Himiko hurried to leave the now opened door. Himiko and Izuku quickly followed behind the fast-moving form of Eraserhead. Both looked up in awe at the pathway leading to the large H-shaped building. Izuku was feeling nervous and jumped when he felt a hand grab his own. Looking to the side, he could see Himiko holding his hand and giving him a smile. Smiling back at her, the duo followed Eraserhead through the halls of UA's main building. Eventually the two teenagers were brought to a dark hardwood door. Eraserhead gave the two a look before turning around and knocking on the door. Hearing a small squeaky voice call from the other side to come in, the Eraser hero opened the door and waved to the kids to follow. Swallowing their nerves and still holding hands, Izuku and Himiko walked into the office. The office was large with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the main entrance to the school. Looking to either side of the room, Izuku could see some potted trees in the corners of the room. In the center of the room was a large carved oak desk, and sitting behind said desk was the principal himself, Nezu. The Chimera, seeing that Izuku had seen him, smiled and waved while introducing himself in a joy-filled voice. "Well, hello there, young ones. Am I a mouse, a bear, maybe a dog?" Seeing the confused look on the young Toga's face, the exasperated look on Aizawa's and the contemplating look on Midoriya's face brought a laugh and smile to Nezu's face as he continued. "Ha ha ha, the truth is that I am the principal of UA, Nezu." Izuku's face faltered at the nonchalant answer, while Himiko giggled at the boy's reaction. Nezu, seeing the tension had been broken, decided to broach the subject of why he had the two brought to him. "Now that you two have settled down, please have a seat and I will tell you why you two are here today." Himiko and Izuku walked forward and sat on one of the couches in front of the principal's desk. Neither even noticed how close they were sitting, much to Nezu's amusement. "I have brought you two here today to put forth a proposition to you two. I know that young Midoriya is already planning to take the entrance exam here in just a few weeks. Is that still your plan, young one?" Seeing Izuku's energetic nod, Nezu then focuses on the fidgeting blonde next to the boy. "Miss Toga." The young girl's flinch had the principal changing his form of address. "Miss Himiko, like Eraserhead already told you, your past allegations have been cleared. While this is a good thing seeing as you were innocent, unfortunately due to both of your parents being arrested, this leaves quite the conundrum on where you will stay from now on." Himiko looked down at this news. She had not even realized that now, even though all allegations and charges against her had been dropped, she still had nowhere to go. Izuku, seeing how sad and worried Himiko was getting, made a quick decision and squeezed their still conjoined hands, taking the girl out of her funk. The blonde looked to the silver-haired teen and blushed at the soft smile he was giving her. Izuku then turned and looked at Nezu before speaking up. "Principal Nezu, do you think it will be possible for my mother and I to look after Himiko?" Hearing the question, the three others in the room stared in surprise at the boy's question. Himiko began to tear up at how this boy she had just met today when she was at her lowest would reach out to help her as much as he had. Eraserhead, or known to those here at UA as Shota Aizawa, just rolled his eyes at the irrationality of this overpowered problem child. The principal clasped his hands together, getting everyone's attention, and smiled brightly at the young hopeful student in front of him. "Well, young Midoriya, I don't see why we couldn't work something out, but are you sure that your mother will be able to support yourself and young Himiko here?" Himiko began to feel her happiness be replaced by worry and slight guilt at not even thinking about how this would affect Izuku's family. Aizawa nodded at the rat's question and looked at the boy to hear his answer. Izuku could admit to himself that he hadn't thought about that. In the moment he had heard that Himiko would be homeless again or sent to an orphanage, Izuku could only think of helping his new friend. Izuku thought for a moment before replying to the principal's question. "If it would be okay, Principal Nezu, I can contact my mother now to explain the situation and see what she says." Aizawa rubbed his eyes tiredly, and the principal only gave the boy another grin as he nodded to the boy to go ahead. Izuku, seeing that Nezu gave him confirmation, reached into his pocket and grabbed his cell phone. Himiko looked over his shoulder and had to hold back a squeal of excitement seeing the background of his phone. On the screen was a picture of Izuku when he was around 10 or 11 years old, dressed in a Dracula costume and being hugged by a green-haired woman that looked to be in her late 20s or early 30s. If asked, Himiko would say that it was so sweet it could give someone diabetes and cavities at the same time. While the blonde was distracted by her thoughts, Izuku had finished dialing his mother's phone and hoped she wasn't too busy at the moment. After 2 more rings the phone connected and the voice of Inko Midoriya was heard over the phone. "Hello, Izuku, is that you? Where are you at, young man? It's getting late and I have been so worried. I called your friends to see if you were still with them and they had said you had left so you could get back early today." Izuku had to suppress a flinch, realizing that with everything that had happened that he had forgot that he was supposed to meet with his mom today for a family night. Biting back a curse at his forgetfulness, Izuku apologized to his mother and explained what had happened when he was on his way home from school. The more the worried mother heard, the more she began to fret. When Izuku had reached the part where he had helped Himiko, Inko's worry turned into pride at her son's heroic action. When Izuku had finished his explanation with how the 2 teens had been brought to UA to meet with the principal himself, Inko had asked to have the phone put on speaker so she could be part of the discussion. Izuku didn't waste any time placing his phone on the principal's desk and turning on the speaker. Letting his mom know that everyone could hear her now, the Midoriya matriarch spoke with seldom-seen iron in her tone. "Hello there, Principal Nezu. My name is Inko Midoriya, Izuku's mother. If you would kindly, could you explain what you were planning?" Nezu smiled behind his clasped paws at the way the mother jumped straight to the point and responded in a respectful tone. "Mrs. Midoriya, it is a pleasure to speak with you, and I am sorry for the worry that has been caused by this situation. To explain, we currently have no place for young Himiko to go due to her previous family and legal troubles. As we were discussing options, your son put forth his willingness to take her into your home. The problem we contacted you for was to ensure that there would be no problems caused for your family financially." Quote, the phone was silent for a time, causing both Izuku and Himiko to become increasingly nervous that Inko would deny the girl. The silence lasted for another minute before Inko gave her answer. "Izuku, I have one question." Izuku was quick to reply and gave a, "Yeah. Is she cute?" There was silence in the office as that question processed with those in the room. 3 things happened at once. Aizawa facepalmed, Nezu began cackling, and both teenagers blushed so brightly that heat waves could be seen. Himiko placed her hands on her cheeks and began to mumble under her breath, but Izuku was more vocal. "Mom, what the heck, we're not like that, though not to say that she isn't pretty, I mean the way she smiles is cute and mumble. Himiko stopped her mumbling to try and listen to Izuku's words, a bright smile growing on her face before she launched herself at him and hugged his face into her chest while squealing. Aizawa, done with the entire scene in front of him, pulled his yellow sleeping bag from somewhere and proceeded to zip himself into it. Nezu, finishing his laughter at his future student's expense, coughed to stop his remaining giggles and spoke to the phone. "Well, Mrs. Midoriya, does this mean that it will be no problem for you to take in young Himiko?" Himiko, hearing this, separated from Izuku, much to his embarrassment, to listen to the answer. I don't believe it will be a problem at all for Himiko-chan to stay with us for the time being. We have room and with my job money won't be an issue, but in the end it is up to her. Yes. Before Inko could finish, Himiko had hugged Izuku's arm and yelled her answer with so much joy it brought a smile to the principal and student. Aizawa didn't count, due to shutting out the world in his sleeping bag. Nezu, happy with the result, clasped his paws together again and checking the clock on his desk realized that he needed to end this meeting soon. "I can say that this has been a very productive meeting, and I personally cannot wait to see the 2 of you at the entrance exams." The principal pressed a button on his desk and continued, "Now young Midoriya and Miss Himiko, please follow the pro outside, and they will lead you to a vehicle to take you both home. Mrs. Midoriya, it has been a pleasure speaking with you." Quote, both teenagers stood and bowed to the principal and thanked him for his hospitality. As Himiko turned to make her way to the door, Izuku went and grabbed his phone. Taking the phone off speaker and telling his mother that he and Himiko would be home soon, Izuku hung up his phone and hurried to catch up to Himiko at the door. Opening the door to the halls, Izuku was met with the sight of 2 figures standing in the hall talking. One was a tall and near-skeletal man seeming to be bent from fatigue, and if the light smell of blood that both teens could smell from him, heavily injured. The monk's blonde hair was messy with 2 long strands hanging from the sides of his gaunt and sharp features. Even with how fragile he looked, Izuku could feel an almost domineering feeling of power hidden in the man. Himiko, on the other hand, was confused why the man was wearing a suit that was made for someone 3 or 4 times the man's frame. Standing next to the man was someone Izuku recognized almost immediately. Standing with her hand on her hip and giving a sultry smile to the man was none other than the R-rated hero, Midnight. Midnight, or Nimari Kayama, is a tall, curvaceous woman at 175 centimeters. She has dark purple spiky hair that falls to her shapely rear, and blue playful eyes framed by rather long eyelashes. Her hero costume resembles a dominatrix outfit under which she has a skin-tight leotard that is used to help control her quirk. Somnambulist. In her hands, Midnight carries a flogger-style whip that she has been known to use to great effect. It took everything in Izuku to control his fanboy reaction to seeing the popular female hero, while also fighting off a blush at the hero's costume. Himiko, looking over at the flustered vampire boy, couldn't help but start to giggle at the reaction Izuku had to seeing another hero. Himiko's giggling caught the attention of the 2 adults, who then turned to see the embarrassed boy and still laughing girl. The blonde man smiled softly to himself seeing the 2 teens and turned back to Midnight, excusing himself. The man proceeded to walk into the now open principal's office while giving the 2 teens a friendly wave. Midnight, seeing that it was just her and the 2 teens, decided to introduce herself before they made their way to the parking lot to drop them off. Walking up to the 2 teens with her hips swaying and brushing her hair with her fingers, Midnight spoke with a husky tone that nearly knocked the boy out. Well, hello there. My name is Midnight, but you can call me Kayama-sensei. Himiko wasted no time waving to the older woman with enthusiasm and introducing herself, while Izuku stuttered out a hello and near-silent introduction. Giggling to herself at the opposing attitudes of the 2 teens, Nimari gestured for the 2 to follow her. Along the way, the woman continued to chat with the blonde bundle of energy while sending subtle teasing remarks to the now somewhat relaxed Izuku. Before long, the group of 3 made it to UA's personal parking and loading area. Looking for their ride home, Izuku and Himiko were surprised when a black sedan pulled up to the trio. While Midnight checked in with the driver, Izuku and Himiko opened the back doors and checked the interior. It took only a few minutes for the pro to finish her conversation with the driver before she turned back to speak with the 2 one last time. All right kiddies, everything is all set. Just tell the driver where you need to go, and he'll drop you off. Just make sure to stay safe, and I wish the 2 of you luck. With those parting words and a wink, Midnight returned to the main school building. Izuku and Himiko looked to each other and shrugged before getting into the car to go home after what felt like the longest day ever. Line break. Now back home, Izuku was lying in his bed trying to go to sleep. Tossing and turning, the vampire couldn't seem to relax for some reason. Every time the boy tried to close his eyes, images of his fight with Wolverine and the pain of using his familiar without a contract ran through his mind. What am I supposed to do? I have already trained as much as I can with my familiars. Maybe it's time to think about finding a contractor. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the voice of his quirk rang through his mental space. It's about time that you thought about this, Izuku. This is the only real way for you to continue your development. So who are you going to ask? I mean, you have a few choices already. There is your 2 friends Jiro and Mina, then there is your newest friend Himiko. I'm sure if you asked her, she would jump at the opportunity to let you bite her. Tilda. Blushing and spluttering at Avrora's teasing, Izuku almost yelled out aloud, "What?" before stopping himself. Breathing deeply to calm himself and fight his blush, Izuku spoke out loud, not realizing that he was doing it. Unknown to the vampire, a certain blonde was standing outside his room but had stopped at Izuku's voice. "Avrora, I'm not sure. I mean, sure, Jiro and Mina are my friends, but I am sure that they wouldn't want to do something like that. Also, Himiko-chan just went through a tough situation and I wouldn't want to pressure her into becoming one of my contractors." Before Izuku could begin an incoming muttering spree, his door was opened in a near slam, showing Himiko standing in a set of his mother's old pajamas. Izuku looked up in surprise at the sudden intrusion and blushed, seeing it was the girl he had just been talking about. Opening his mouth to ask what Himiko was doing in his room, Himiko spoke first, and what she said shocked Izuku to his core. "I'll do it. I want to be your first contractor. Himiko then wasted no time rushing forward and crashing into Izuku, knocking him back onto his bed. In the back of his mind, as he tried to compose himself, Izuku was thankful to his friends, especially Kirishima and Mina, who had convinced him to take down most of his All Might memorabilia. Now, instead of a shrine to the #1 hero, his room was normal for a studious teenager. Shaking his head again to clear his off-topic thoughts, Izuku looked up into the now slightly misty golden cat-like eyes of his newest furry. ND. Realizing that Himiko was likely taking his silence for refusal, Izuku quickly spoke so as to not hurt the poor girl. Himiko, are you sure you want to do this? If you become a contractor, it will not be something small. You will be basically binding yourself to me through my familiar. There is also the way the contract is made. I will have to mark you and seal our contract by drinking your blood. Before Izuku could continue, Himiko sat up and with zero hesitation, unbuttoned her pajama top and pulled it to the side, exposing her neck to the boy. Smiling at the now wide-eyed and madly blushing Izuku, Himiko spoke to help assuage her hero's worries. Izuku, before I met you, I was alone and thought of myself as a monster. I thought that I was cursed to go and hurt others to fulfill my quirk addiction for blood. Then today, when I was cornered by that villain, I was sure that I would have crossed a line and truly become the monster everyone called me. Izuku tried to speak up to tell her she was wrong, only to be silenced by Himiko's finger over his lips. Please let me finish, Izuku-kun. At his nod, Himiko took her finger from his lips and continued, but then like a knight, you came and saved me. Even when, after you had finished the fight against Wolverine, and I attempted to attack you. Tears now began to fall from Himiko's eyes, and she gave Izuku a bright smile. You didn't even hesitate to find a way to help me. Now it's my turn to help you. Leaning down, Himiko pulled Izuku up in place, aced his head at the nape of her neck. So now, my heroic vampire king, stop holding yourself back and drink. Izuku was touched. This poor girl that had gone through so much, almost to the point of losing herself due to the prejudice of this world, had accepted him, and the price of this action within. Oh, hesitation. Taking a deep breath and breathing in the scent of Himiko, Izuku could feel the blood moving through the blonde's body. Reaching up and embracing Himiko into him, Izuku's eyes began to glow with power as his fangs elongated. Feeling his thirst and urges grow, Izuku spoke, his voice now a deep growl sending shivers up Himiko's spine. Thank you, Himiko, but know that you are mine and we will now never be separated. With this, the contract is sealed. Without another word, Izuku bit down on Himiko's neck and took his first drink of fresh human blood. Himiko gasped out, not in pain but pleasure, as she clung to Izuku harder, unconsciously nuzzling into the vampire's hair. Izuku, on the other hand, was reveling in the taste of Himiko's blood. It was like liquid chocolate and ambrosia. Within him he could feel 3 of his familiars react to this blood, but only one came forward. Less than a minute later, Izuku separated from Himiko, licking her wound and sealing the punctures with his saliva. Both teens now looked into each other's eyes before Himiko moved forward and in a single movement kissed Izuku directly on the lips. Caught by surprise, Izuku widened his eyes and opened his mouth, which Himiko took advantage of by sticking her tongue in his mouth, not minding the taste of her own blood. It took a few moments for Izuku to come to his senses and return the kiss with fervor, quickly dominating Himiko, and before either knew it, Himiko was on her back with Izuku over her, continuing the lip lock. The impromptu make-out session continued for another 10 minutes before the two separated, a line of saliva connecting the two. Izuku seemed to come to his senses first and looked down, seeing the panting Himiko below him. Her skin was flushed with excitement, and her eyes half-lidded. Looking down, Izuku had to hold back a nosebleed. Himiko's pajama top was still unbuttoned down between the blonde's still panting chest. Her modest breasts were only one turn away from being exposed to the vampire boy. Realizing what had happened, Izuku jumped up and away from his bed. His face now a neon shade of red, Izuku sputtered out a litany of apologies and ran from the room. Himiko, now sitting up on Izuku's bed, only stared after the boy as he rushed from the room. Giggling, the girl raised her hand up to her lips. Remembering the feeling of having kissed Izuku, Himiko smiled and whispered under her breath. Is this what it feels like to really fall in love with someone? Line break. 3 weeks later. UA. Main entrance. Day of the entrance exams. Today is the day. Now it is the time to take my first step to become a pro hero. Standing in front of the huge gates of UA High School stood two students dressed in middle school uniforms. The first was Izuku. His excitement had him near vibrating, knowing this was only the beginning of his path to becoming a hero. Standing beside him with wide eyes taking in the area and the other students walking into the building, was Himiko Toga, dressed in a similar uniform to Izuku's. It turned out that Himiko had next to no problem with her education due to her studying ahead of the rest of her class to try and please her parents. With some help from Nezu, Himiko was able to schedule a graduation test at Izuku's middle school and passed with flying colors. From there the blonde only needed a little bit of studying with help from Izuku to prepare for the written portion of the entrance exam. Himiko, realizing that time was running out, glomped Izuku to get his attention. "Izu-kun, if we don't hurry we're going to be late, come on." Without another word, Himiko rushed forward with the last of the other entrants to find her in Izuku's seats. After the kiss the two shared after Izuku completed his contract with Himiko made things awkward over the next few days, for Izuku at least. Himiko on the other hand took the opportunity to hang onto and hug Izuku whenever the opportunity arose. Of course this awkward atmosphere spread when Izuku introduced the energetic blonde to his friends. Hiroshima mostly spoke about how manly it was how the vampire had saved Himiko. Mina on the other hand immediately claimed Himiko as her cool eyes buddy. Jiro though only looked at Izuku and Himiko with a suspicious look, only to immediately shake her head and introduce herself to the new member of the group. Izuku shook his head to collect himself and moved to follow his friend, just to trip immediately over a randomly placed uneven flagstone. "So, this is how I die." If Izuku wasn't preparing himself to die of embarrassment from falling on his face less than 10 feet from the entrance of his dream school, he would have noticed a snort in his mind as Aurora began laughing at her master's thought. Closing his eyes in preparation of the pain and embarrassment to come, Izuku waited and waited. 15 seconds later and still no impact caused Izuku to open his eyes to see that he was floating over the sidewalk. Izuku thought that he might have unconsciously used one of his familiars, only to hear a feminine voice behind him. Sorry for using my quirk on you without asking first. It's just, don't you think it would be bad luck to fall right before the entrance exam? Oh right, let me just set you up so you can stand." Caught off guard by the situation, Izuku didn't respond as he was grabbed by his arms and set on his feet. Now able to see the person that was speaking to him, Izuku couldn't help a slight blush at the sight of the girl in front of him. The girl was shorter than him, near to Himiko's height at 156 centimeters. She had a soft curvy figure, fair skin and auburn hair. Her face is round with large expressive brown eyes and two perpetual blush marks on her cheeks. The girl was wearing a dark gray middle school uniform and leggings with a pink scarf around her neck. The final thing Izuku noticed was the 5 pads on the girl's fingertips as she brought them together and muttered, "Release," and gravity suddenly returned to the team. Deciding to speak up to not seem like a total weirdo, Izuku coughed into his hand and spoke up with a smile while holding his hand out. "Thank you for the save there. My name is Izuku Midoriya, what's yours if I may ask?" The girl's bush marks seemed to brighten for a moment before she returned Izuku's smile and reached out to grab the boy's hand while keeping her pinky finger raised. "Hee, no problem. Like I said, it would be bad luck if you fell before even taking the exam. My name is Ochako Uraraka, it's nice to meet you Midoriya-kun and good luck on the exams." Without waiting for his reply, the now named Uraraka ran around Izuku towards the building. Chuckling to himself, Izuku looked down to his watch to see that he only had 5 minutes before the written test would begin. With a muttered curse under his breath, Izuku rushed into the building to find his assigned classroom. Little did the former Greenette know, as he was running off behind him at the gate stood a certain blonde explosion quirk user. The blonde looked after the rushing figure, a complicated look on his face between anger and guilt. One thought ran through the boy as he watched his former childhood friend disappear into UA's main building. Deku. Line break. 2 hours later. UA. Auditorium. Izuku was now sitting with his friends in the large auditorium of UA after the written examination. The test had actually been pretty easy for the vampire boy as well as Himiko and Jiro. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be said for Mina and Kirishima, both who seemed to be one step away from bashing their heads against the nearest wall. While the two knew they didn't do bad, per se, the exam had been mentally draining for the two. Both teens knew that without Izuku's help studying this would have been a much harder hurdle for the two. Something that Mina made sure to voice, much to the three others' enjoyment and Kirishima's agreement. That test was way too hard. Midori, Himi-chan and Kyo-chan, you guys are so lucky that you are such smarties. Finishing her mini rant with puffed out cheeks and waving her hands around, Himiko and Jiro were having a hard time not laughing out loud at their pink friend. Himiko had been about to say something when the lights in the auditorium began to dim. The noise in the auditorium cut quickly, and a spotlight illuminated the stage, now showing someone standing at the podium. The person standing at the podium was a tall, slim man with long blonde hair styled upwards in a large tuft behind his head. He wore yellow sunglasses over his golden eyes and had a small mustache. The man's outfit was similar to a DJ, wearing tall black boots over black pants held up by a red studded belt with a metal buckle. Over his torso he wore a leather jacket with tan shoulder pads and red elbow covers, and fingerless gloves on his hands. Around his neck was a large device that resembled a speaker system, and headphones covered his ears. This person was the voice hero, Present Mic. Hey there kiddos, welcome to our show, can I get a yeah? To say that the voice hero's intro was loud was an understatement. Izuku had to channel the ability of one of his familiars, Al-Nasalminium, to cancel the overwhelming sound from the pro on stage. Looking to his side to check on Jiro, he was glad to see that the girl had immediately placed noise-canceling headphones on as soon as she saw who was on stage. Facing forward, Izuku returned his attention to Present Mic to hear what he had to say. Now, I am here to explain the rules for the UA practical exam. Behind the pro, large screens showing silhouettes of three figures appeared. Alright listeners, the practical exam will be a battle drill against robot foe villains. Behind me are images of three of the enemies you will be facing. Each has a point value attributed to them. They are 1, 2 and 3 pointers respectively. Before the hero could continue his explanation, the was a sudden interruption as a student stood and raised his hand while calling out. Present Mic looked down at what Izuku assumed was a seating list before speaking to the standing examinee. Yes, examinee 7111. Call in with your question for our audience. A spotlight suddenly flashed down on the standing student, showing his features to the rest of the auditorium. From what Izuku could see, the boy was very tall with a wide muscular frame. He has short, neatly combed dark blue hair, and square-rimmed glasses over his blue eyes. The boy proceeds to bow at a perfect 90-degree angle and speak while his left hand makes odd chopping motions. Thank you, Present Mic sir. I wish to point out that on the pamphlets we were all given, it states that there are in fact 4 types of foe villains. If this is a misprint, then it is a major shame to a prestigious school such as you. Izuku couldn't believe how this guy could just call out Present Mic as well as the entirety of UA before the pro hero had even finished his explanation. Looking to his side, he could see the 3 girls laughing into their hands to attempt to keep quiet. Kirishima looked close to busting a gut from holding back his laughter. Izuku gave the group a look and quietly told them to settle down before they were noticed. Then the stiff boy turned and pointed directly at him. And you with the silver hair. You and your friends have been talking and laughing this whole time. If you all are not going to take this seriously, then leave now. It took less than 5 seconds for Izuku to realize that this guy had just called him and his friends out for supposedly distracting pay. Opal, when he had straight up interrupted Present Mic's speech to call him out. Standing from his seat and having another light shine down on him, Izuku looked down at the boy and glared, his eyes gaining a glow with his agitation. Seriously, who do you think you are, just calling people out like that? Firstly, you were the one who stopped Present Mic's instructions just so you could point out something that was likely going to be explained in just a moment if you were patient. Izuku's glare narrowed and now an aura began to build around him, keeping the boy quiet. Then you have the gall to call out not only me, but my friends, who were only quietly laughing to themselves and not bothering anyone. Then tell us that we should leave because we weren't taking this seriously. I only have one thing to say to you. Calm yourself and pull that giant 20-foot pole from your ass, so that Present Mic can continue his explanation. Izuku turned his gaze and looked to the wide-eyed and mouthed pro before bowing and apologizing for his interruption and language. The blue-haired boy seemed to freeze for a minute before also apologizing to present Mike and sitting quietly. Present Mike seemed to collect himself and coughed into his fist before continuing. All right, thank you examinees 7111 and 2308. Now the fourth type of enemy is actually different from the other three. It is more of an obstacle and is worth exactly 0 points. As he said this, another silhouette P popped up between the three others before a large X appeared over it. Now some final rules for the exam. Attacking other examinees is a no-go. Anyone that partakes in any sort of anti-hero actions will be immediately disqualified and may be blacklisted from entering any hero course. And with that I leave you with these words from the great hero Napoleon Bonaparte. True heroism consists in being superior to the ills of life. Plus ultra. Break a leg, everyone. Looking down at their pamphlets, Izuku and his group could see that they were all in different testing areas. Wishing each other luck and the girls giving Izuku a big hug, Himiko including a kiss on his cheek. For luck, she said, they all left for their buses. Getting on the bus heading for testing area B after changing into some sportswear, Izuku looked around to see if he recognized anyone in his sight. Izuku had to hold back a groan as he saw the rude blue-haired boy at the front of the bus sitting at what looked like straight 90-degree angles. Hoping not to catch the boy's attention, Izuku continued to look around until a familiar bob cut of auburn hair and blush marks walked into the bus. Smiling to himself, Izuku raised his arm and waved to catch Uraraka's attention. As soon as Uraraka saw the boy she had met waving to her to catch her attention, the blush marks on her cheeks darkened a bit before she smiled and walked to sit next to him. When she sat down, Ochako wasted no time greeting her new friend. Hey there Midoriya-kun, how are you doing? Izuku's smile brightened to the point that Ochako felt she needed to cover her eyes. In fact the boy's smile was so bright that the flustered girl didn't even notice that Izuku's fangs were visible. Ochako was brought out of her reverie of said boy's smile by his voice. I'm doing well thank you Uraraka-san. I just thought that you would be more comfortable sitting next to someone that you at least somewhat knew. I also thought that maybe we could pass the time and keep our nerves down by talking to get know each other better. Looking at Izuku with a thankful look Ochako agreed to his suggestion. For the next 20 minutes the two talked about different things including where they were from, their quirks which Ochako could only gape in shock at the sheer versatility of Izuku's quirk and Izuku nerded out about how cool Ochako's zero-gravity quirk was and who their favorite heroes were. Before either one knew it, the bus had arrived at the testing site. Getting off the bus the duo followed the crowd of fellow examinees to the large metal gate with a blue B on the front. Looking at each other both teens spoke to give each other a final wish for good luck. Good luck with the test Izuku, and thanks for keeping me company. Not even bothered by the use of his first name, Izuku decided to follow suit and returned the auburn-haired girl's well wishes. You too Ochako, I had a lot of fun talking to you, and if you want we can exchange numbers after the test. To keep in touch until the results for the test come in. Ochako only nodded with a gentle smile on her face. The two now stood ready at the front of the group waiting for the test to start. They did not have to wait long though, as they got into a ready position the voice of present Mike was Sud. NLY heard over a loudspeaker in all of the zones. And begin. What are you all waiting for? There is no countdown in real life. As soon as he heard the voice of the pro hero and noticed the gates had slammed open, Izuku took a deep breath and burst forward a small shockwave sending a cloud of dust up with his speed. Running through the streets of the testing zone, Izuku saw the first of many foe villains. Giving the machines a wide predatory smile, the vampire's body began to spark in wild yellow bolts of electricity as his eyes began to glow brightly. Punching forward with his fingers and hands covered in a gauntlet of electricity, Izuku's fist blasted the body of the one-pointer. Smile growing wider at the ease of his attack, Izuku had one dominating thought at the situation. Let the hunt begin. Within one of the massive buildings that made up a collection of figures sat or stood staring at a large group of screens along one of the walls in the darkened room. On the screens were images of various cityscapes filled with both prospective students and the various RO. Bot foe villains. These were the teachers, staff, and heroes of UA's various departments, and leading them was the frightening embodiment of chaos, Principal Nezu. One of the figures in the room staring at the screens spoke up with an impressed tone, lacing their voice. "Well, it seems that we have quite the impressive crop of hopefuls today, wouldn't you say so?" The one that spoke was a man dressed in a costume that resembled a stereotypical Western cowboy. His face is covered by an old-school tan gas mask, shaped a little like a horse's muzzle, with triangular holes for his eyes and silver ear defenders wired to the sides of the mask. Behind the mask were a collection of bluish shoulder-length dreadlocks visible from the back and sides. On his head, he wears a brown cowboy hat with a thick metallic plate at the front, a large stylized S stamped in the center, and his footwear is gray boots with knee-high shafts and vamps with silver trims that dip a little at the front, a heel band with a spur at the end attached to the back of each boot. He wears a large red cloak, buttoned at the top, with frayed ends, under which he wears a plain black tank top with white armor strapped over the right side of his torso, and a brown belt with a gun holster attached at his hip. He has baggy black pants with light brown chaps over them. Over his arms the hero wears black, skin-tight armguards going up to his biceps and tan gloves on his hands. This man is the gun hero. Snipe, considered one of the best ranged fighters in all of Japan if not the world, with the help of his quirk, homing. Sounds of agreement could be heard around the room from the various other heroes in the room, aside from one grouchy caterpillar in the corner pretending to sleep. Another of the teachers, a tall, bulky man in a dark red skin-tight suit with a very low U-shaped collar exposing the middle of his pectoral muscles and is lined with a thick black Y-shaped trim, which matches the ones over his shoulders. He wears white over-the-knee boots and thick vambraces over his lower arms, a thin wire snaking from one of the two small protrusions on the left to the back of his neck, and red gloves. Around his waist he has a three-piece metallic belt which dips downwards in the center, and he wears an orange mask over his eyes. The man's features were very masculine, with short spiky pale gray hair. His other prominent features were a few faded scars in the shape of an X on his left cheek and two prominent lower canines. Indeed, Snipe, there are many different types of strategies used by everyone in this exam. The voice of the blood hero, Vlad King, was comparable to a drill sergeant in its T1, carrying authority and a no-nonsense attitude. You have those who prioritize speed, then there is reconnaissance, rendering aid or support, and finally pure combat ability. With each of his points, Vlad King directs the teacher's focus to various screens showing examples of his words. First, the image of a tall young man with dark blue hair and what appeared to be engines growing from the back of his calves, jumping, and in quick efficient movements, kicking a collection of 1- and 2-pointers to nothing but scrap. Second were a few other images of various other examinees, a student with what looked like 6 tentacle-like arms growing from his shoulders in place of his arms. Each end of the arms took the form of different body parts. Extra eyes or large ears. Finding groups of faux villains. Next, a familiar blonde-haired golden cat-eyed girl was working alongside other examinees to take down the robots using a combination of speed and dexterity to deactivate them. Finally, a screen showing a spiky-haired blonde with a manic look on his face as he used his explosion quirk to blast robots left and right. Ah yes, those are indeed great indicators of a person's heroic potential. Vlad King, the voice of the rat god himself, Principal Nezu, drew the room's attention to the center of the room. The principal was sitting in a stylish leather chair. To his side stood the familiar lanky form of Toshinori Yagi, also known as the civilian form of the number 1 hero, All Might. Well, it wasn't really well known that the number 1 hero was now nothing more than a worn-down bag of skin and bones when he wasn't in his hero form. It was only at the insistence of said rat god of chaos that the staff at UA, excluding the youthful heroine, recovery girl who was already aware of the symbol of peace's condition, that anybody else in the room even knew that particular secret. Before any of the other teachers could respond to the principal's words, a sudden gasp of surprise was heard, bringing their cold-sensitive attention to Midnight, who was currently staring slack-jawed at one of the screens for Area B. Smirking at what or who the teacher had seen, Nezu continued his words while the other teachers along with All Might also looked on with surprise and maybe a little fear. But if that was all we looked for in our future heroes, what would we do when someone comes along that embodies all of that and more? The rat looked at his own personal screen showing the image of a familiar vampire boy, smiling deviously while sipping on a cup of tea he had gotten from somewhere. Nezu thought to himself, excitement growing from the sight of the power and control of this young man he had met only a few scant weeks ago. Show me Izuku Midoriya, show me the power that lies within you. Setting down his teacup, the principal began to cackle lightly as he hit a large red button on his desk. Let the true test begin. Line break. UA. High School. Testing Area B, 5 minutes after start of exam. Crash asterisk, and that makes 75, should I go for an even 100? Izuku now stood over the smoking ruin of what was once a collection of 2- and 3-pointer robots. As the vampire quirk user looked around at the others in his area, Izuku could only feel a little bored at how easy the test had been. After he had drank directly from Himiko, Izuku noticed that his energy levels had grown almost a third of his previous total, increasing said amount to an almost monstrous level. In addition, not only did he gain complete control of one of his familiars, but his previous limits on the other even had lessened somewhat, much to his surprise and joy. Before Izuku could be further absorbed into his reverie, the young man noticed another wave numbering in the dozens made up of mainly 1- and 2-pointers were heading in his direction. Sighing to himself for a moment, a feral smile slowly grew on Izuku's face as some of the other examinees around him began to step back at the sheer number of robots coming at them. Deciding to mix things up, Izuku chose to change tactics and deactivated the lightning aura and claws he had been using. Up until that point. Reaching inward, Izuku looked for another of his familiars that would work for such large numbers. Well, Kifa-Ater will likely be too much of an overkill, so Messertham Adamas it is. Quote, having made his decision and deciding to make a bit of a show of it, a sudden shockwave and aura of crystalline ruby-red energy enveloped Izuku, making both the robots and other examinees freeze at the sheer majesty the aura instilled. The students around Izuku, including a certain gravity girl and uptight blue-haired robot boy, stared in shock and awe at the sight in front of them. A variety of thoughts rushed through their minds at the power this unknown boy was showing now. Wow, he's so strong. What is his quirk? How can he give off this overwhelming feeling? What is this? No one, not even the heroes I met through Tensei, could give off the sheer amount of power I see in front of me. Could this person be even stronger than the top pros? He may even be stronger than the symbol of peace himself, All Might. Unaware or uncaring of the looks he was receiving from his show of power, Izuku spoke, his voice filled with power and authority fitting a king. I, Izuku Midoriya, ruler of the Khalid blood, now loosen your constraints. Come first, familiar, Messertham Adamas. At the end of his declaration, the aura behind Izuku began to coalesce, growing into the transparent form of a giant creature in the shape of a large ram or sheep covered in diamonds. Raising his hand out to his side, a sword of diamond grew in Izuku's grasp, while all around him different weapons formed in the air facing the still frozen group of robots. Smirking once again, Izuku tensed his legs while holding his sword out to the side. Then, in a single bound that cracked the asphalt that he was standing on, Izuku was in the middle of the crowd of machines in front of a 2-pointer. Before the aforementioned foe villain could react to its target in front of it, Izuku in a single fluid movement slashed down on the robot. There was silence for a moment, only the ringing of metal being heard, then the 2-pointer began to spark as its head was cleanly split, followed by the body. Seeing their comrade fall, the rest of the foe villains began to move to engage the silver-haired menace in their midst. A group of 1-pointers were first to act, raising their mounted arm guns and taking aim, while behind them the scorpion-like 2-pointers raised their tails while charging their laser lances. Izuku looked up and around at all the robots aiming at him, the other examinees yelling for the boy to run and get out of there. Smiling to himself as the 1-pointers fired, the 2-pointers not far behind, Izuku raised and swiped his hand in an arc around him. Everywhere his hand passed, a solid wall of diamond was manifested, creating a perfect shield around the vampire, blocking the non-lethal rounds the 1-pointers and reflecting or refracting the stun lasers of the 2-pointers. The examinees as well as the now watching teachers had their mouths wide in shock at the ease and power this boy had just shown by blocking an attack that would have likely taken down any second year without a specifically defense-oriented quirk. The watching group's surprise did not end there. as Izuku's smirk now a wide smile showing off his fangs in his excitement at finally being able to let loose rose his hands again. Some of the examinees, remembering the other weapons the boy had made when he first manifested this power, looked up and were shocked once again at the now numerous amount of diamond spears that now hung perilously above the machines. All it took was a single gesture as Izuku swiped his hand down for the veritable barrage of weapons to launch themselves and impale the entire group of robots without another chance of retaliation. The group of examinees, and unknown to them an entire room of pro-heroes, stood slack-jawed at the pow that the boy had just shown. Some of the group seemed to come back to their senses, realizing the test was still going while they were wasting time here. As more of the group realized this, the crowd slowly emptied out, leaving only the gravity girl Ochako Uraraka and the robot boy. Said robot boy came back to himself a moment later and ran off, determined to rack up as many points as he could. Ochako seemed to debate with herself for a time before waving at Izuku and reminding herself to talk to the boy after the test. Izuku, while still in his diamond barrier, was counting out the robots that had been skewered outside his protection. If I'm counting this right, then these last few should bring me to around 115 points. Izuku began to laugh quietly to himself as he used his familiar's power again to begin to break down all of the diamond, so no one tries to take them to sell or whatever. In less than a minute the spears along with the large diamond wall were nothing more than dust on the wind, leaving behind the broken shells of the robot villains. Well, that should be more than enough points to pass into the hero course. Probably broke a record too, whatever. Guess I could go and watch over the rest of the examinees to make sure they stay safe. Quote, with a plan in mind, Izuku once again channeled the lightning of Regulus Arum and proceeded to jump up to the closest building to find where the other examinees had gotten to. 3 more minutes passed before the vampire found the main group of examinees. Izuku, now sitting on the edge of one of the roofs, pulled a notebook from somewhere and proceeded to take notes on the more interesting quirks he could observe from his position. While few of the quirks on display caught his attention, there were a few that stood out. Oh, that girl has vines for hair. I wonder how that works. Does it affect her metabolic rate due to photosynthesis? How far is she able to grow out her vines? Mumble, 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 wow, that guy has a laser coming from his navel. Well, it seems powerful, but what are the drawbacks? Mumble, mumble, mumble. This was how Izuku spent most of the remainder of the exam time, not aware that the hidden mics and cameras had caught everything he made note of. Back in the observation room, the teachers and staff were pale and shaking, realizing that the boy was like a more powerful Nezu. Said rat god was now laughing like a mad mammal while he listened to the boy he was now to be sure to have become his apprentice speak about quirks. All Might, on the other hand, was worried. The boy, young Midoriya, had shown 2 very different abilities, almost like the boy had multiple quirks. Izuku was about halfway through his newest set of notes on none other than Ochako Uraraka's zero-gravity quirk, when the ground began to shake throughout the entire testing area. Looking up from his notebook, Izuku's eyes narrowed, looking for the source of the disturbance. Said source revealed itself to be a 10-story tall robot that Izuku identified as the zero-pointer. The kaiju-sized robot wasted no time in beginning to rampage while smashing into buildings, causing the examinees on the ground to panic and run in the opposite direction. In the back of Izuku's mind, the boy could feel the disappointment of Aurora and some of his more combative familiars at the blatant cowardness of the so-called hero hopefuls. Shaking his head and preparing to leave the area to ensure that the others made it safely away from the threat, Izuku stopped in his tracks when a shout of pain reached his ears. Turning around quickly, Izuku focused on the area in the path of the zero-pointer to find that someone was caught under some of the debris from the fallen buildings around the giant robot. Focusing further on the captured person, Izuku's heart clenched, seeing that the trapped person was none other than the nice girl from the entrance, Ochako Uraraka. Before he could even think about what he was doing, the familiar lightning engulfed him and enhanced his speed to an even higher point than at the start of the exam. In a flash of lightning, surprising the still trapped and struggling girl. The girl turned quickly at the noise of his arrival to find Izuku standing in front of the still approaching zero-pointer. Before Ochako could open her mouth to yell at the nice boy to run away, she heard a soft and reassuring voice reach her ears. Hey Uraraka-san, are you okay? Can you get yourself out? Tears began to flow down the young brunette's face from both the pain of her caught leg and the kindness this person that she had only met this morning was showing her. Sniffling and trying to fight down the still flowing tears, Ochako looked up at Izuku and spoke as clearly as she could. I can't get my leg out. I think it might be broken, and I've overused my quirk, so I can't get the debris off. Seeing the growing panic in the girl, Izuku placed a calming hand on Uraraka's shoulder, immediately getting the brunette's attention. Hey, everything is going to be okay. Izuku gave the now wide-eyed Uraraka a smile, not noticing the furious red blush that sprung up on her cheeks. Just try to stay calm, and I'll take care of this behind us first, then I'll get you out of there, yeah. Dumbfounded Uraraka just nodded as Izuku turned around facing the now looming form of the zero-pointer. Izuku only rose a single eyebrow at how the giant mech had just seemed to wait for him to finish his conversation with Uraraka-san. Shaking his head at the random thought, Izuku focused an intense stare on the robot, which seemed to get a reaction from the thing as it proceeded to pull back its mass. I've fist to smash down on both him and the trapped girl behind him. Izuku, realizing that he wouldn't be able to hold back against the force of the robot's attack, decided that it was finally time to unleash his first contracted familiar. Once again a massive aura of power released from Izuku's body, blowing dust from the fallen buildings away. The examinees that hadn't left the area were amazed to see the same boy from before releasing his power again, but the aura was different this time. Instead of the gem-like aura from last time, this time the silver-haired teen was wrapped in an aura of living golden lightning that seemed to increase in power in leaps and bounds. One of the examinees, a blonde with a black lightning bolt strip on the right side, could only look on with awe and jealousy at the sheer power this boy was showing. His and the rest of the other examinees were knocked out of their gawking when the boy's voice reverberated through the air of the entirety of Area B. I, Izuku Midoriya, ruler of the Khalid blood, now release your constraints. Come fifth familiar, Regulus Aurum. As Izuku made his declaration, he raised his fist. The fist was then covered in a pitch-black energy, and lines of crimson-red energy drew glyphs on the blackened appendage. Then in a massive flash of lightning and clap of thunder, something almost as massive appeared behind Izuku and Uraraka. There, standing in the air looking down on the world, was what looked to be a gigantic lion standing at a height of over 50 feet at the shoulder. Its body and mane appeared to be made from living lightning. On its face a metallic mask covered its glowing crimson eyes, and a red gem stood in the middle of the mask. Everyone, both the examinees and the teachers, were now transfixed completely at the sheer majesty and power this being exuded. Being had been summoned by a student who hadn't even been enrolled yet. Only one thought ran through the people seeing this madness. What the fuck is this, and who is this guy? Not even noticing the turmoil and possible existential crisis that he had likely placed some of his fellow examinees in. Possible teachers in. Izuku could only smile at the sheer exultation he felt at finally being able to fully manifest one of his familiars without the pain of lacking a contract. Deciding to finish off the now frozen zero-pointer, Izuku made his first declaration to his familiar. Regulus Aurum, destroy the enemy in front of you. Wasting no time, the Lion of Gold roared out, sound akin to a thunderclap, destroying most of the remaining intact windows in the buildings. Behind Izuku, all of the other examinees covered their ears from the cacophony. The roar seemed to knock the robot out of its frozen state as it continued its attack, now aiming at the larger threat now in front of it. The lion familiar contemptuously swiped the paw to the side with barely an effort, the energy running through its body destroying the limb, melting it to slag in moments. Rocked back by the force of the lion's attack, the robot was thrown over 3 blocks away until it collided with a building, almost bringing it down. Regulus Aurum finished playing with its prey, jumped into the air before opening its mouth wide and collecting a massive amount of electrical energy in its maw. Then in one moment, the lion released the attack, taking the form of a giant bolt of lightning. It struck the zero-pointer in the chest, blasting the entire torso to slag, along with the buildings behind it leading to the exterior gates. Now lacking a body to hold it together, the zero-pointer's head and remaining arm fell to the ground before exploding into shrapnel. Chuckling in embarrassment at the amount of damage his familiar caused just to use one attack, Izuku put the possible punishment for overkill out of his mind as he turned back to Uraraka-san while dismissing Regulus Aurum back to his quirk space. The golden lion gave one last roar before fading from sight, only the slight static charge in the air a reminder of its presence. Without wasting another moment, Izuku reached down to the largest slab that was pinning Uraraka-san to the ground and in a single movement, lifted it. Feeling the pressure leave her legs, Uraraka looked up at Izuku with a pained and thankful smile before she pulled herself from under the rubble. Giving the girl another reassuring smile, Izuku flexed his vampire-enhanced strength and tossed the rubble away from the two of them. Before either could say anything, the booming voice of Present Mike was heard through all of the examination sites. And that's time. The exam is now over, little listeners. Will anyone that is injured please stand by while our amazing medic makes her rounds? Wincing at the volume of the voice hero, Izuku looked down to see Uraraka-san also covering her ears. Seeing the brunette's reaction, Izuku was suddenly worried for those among the other examinees, especially those like Kyoka who had extremely sensitive hearing. Putting aside his worries for his best friend for the moment, Izuku leaned down to help Uraraka up and placing her arm around his shoulder to keep her foot off the ground. Uraraka, while blushing again at the close contact of the boy who had not only saved her but had also devastated the giant zero-pointer robot, along with most of the city behind it, giving Izuku a quiet thank you, the duo walked along towards the rest of the examinees that were slowly making their way back towards the entrance of the exam area. All around the two hero hopefuls, other examinees were sending wary glances at the boy as he helped the bubbly brunette. Slowly mumbles began to fill the area, speaking of how amazing or terrifying Izuku had been to those who hadn't been able to witness one of his many feats during the exam. Able to hear most of what was being said, both the good and the bad, Izuku tsked under his breath at how these teens were acting. While he appreciated the positive response from some, the undercurrent of derision at his ability and how it seemed villainous just made the vampire boy shake his head at the stupidity of some people. Before he could sink further into his bad mood, Uraraka's voice brought him back. "Hey, are you okay? You seem to be upset for some reason." Looking down at the kind brunette that he was helping, Izuku just gave the girl a small smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, not that either noticed, or so is. Uku thought. "Yeah, I'm fine, it's just that part of my quirk increases my senses, especially hearing." Uraraka's brows furrowed at his words until a wide-eyed look of realization hit her. A sad frown grew on her face, realizing that the boy that had rescued her was likely hearing everything everyone was saying around them, both the good and the bad. A bit of anger grew in the girl's chest as the injustice of how people were acting hit her. Here was someone who had nothing to lose and had likely placed top in the exams, and he had wasted no time in coming to her rescue. Everyone else that had been around her hadn't even given her a second glance when they ran to save themselves, and here they were now judging her hero just because of how powerful his quirk was. "Hello dearies, is there anyone injured? If you are, please come here if you can and I will use my quirk." At the sound of the calm and elderly voice at the gate, both Uraraka and Izuku dropped their conversation and looked towards the entrance of Area B. There, standing at the entrance surrounded by a group of medical bots, stood a small older woman dressed in a hero costume reminiscent of a doctor's uniform while using a cane in the shape of a disconcertingly large needle. Izuku seemed to brighten at recognizing the person in front of them as the youthful heroine, Recovery Girl, the famous nurse of UA High School who with her quirk, heal, had saved hundreds if not thousands throughout her tenure as a hero. Slightly increasing their pace, Izuku led Uraraka up to the pro-hero and gently placed her down on one of the stretchers in the area while waving Recovery Girl over to them. The pro, seeing the bad bruising and beginning of swelling on the girl's leg, moved quickly, much quicker than her advanced age would suggest, much to Izuku's shock. A sudden shock of pain in his leg knocked any surprise from Izuku's mind. Looking down, the boy's eye twitched, seeing that it was Recovery Girl's cane that had been the source of the sudden pain. "Recovery Girl, why did you just hit me?" Said pro only gave a disapproving look at the vampire boy before answering. "Young man, I may be old but even I can sense when someone is thinking something rude about me." A blush started to grow on Izuku's face before Recovery Girl continued with a smirk. "It also doesn't help that you mumbled what you were thinking just now." Now a groan and facepalm joined the mortified blush on Izuku's face, realizing that his muttering habit had just made a sudden return with a vengeance. Sniffing in amusement, Recovery Girl turned to the giggling form of the brunette that had been placed on one of the stretchers. Now then dearie, can you please tell me what happened and where it hurts? Ochako wasted no time explaining how she had been caught in the debris from the falling buildings. When the zero-pointer had shown up, how when she had been trapped she couldn't move the rubble with her quirk due to the drawback limit approaching. Then she told the elderly nurse how no one had come to help her and that she thought she was a goner until Midoriya appeared and destroyed the zero-pointer with ease. Recovery Girl's brow rose at the description of the boy's quirk and its power before motioning Uraraka to continue with the rundown of her injuries. I think that my ankle might be broken or severely sprained, besides that there should only be bumps and bruises. Nodding once again at the girl's words, Recovery Girl told Uraraka to brace herself and activated her quirk. In a moment, Recovery Girl's lips stretched out and planted a kiss on Uraraka's damaged ankle. After the kiss, Uraraka's ankle glowed a light green before the bruising and swelling dwindled and vanished as if it never happened. Uraraka and Izuku both looked on in wonder at the power and versatility of the pro's quirk, before the gravity quirk user suddenly felt a huge drop in her stamina maki. Ing her pant in exhaustion. Seeing this and nodding while handing the girl a few gummy bears, Recovery Girl explained the mechanics of her quirk. Sorry dearie, but that is one of the drawbacks of my quirk, healing. It accelerates a person's healing rate at the cost of their stamina. Unfortunately this means that if someone were to run out of energy before they were healed then they would likely go into a coma from lack of energy. Ignoring the wide-eyed look of the two teens in front of her, Recovery Girl continued, now please take those gummies I just gave you, they are made to help combat the drain of my quirk. Then when you feel you are able you may leave and head back to the main campus to change out of your gym clothes and leave the school grounds. You two should receive your results in about 2 weeks after the other teachers compile the points you each earned during the exam. Waving to the two once more, Recovery Girl then turned and began to walk to the other students in the area and checking them for injuries, using her quirk when necessary. Izuku and a now standing Uraraka took a moment to collect themselves before joining the rest of the other examinees. Boarding the buses back to the main campus. Deciding to sit together and talk to pass the time, Izuku and Uraraka got to know each other, learning their likes and dislikes, where they were from, etc. By the time the buses reached the main campus building, Izuku had Uraraka laughing at some of the fun stories he had of the hijinks of his friends. As the two walked towards their respective locker rooms, Uraraka made a quick decision and spoke out to the leaving Izuku. Hey Midoriya-kun, wait a moment, I want to give you something. Turning around at the sound of his newest friend's voice, Izuku was shocked into silence when he felt a soft pressure on his cheek. It only took a moment for the silver-haired vampire to realize that Uraraka had just kissed him on the cheek, bringing a blush to his cheeks. Uraraka, reaching out before Izuku could respond to her kiss, grabbed a pen from the pocket of her tracksuit jacket and proceeded to write a phone number on his hand. Walking back after writing the number down, Uraraka had a bright blush in place of her normal permanent blush marks as she gave Izuku a smile, hands held behind her. That was just my way of saying thanks, you know. Seeing that Izuku was opening his mouth to respond, Uraraka turned and rushed off to the girls' locker room. Before rushing inside, the brunette turned one more time and spoke out to the still gobsmacked Izuku. Don't forget to call or text me, yeah. Oh, and call me Ochako from now on, Izuku-kun, bye-bye. Izuku could only wave as Ochako rushed into the locker room, then suddenly a shiver ran down the boy's spine. Realizing that there could be only one reason for this feeling of foreboding, Izuku slowly turned around, a sound akin to creaking metal seeming to be heard. And there, standing in the hallway, were his friends. Mina and Kiri were giving him similar shit-eating grins with the amount of teasing materia he had just given them. Then there were the 2 pairs of death glares he was receiving from Himiko and Kyoka. Holy shit, where did Himi-chan get that knife? And Kyo-chan's jacks look like snakes on the edge of striking their target. Sweat started to flow down Izuku's brow as the stares of Himiko and Kyoka only seemed to get harder as time passed. Izuku was on the cusp of making a run for it until the voices of his 2 angered friends called out, freezing him in place. Hey Izu-kun, have you been having fun without us? Do I need to teach you a lesson, nay? A dark aura seemed to begin to seep from Himiko at her words, and Izuku could swear that he could see a demonic no mask manifesting in it. Yo Greenie, you sure seem to be having fun with that girl from what I could hear, yeah. While no aura of doom appeared around Kyoka, there was still a slight thrum coming from the ends of her still writhing jacks. Well, her name is Ochako Uraraka, and we met during our exam when I saved her from the zero-pointer robot, and I guess after the exam she said that she wanted to be friends. Please don't hurt me. With every word of his admittedly short explanation, the respective auras behind the two girls seemed to grow, causing Izuku's voice to become lower until going silent by the end. Behind the two angry girls, Mina was now laughing at the situation her fluffy buddy had found himself in and reveling in the chaos. Next to the laughing pink girl, Kirishima seemed to have stars in his eyes as he looked at his best male friend. Holy shit, Mido bro, that is so manly. Did you really take down that giant kaiju of a robot for serious? ? Man, I am going to have to up my training to keep up with your sheer manliness. Raising his fist and having a fire of determination light in his eyes, Kirishima had unknowingly distracted the two angry girls as the entire group was now staring at their now manly, crying friend. Line break: unknown location. Within a large walled village in the middle of a giant forest, 5 large faces carved into the mountain overlooking said village. On the outskirts of this village within a training ground were 2 people. Both were men wearing similar attire and even had similar bowl-cut hair and large caterpillar eyebrows. The only difference between the two was their age, one being older, and their size. The older of these two also wore a sort of flak jacket. The two's attire consisted of dark green full-body jumpsuits with orange striped leg warmers. Alright Lee, today we will be training to further stoke the flames of our youth to even greater heights, ha ha ha. Youth, said the larger of the two men. Yes Guy Sensei, I will do 500 laps around the village on my thumbs, and if I can't do that then I will climb the Hokage monument with just my toes. And on the now named Lee went until he was suddenly cuffed over the head by Guy Sensei. That's enough Lee, don't forget that to be the most youthful you can be you must act on your most youthful declarations. Before Guy could continue his disturbing diatribe into the way of youth, both fanatics suddenly froze. Do you feel that my youthful student, someone out there, has begun to light the fires of his youth? Yes Guy Sensei, I can feel it too, someone has joined us in the ways of youth. Indeed Lee, we must celebrate the ignition of another's youth and do 1,000 laps around the village on just our elbows. With an echoing cry of, yes Guy Sensei, both maniacs left the clearing to do their youthful celebration. At the edge of the clearing were 2 other people similar in age to Lee. They were Lee's teammates and Guy's fellow students, Tenten and Neji Hyuga, who were only looking out at the dew Saint cloud that followed their team sensei and teammate. Neji, what was that? Honestly Tenten, I don't know, and I think I don't really want to know. Line break. And, returning to your regularly scheduled fanfiction. A shiver seemed to go through the group of teens as they stood in the hallway in front of the locker rooms. Wondering what that could have been for a moment before shrugging, Izuku decided that this was probably the best time to get away before either Himiko or Kyoka remembered their anger at him. With utmost care, Izuku quietly made his way into the locker room. Back in the hall, Himiko and Kyoka realized that their friend Crush had gotten away. Grumbling at that, both walked to the girls' lockers to get changed back into their uniforms, Mina not far behind them. Kirishima was now the only one still standing in the hall, still stuck in his manly pose until a random tumbleweed hit his leg. Looking down at the random shrubbery that had hit him, Kirishima looked around for his friends and realized he had been left behind. They left me behind, that's so unmanly. Sniffle, I'm not crying unmanly tears. Izuku stood looking at his reflection, admiring his new UA uniform. The uniform consisted of a long-sleeved, button-up white shirt, a gray jacket with blue-green stripes, a red tie, and dark blue-green pants. Unlike the usual brown loafers worn in the official uniform, Izuku wore a pair of custom red sneakers made to accommodate those with a second pinky toe joint. Izuku was honestly excited for today. When he and Himiko had received their exam results, both he and the blonde were nervous wreaks. Flashback. It has been around 2 weeks since Izuku and his friends had taken the UA entrance exam. Currently Izuku was sitting in the living room and hanging out with Himiko and his mom, watching some sort of drama on the television. While the two women were engrossed with the story, Izuku had been busy convincing himself that he had done well on the exam. He knew that he had gotten a huge amount of villain points, as well as helping those who needed it like any true hero should. But there was still that little voice that remained in the back of his head. What if it wasn't enough? What if I didn't do as well as I thought? Before he knew it, Izuku was suddenly being held by Himiko and his mother, not even noticing that his heart rate had been heavily elevated. Did I almost have a panic attack? Taking a few breaths and receiving feelings of reassurance from outside with Himi and Mom, while inwardly Aurora tried to calm his roiling emotions to keep some of his more easily excitable familiars from reacting. The trio sat like that for a few minutes until a sudden knock at the door brought Izuku back to his senses. Smiling to his mother and Himi, Izuku stood up and walked up to the door. Opening the door, Izuku looked down to find two packages addressed to both himself and Himiko, but what caught his attention was the stylized logo of UA High School emblazoned on them. With a wide smile, Izuku picked up the packages and ran back to the living room, surprising both Inko and Himiko. Before either could question him, Izuku excitedly placed the packages down, one in front of Himi and the other in front of him. It's here, it's here. Oh man, this is so exciting. Stopping his excited rambling at the happy giggles of Himiko and the soft chuckles from his mother, Izuku blushed in embarrassment before coughing into his fist to collect himself. Okay, Himi-chan, you can go first, then I'll go. Himiko, giving Izuku and Inko a nervous smile, reached towards the package. Carefully opening it, Himiko was surprised to see a strange disc-like device sitting on top of a few folders and papers. Reaching in, Himiko took the device and gently set it on the table in front of them. As soon as her hand left the surface of the device, it suddenly flashed a bright blue. The trio covered their eyes from the sudden brightness and after clearing their vision looked down with caution, only to look on with opened mouth shock at the image now in front of them. Above the still glowing disc was what appeared to be a hologram showing the image of the R-rated heroine, Midnight. Izuku had to work hard to hide the blush that attempted to rise in his cheeks at the provocative image of the woman in front of him. Deciding that the best way to prevent his fluster was to look at the reactions of his mother and Himi, Izuku had to stop himself from gulping in fear at the look that Himi was giving him at that moment. Himiko was at that moment sending a look that was the combination of the cat who ate the canary and keep looking at her like that and I will scratch your eyes out. His mother on the other hand was just WTF is that? Behind his mother was some sort of floating Hanyu mask surrounded by an aura of motherly fury TM. Before either female could continue to traumatize him, the sultry voice of Midnight pulled their attention. Hello there Himiko Toga. This is Midnight here at UA to give you your results for the entrance exam. Midnight then reached off screen and brought back a sheet of paper while putting on a pair of red-rimmed reading glasses, bringing a sweat drop to the watching trio. Now on the written exam you scored an impressive 93%. Happy tears began to well in the young blonde's eyes at the proud smiles she was receiving from Izuku and Inko. Now this score by itself would guarantee you a spot in our general studies course, but before talking about that we need to go over the second part, the physical exam. In the exam against the robots you collected a total of 40 villain points. Both Inko turned a surprised gaze to the fidgeting form of Himiko. Just as the duo of mother and son could say anything, Midnight continued. Now Miss Toga, this score was definitely high enough to get into the hero course at 15th place, if that was the only thing we scored during the exam. Happy confusion filled the room at the assurance that Himiko had already made it into the hero course, but the trio waited to hear about this auxiliary scoring system. Midnight made a wide swinging gesture with her flog now somehow in her hands as screens appeared showing images of Himiko helping other examinees during the exam. Now it wouldn't be very good hero course if there was no reward for being heroic. A shiver made its way down both teens' backs at the tone the R-rated heroine used at the word reward. That is why we have the hidden rescue points. A scoreboard appeared on the side of the faculty member showing Himiko's name, a flashing number appearing next to her name stating that she had received 35 rescue points, bringing her total score up to 75 and netting her third place overall. What confused the trio was that the second and first place spots were blanked out and only showed until 10th place. Congratulations my golden-eyed kitten. Midnight proceeded to lick her lips sensually, causing a blush to flare up on all three occupants of the room. This will be your hero academia. With a flourish and a wink the hologram turned off, leaving the room in flustered silence. After a few moments Himiko jumped up with a giant smile splitting her face as she glomped a still flustered Izuku. Inko, ignoring this to the side, muttered under her breath. How the hell is someone like that allowed around hormonal teenagers? Inko was knocked out of her confusion by a sudden cloud of steam that rose from the spot on the floor Himiko had tackled Izuku to. Looking over the couch, Inko had to fight back a motherly chuckle at how her son was currently doing his best to resemble a boiled lobster as Himiko was rubbing her face into his cheek like an affectionate cat. Deciding to break them up before her son collapsed from embarrassment, Inko cleared her throat and got the two teens' attention almost immediately. Himiko just gave Inko a cheeky smile and bounced back to her feet with a feline grace that almost brought a bout of jealousness to the older woman and turning to her seat, Izuku laid on the floor for another couple of seconds to collect himself, then kipped up to his feet before retaking his seat. Excitement grew on Izuku's face as he opened his package next, the same device on top. Picking it up and placing the device on the table where Himiko's had been, the trio was expecting the flash this time as the disc lit up. Opening their eyes and expecting to see the luscious form of Midnight once again, the three were shocked once again when the figure shown was not the buxom woman. No, instead of Midnight, there standing in his iconic stance was the symbol of peace, the number one hero, All Might. The three were shocked into silence at the appearance of the number one standing there in a tacky yellow-orange pinstripe suit. Before they could question the man's clothing choices, the iconic booming laugh echoed through the room as All Might's message began. Ha, ha, ha. Hello young Midoriya, it is I All Might here to give you your results. Now you may be wondering why I am here today. The hologram leaned forward with a single finger in front of his smile in an iconic shushing motion. Well, that is because I will be teaching at UA this year. Izuku was now in open-mouthed shock. His personal hero was going to be teaching at UA this year. The boy was almost vibrating in place as the excitement built in him. He was so excited he almost missed what All Might said next. Now moving on to your results. Just like Midnight, All Might reached off-screen before pulling back, holding a piece of paper and putting a pair of small wireframe glasses on, causing Himiko and Inko to burst into giggles at how ridiculous the number one looked with those glasses on. All Might then cleared his throat and proceeded to read out Izuku's results. Young Midoriya, on the written portion of the exam you scored a prodigious score of 100%. Tying for first place with one of our recommendation exam students. Inko could say that she had never been prouder of her baby boy. It was a well-known fact that the written exams at UA were some of the most grueling in the country, seeing that they were made and prepared by the principal Nezu. Himiko was proud of her friend and gave him a wide grin while attempting to stop herself from glomping him again. Izuku was surprised by how he had done on the written test. He had honestly thought that he hadn't done that well, likely getting close to the same score as Himi. While the mother and friend had been congratulating Izuku, they missed the explanation of his score being good enough by itself to guaranteeing Izuku a spot in general studies. The group's attention was brought back to the hologram when All Might began to explain the practical results. Now young Midoriya, in the practical exam you scored a more than impressive 82 villain points. These points by themselves would have earned you the first place position in the exam. Tears were in Izuku's eyes at the realization that he had done it. He had passed the entrance exam in first place. All the memories of the bullies from his childhood telling him that he would never be a hero were proven wrong in this moment. Then the realization that he still had one more set of points to be told about brought his attention to All Might's smiling visage. Said hero then waved one of his hands and screens showing his many rescues and feats during the exam appeared, though one showed a familiar brown bob-cut-haired girl standing in front of present Mike. That would be all, if that was all we were looking for in this exam. Take a look here young Midoriya. The image of All Might was replaced with the image of Ochako and present Mike as the blush-marked girl began to speak. Excuse me present Mike sir. The girl walked up to the pro-hero while wringing her hands in nervousness. Present Mike turned to face the young girl and gave her a bright smile before speaking up in his DJ voice. Hello little listener, what can I do for you today? Flinching at the volume of the hero, Ochako took a deep breath and looked up at the blonde hero before speaking up with determination in her voice. You know that boy who saved me in the exam? You know the really cute silver-green-haired boy with the really cool quirk and beautiful eyes? Izuku, while blushing at hearing his friend speak about him like that, didn't see the sly smile on his mother's face, or hear the growling coming from Himi-ch. And as her slitted eyes landed on Ochako, realizing that he was speaking a touch too loudly, present Mike brought his volume down to a normal level and answered Ochako's question. Ah yeah, that listener definitely knew what he was doing during the exam. He was just so cool. Mike then proceeded to give the most cringe finger guns to Ochako, not that she even registered the cringes. She gave a sweet smile and nodded to the pro. Yeah, he was so brave and strong during the exams. When I was in trouble he wasted no time coming to my rescue and pulling me out of danger and destroyed that kaiju you call a zero-pointer. At that statement, Ochako gave present Mike a glare, making the blonde man flinch and begin to shake at the intensity of the country girl's glare. A moment later and the glare was gone, replaced again with the smile as she held up her hands with all 5 fingers on each hand connected. Anyways, I was wondering if it was possible to maybe give him some of my points as thanks for saving me. I know that he had likely sacrificed some of the time he could have been racking up points to come and save me, so I wanted to try and repay him however I could. The look of determination was back on her face, impressing present Mike at how selfless the girl was to give up her points to a virtual stranger she had only met today. A large smile stretched across the pro's face as he gave the girl a thumbs up. That won't be necessary, little listener. That boy definitely wasn't lacking for points, but thanks for your call in, and I'm sure he would appreciate if you were to talk to him if when you get in. Before the video could continue it was cut back to All Might as he continued his speech. You see, young Midoriya, what kind of hero school would UA be if it didn't reward those who acted like any true hero should? Once again All Might gestured, and a familiar scoreboard app. ARED next to the number 1. And that's why we have rescue points. Just like with Himiko, images and videos of Izuku protecting and helping other participants appeared before culminating in his rescue of Ochako against the zero-pointer. Along with your 82 villain points, you earned an additional 100 rescue points, bringing your total score to 182 points. This cements your placement in first place and also beats my old score of 150 points when I went to UA. Quote, cheers were now pouring from Izuku and Inko, beginning to flood the apartment. Himiko, realizing the danger, rushed to a switch on the wall that said, push in case of Midoriya-related flooding. Wasting no time pressing the button, a quick click filled the apartment and the water from the mother and son duo drained into the floor. Himiko had been skeptical of the assurance that there was a system in place to keep flooding in the apartments from damaging the buildings. Around 10 years ago, after the landlord had been made aware that the son of the Midoriyas had the same crying ability as his mother, the man worked with Inko and the other tenants to have a specialized drainage system installed in the complex. When Himiko heard the story, the incredulity on her face brought a laugh to the mother and son. After 5 minutes of crying and a slightly wet floor, Himiko was able to turn off the drain when the two calmed down. Looking back to the disc, the group were surprised to find that the image was paused, the iconic smile of the number 1 hero displayed for the group. Sweat dropping at the image in front of them, Izuku and the others barely had the chance to glance at each other before the recording started up again. Now, young Midoriya, it's my honor to welcome you to your Hero Academia. With those final words and a thumbs-up gesture, the image of All Might vanished in a blink. Before Izuku could react, he was suddenly pounced on by Himiko again and knocked down to the floor. Hugging Himi back while they were still on the ground, Izuku had to fight back the tears again as the news cemented itself within his mind. He had done it, he was going to UA. Flashback end. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Izuku left his room to walk towards the kitchen for a quick breakfast. When he arrived in the kitchen, Izuku could see that Himi and his mother were both already sitting at tea table with a basic healthy breakfast in front of them. Both his mother and friend turned hearing Izuku walk into the kitchen and gave the boy a big smile and greeting. Hey Izu-kun. Good morning Izuku. Returning their smiles, Izuku made his way to the kitchen table and saw that a plate had already been placed for him. Giving his mother a quick peck on the cheek in greeting, Izuku sat down and began his meal. After a couple minutes of silent eating, Izuku looked up at his blonde friend. Himiko was currently dressed in the female UA uniform. The upper part of the uniform was similar to the male uniform, though more form-fitting, much to Izuku's hidden embarrassment. The lower half of the uniform consisted of a pleated blue-green skirt that went down to Himiko's thighs, below that Himiko had decided to go with black leggings and wearing brown leather loafers. Himiko, noticing Izuku's stare, gave a sultry wink to the silver-haired vampire, causing said vampire to erupt in a vibrant blush. Inko, who was sitting on the side and observing the byplay between the two teens, could only chuckle at her son's situation. From what the mother had observed, Izuku had gained the affections of a few girls over the years since he had changed schools. Fortunately or unfortunately, depending on who you asked, Izuku seemed almost oblivious to most of the attention he would receive from the fairer sex. In fact, Inko was sure that Izuku wouldn't even be able to recognize flirting if it hadn't been for Himiko-chan almost throwing herself at him and faring her blood to him. Inko was almost lost in her thoughts, until she looked up to the kitchen clock and shock ran through the greenette at the time displayed there. Slamming her hands to the table and surprising the two teens that had just finished their meals, Inko exclaimed out in worry. "Izuku, Himiko, you need hurry and leave, school will be starting in less than an hour." Eyes widening at his mother's exclamation, Izuku quickly looked to the clock and almost swore. According to the clock, they only had just over 45 minutes before the first bell, and the campus was a 30-minute walk. "Oh crap, Himi-chan, we need to go now, or we'll be late." Wasting no more time, Izuku jumped from his seat and placed his dirty dishes in the sink before giving his mom a quick hug before grabbing his yellow backpack and rushing out of the house, Himiko right on his heels. The next 20 minutes was spent with the duo running to make it to the relatively close campus. When the gate of the school was within sight, the duo finally slowed down to a quick walk so Himiko could catch her breath. Izuku, supported by his familiars and natural vampire strengths, showed no signs of fatigue for the fast run they had just done. Taking deep, slow breaths, Himiko was finally able to catch her breath by the time they made it past the main gates of UA's campus and gave a cute pout towards Izuku. Izu-kun, we didn't have to run that fast." Himiko then began to wave her hands around like an angry bird, almost making Izuku burst out laughing. The blonde then seemed to deflate and looked up at the vampire with watery puppy dog eyes. "Izu-kun, I'm really hungry again, could you let me get a snack really fast?" Izuku seemed confused for a moment at what Himiko meant until, in a sudden realization, the boy began to blush and gave her a slight nod. With a squeal of joy, Himiko grabbed Izuku's elbow and dragged him towards the school to find an out-of-the-way place. Surprisingly, most of the halls were empty at this time, so it was pretty easy for the two to find a deserted stairwell. Blushing at what they were about to do, Izuku encircled Himiko in a hug, bringing a blush to both of their cheeks at the close contact. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Izuku unbuttoned his cuff on his right wrist before raising it to Himiko's mouth. Himiko grabbed Izuku's proffered arm and, after giving a lick to the skin above his wrist, bit into the boy's wrist, puncturing the skin and beginning to drink the delicious blood that flowed from the wound. Izuku twitched slightly at the pinch as Himiko's fangs broke the skin on his wrist before feeling his blood be sucked out by his first partner. After a moment, Izuku moved his head towards the nape of Himiko's neck and began sniffing the scent that was all Himiko. The heady aroma of citrus and iron unknowingly activated Izuku's vampiric instincts, and in a quick motion he bit into Himiko's neck, getting a mewl of contentment from the blonde girl. As soon as Himiko's blood hit his system, Izuku felt as if a live wire of electricity was unleashed inside him. Unconsciously, the vampire drew Himiko in tighter to him and let out an almost animalistic growl that sent shivers up Himiko's spine in excitement. Before either team could get to wound up, the first warning bell went off, knocking the two out of their trance. Realizing what he had done, Izuku quickly licked at the two punctures on Himiko's neck, channeling a bit of Sidalmelic Albus's ability to heal her. Stepping away to get themselves calmed down, Izuku turned to Himiko to see her almost steaming from the blush on her face before he could apologize. Aiko grabbed his wrist that had already healed and dragged him towards their class. It took less than 2 minutes of quick searching for the two to find their class, and with only a few minutes remaining before class they wasted no time opening the large sliding doors leading to Class 1A. Walking into the room, the duo could see there were only a few seats left open at the moment, and those students who noticed them walking in gave them a friendly wave. Across the room another duo of students were having a particularly loud altercation. One of the teens was a tall male student that Izuku and Himiko recognized from the entrance exam as the one who tried to call out Izuku at the orientation with present mic. Said blue-haired student was currently trying to reprimand another male student that currently had his feet propped on his desk. One glance at the boy sitting down sent a feeling of ice through the vampire boy. There, sitting there and giving a dirty look to the glasses-wearing boy, was none other than Katsuki Bakugo, Izuku's former friend and the one responsible for his quirk awakening. Deciding to listen in on the blue net and Bakugo's argument, Izuku had to avoid making a scene by facepalming. Please remove your feet from the desk. It is disrespectful to both the school and our seniors who sat in these desks before us for you to desecrate these materials so. The tall boy was doing some sort of robot impression by constantly waving his hand in a chopping motion like he was trying to beat the manners into Bakugo. Said ash blonde only gave the still ranting boy a dry angry look before talking back in a clipped tone. Oi, who the hell do you think you are talking to me like that, huh? Where are even from glasses? What school worked so hard to stick that 10-foot pole up your ass? The boy seemed to do the impossible and stood even straighter and even sped up the chops he was doing, almost making Bakugo's hair mow. Vey from the motion. How rude. Do you really want to be a pro hero with that kind of attitude? Without waiting for a response, the boy then proceeded to give a perfect 90-degree bow and spoke again in an apologetic tone. I suppose we may have gotten off on the wrong foot. My name is Tenya Ida from Somei Academy, I hope we can get along. Bakugo only gave Ilda a raised eyebrow before scoffing and turning to the front and taking his feet off the desk. Tisk, whatever, doesn't matter if you are from some fancy blue blood prep school, I'll still beat you and prove I'll be the future #1, got it? Everyone who was listening was a bit confused at how the ash blonde reacted, none so more than Izuku himself. Unlike in the past where Bakugo would blow up anyone who so much as looked at him wrong, this Bakugo seemed to be calmer and more in control of his anger. While he was thinking on this, a sudden voice from his right and a pink blur jumping onto him knocked Izuku out of his thoughts. Fluffy buddy, you're here. What took you so long? Fighting through another blush at the contact of his most boisterous friend, Izuku looked over his shoulder at the smiling face of Mina. Reaching around the pink girl's waist with practice, not noticing the slight lilac hue in the girl's cheeks, Uku dislodged the pink menace to his sanity and lifted her with one arm before setting her down in front of him. Hey, Mina-chan. Looking around for his other friends, Izuku turned back towards Mina with a confused look on his face. Where are Kiri-kun and Kyo-chan, have you seen them yet? Giving the boy a cat-like smile, Mina looked behind her towards the desks before pointing out two people among the desks. Looking over his pink friend towards the directions she pointed to, he found Kyoka pretty easily. The rocker girl seemed to not notice him yet as she was talking to another one of their female classmates. Deciding to say hi later, so as to not interrupt her conversation, Izuku tried to find his only male friend. It ended taking a few times overlooking the class for Izuku to find Kirishima. Said hardening quirk user was currently talking with a few of the other boys in the class. It had taken so long to find him due to the fact he looked pretty different from the last time he saw him during the entrance exam. Kirishima was now sporting a new hairstyle consisting of dyed spiked up crimson red hair. Izuku concluded that Kiri had likely done that to pay homage to his favorite hero Crimson Riot. Around his friend were three other boys with differing looks. One of the boys was pretty plain looking with blonde hair and a fighter's physique, the only sign of his quirk being the large muscular tail behind him that sported a tuft of blonde hair on the end. The second boy was the most normal looking of the trio, slim with an athletic build, electric blonde hair, and a black streak resembling a lightning bolt on his left fringe that went to just above his shoulders. The last of the new faces was tall and lanky, though Izuku noticed odd bulges at his uniform jacket's elbows. Likely his quirk, his face was sharp with black hair spiked downwards with jagged bangs. One of his most notable features was the large grin he sported. Before Izuku could continue to look out among his classmates, he was unceremoniously elbowed in the sides by both Mina and Himiko. Looking down at the two giving similar pouts to him, Izuku realized that he had likely missed something. The two had said. Rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment, Izuku spoke out an apology. Sorry about that, I was distracted. Did you two say something? Before the two could tear into the vampire for ignoring two cute girls, they were interrupted by the sound of another female voice sounding behind them. "Hey, I recognize that fluffy silver hair. It's good to see you again, Izuku-kun. I was so happy to hear that you passed. This is so exciting that we are in the same class, huh?" Turning around, Izuku found the smiling face of Ochako Uraraka behind him. As he was about to respond to her, Izuku suddenly felt a familiar presence behind the bubbly brunette. Before Izuku could say anything, a gruff and equally familiar gruff voice sounded from the floor. "If you're here just to make friends, then I suggest you get out now. This is the UA Heroes course, not some daycare. Now get into your seats, class has already started." Giving Ochako a quick wave, Izuku, Mina, and Himiko quickly made their way to their seats. Sitting down at his desk towards the back of the class, Izuku looked at his neighbors to find Himiko on his right and a girl with dual-colored red and white hair on his left. By the time that everyone was seated and turned to the front, what looked like a fat yellow caterpillar wiggled its way up to the teacher's podium. It then turned, showing the haggard face of Eraserhead. In a single fluid movement, Shota Aizawa stood up in his sleeping bag and unzipped it, showing that he was wearing his hero costume. The man then walked behind the podium before giving the class a disapproving glare, causing some of the teens to flinch. "It took you all 45 seconds to get seated and quiet. That is not acceptable. You all are being irrational. If this was an emergency, then hundreds could have died while you dawdled. In the future, if you are still in my class, I will expect you to move with rationality and efficiency." Now, slightly put off and worried by their apparent teacher's harsh words and the ominous addition of "if" they would be in his class, had the group worried. Not seeming to care about his students' worry, Aizawa walked back to his sleeping bag and pulled out a gym uniform. Tossing the uniform to one of the students at the front, Aizawa continued his speech. "Now I want all of you to come grab your gym uniforms and get changed before meeting me at the Spore TS Field Alpha." The pro then gave them a glare hard enough to pierce through concrete. "You will all be there in less than 10 minutes, or you will be expelled at once, understood?" Giving the teacher a quick, "Hi sensei." The group of students quickly rushed to grab their labeled uniforms before rushing to the dressing rooms. After about 8 minutes, the entire class was at the sports field in front of their teacher, who was holding a pocket timer. When the entire class had arrived, Aizawa turned off the timer and placed it in one of the pockets of his suit. "Good, you all are already showing more rationality. Now moving on, we will be conducting a quirk apprehension test." Walking up to a chalk-outlined circle, their teacher grabbed a softball and tossed it at Izuku. "Midoriya, you scored first at the entrance exam and broke All Might's record. How far could you throw a softball in middle school?" The entire class, except Himiko, Mina, Kyoka, and Kirishima, were now staring in wide-eyed fascination at the silver-haired boy in their midst. Standing at the back of the crowd, a certain explosive blonde was staring at the boy that he now knew was his former friend, his inner thoughts not shown on his face. "Well, I believe that the last time I took this test I had gotten around 150 meters. The rest of the students as well as Aizawa were staring at Izuku as if he had grown a second head. Aizawa recomposed himself first and questioned the boy's result. "Midoriya, how did you get such a high score?" "Well, you see, Aizawa-sensei, my quirk gives my body a passive increase to my base stats even without activating it. This means that my body is constantly at a heightened physical level." Hearing his explanation, some of the other students began to mutter about how broken that kind of ability was, not knowing that Izuku could hear him, of course. Looking down a bit in sadness at being singled out so soon out the door, Aizawa just shrugged off the boy's rational explanation and tossed Izuku the softball. Seeing Izuku's confused expression as he caught the ball, Aizawa explained. "Well, Midoriya, now I want you to stand in that circle and use your quirk to launch that ball as far as you can." Nodding to his teacher, Izuku went to stand in the circle and looked down at the ball, thinking for a moment on what to do. Izuku had a feeling that if Aizawa-sensei thought that he was holding back for any reason, then the pro-underground hero would ensure the vampire would be the one to go home today irrespective of his placement in these tests. Making up his mind, Izuku began to release his vampiric aura, A corona of crimson light sprang up around the boy, sending a light shockwave out around him and pushing some of the closer students back a few steps at the suddenness of it. A few of the students with more animalistic quirks, such as a girl with a frog quirk and a boy with a raven's head, shivered from the feeling that Izuku was releasing that was comparable to an apex predator. While not able to feel the same things as those two students, the rest of the students were shocked at the power Izuku was releasing to prepare for his throw. The show wasn't over yet though, as over the growing wind Izuku's voice was suddenly heard, filled with power and authority that sent shivers up the class's spines, especially the females. I, Izuku Midoriya, ruler of the Khalid blood, now release your constraints. Come fifth familiar, Regulus Aurum. In a sudden strike of lightning that almost blinded some of the class and almost deafened Kyoka, a large form appeared behind Izuku. Standing behind Izuku was the giant form of the lighting lion from the entrance exam. Everyone now stood gobsmacked at the power that was rolling off the being in front of them. Even Aizawa was in awe at the regal majesty of the being his student had summoned. Unfortunately for the class and teacher, Izuku wasn't done quite yet. Raising his hand up to the air and still pouring out more power, Izuku made another invocation declaration. Come my familiar, join your power with your master and show the regalia of the true king of blood, lion's regalia, the Li. On gave a mighty roar of exultation before it became indistinct energy that rushed to the raised arm of Izuku. In another flash of light that the class blocked instinctively, they all looked upon their classmate and were amazed. Standing there was indeed Izuku Midoriya, but he was completely different now. His hair had gained glowing highlights of lightning, yellow, and the slit of his eyes were glowing a similar gold. Izuku now stood with a regal armor replacing his gym uniform. The armor did indeed look kingly, colored in various reds, golds on the main plates on his arms, legs, shoulders and chest. Between the plates of armor Izuku seemed to be covered in a pitch-black bodysuit that only made his form more intimidating. Across the armor's chest plate were depictions of Regulus Aurum roaring out at his foes. From his shoulders were lion-headed pauldrons that seemed to guard his master's back. On his arms were two gauntlets with articulated talons on the fingertips, providing maximum protection and coverage while given an unarmed attack option. Izuku's lower body was covered in stylized armored greaves that covered his feet with facsimiles of a lion's claws. Finally flowing behind the boy was a sparking cape of living lightning. Standing there, Izuku took a deep breath, showing the tips of his extended fangs. The sudden motion brought the rest of the class, including his friends, out of their stupor. Exclamations from most of the males in the class about how cool Izuku looked, or how manly he was in one case, and a collectio N of blushes from the girls in the class, though it was only inferred by the lone set of girls' gym clothes that was fidgeting in place. Aizawa was on the verge of losing his proverbial shit and going back to his sleeping bag to hope that this was just a bad dream. The only student that wasn't amazed or in awe at Izuku's power was Bakugo. The explosion quirk user looked on this person that he had once so callously called useless and had even attempted to beat down in their youth, was now a being that was damn near divine in looks and power. What the hell happened to him after he and Andy left? Of course Katsuki knew that Izuku was still alive, having been listening into the conversation that Izuku and Inko had with his parents after the nerd had almost died. After the duo had left that day, Katsuki had shown himself to his parents with his head down in shame for what he had done. His mother of course said that he was an asshole for hurting Izuku like that, and that the boy was the only real friend that he had, until he fucked it up. It was his father's reaction though that still haunted the blonde bomber. Masaru Bakugo had given his son the most disappointed stare he could that seemed to cut through Katsuki's bluster in a moment and just said a few words. I am just so disappointed in you Katsuki. Where did we go so wrong for you to think that this was how a future hero should act? After that day, Katsuki was pulled from the Aldera school district. Later it would be found out that the district was part of some sort of terrorist cell that was trying to push for Quirk supremacy. After a few anonymous tips had been given to the police about 6 months after Katsuki had changed schools. After changing schools, Katsuki was placed in therapy to help him cope with his anger and combination superiority-inferiority complex that the blonde had developed due to the machinations of the teachers in Aldera. While the blonde bomber could admit that he wasn't the most kind or understanding individual, Katsuki Bakugo now understood that his former ideas of what made a hero had been almost irrevocably warped by what those shitty teachers that would have led to him becoming a bigger flaming trash pile than Endeavor. Deciding to set aside his thoughts on the past for later, Bakugo returned his attention to Izuku to see that he was preparing to throw his ball. Unaware of his former childhood friends, the rest of his classmates, and even his teachers' reactions to his newest ability, Izuku reveled in the feeling of the power of Regulus Arum flowing through him. If anyone were to ask how it felt to fuse with his familiar, Izuku would say that it was like standing in the middle of a hurricane and feeling said hurricane feed you its power. To be honest, this ability to fuse with his familiars was actually a more powerful version of his ability to channel his familiars' abilities. Whereas usually he would limit the amount of power that he would use due to the uncontracted familiars not being under his complete control yet. Izuku had discovered that, when he had summoned Regulus Aurum at the entrance exam, he could push his technique to the next level. Now looking down at his gauntlet-clad hand and the softball within his clawed grasp. Taking a deep breath, Izuku took a pitching position, lightning beginning to spark up his form. Then in a single flash and bang of a lightning strike, Izuku was in an extended throwing position, static discharging Fr. The energy released by his throw. Following the positioning of the throw, all the students could see was the trail the ball made as it broke the sound barrier multiple times. Aizawa on the other hand was currently looking at the screen of a recording device in his hand. Around 30 seconds later the device made a beeping noise getting the class's attention. Aizawa was now wide-eyed in surprise at the reading he had gotten from the ball. Looking up and making eye contact with the still armor-clad Izuku, Aizawa turned the screen to face the rest of the class and silver-haired vampire. There on the screen for the class to see was a flashing infinity symbol. Before anybody could comment on the ridiculous result, Izuku cancelled his transformation, breathing slightly harder than normal. Standing up straight, Izuku only had a second before he was tackled by a bubbly blonde blur called Himiko, knocking them both to the ground. Standing in the crowd, a certain rocker girl, zero-gravity girl, and pink alien queen looked particularly unimpressed with the blonde vampire girl's actions. Not seeming to notice the stares she was receiving, said vampire girl was rubbing her face on Izuku's chest and congratulating the boy. "You did amazing, Izu-kun. You totally knocked it out of the stratosphere." Izuku could only chuckle at his first contractor's eccentricities, then froze as a feeling of existential dread filled his being. Looking up he found the glowing red eyes of his teacher glaring down at both him and Himi. Gulping loudly, Izuku shook Himiko's shoulder until he caught her attention. Looking up confused at the look on her Izu's face, Himiko looked back behind her and almost squeaked in fear at the glowing red eyes staring into her soul. "If you're quite done with whatever that was, we have more to do today, so stop wasting time so the next person can go." Hearing their teacher, some of the other students began to get excited at the prospect of using their quirks. Mina in her excitement said something that set off all of Izuku's, the frog girl's, and the crow-headed boy's heightened survival instincts. "Ah yeah, we get to use our quirks. This is going to be so fun!" Quote. Before the pink alien queen could begin bouncing in joy, all positivity was suddenly cut by a feeling of dread as the voice of Aizawa could be heard. "Fun, huh? You think this is a game? That you are going to spend the next 3 years having a grand old time and making friends who go out to hang at McDonald's after school, maybe go and sing karaoke on the weekends?" If it was possible, Aizawa's gaze sharpened even further, causing some of the students to flinch from the force of it. "No, this is not a game, and you are not here to have fun." A twisted grin then split the teacher's face, making almost the whole class flinch. In fact, the person who comes in last place will be deemed to have no talent, and will be immediately expelled from the U.A. Hero course effective immediately. Fear was now running through the entire class at their teacher's words. Before anything could be said, a sudden voice came from the crowd of students. But that's not fair though. We all worked so hard to make it here, you can't just go and kick one of us out on the first day." The voice of Ochako Uraraka could be heard over the group of students filled with righteous indignation at the way their homeroom teacher was acting towards his students. Aizawa only gave an unimpressed look to the brunette before speaking with his deadpan tone at full force. "Natural disasters, poverty, villain attacks, or any of these things. Fair. No, the world is not a fair place. It's our job as heroes to work to fix the unfairness in this world as best we can. P. Plus Ultra, and all. Aizawa then turned his gaze to the rest of the class before saying one final thing. You need to prove yourself, not only to me, but also to the rest of the class that you belong in the hero course. Now let's move on. Over the next 3 hours, the students of Class 1A worked their hardest to pass the various physical tests Aizawa had them do. Seated toe touch, standing long jump, side-to-side jumps, push-ups, sit-ups, long-distance run, 30-meter dash, and finishing with the rest of the B. All throw. Throughout the entirety of the tests, Izuku had placed higher first in all of the events due to his heightened abilities as a vampire. Izuku had only to augment himself for the 30-meter dash and the long jump, getting the top positions in both events. In sit-ups and push-ups as well as the long-distance run, he got first by literally outlasting the rest of the class. Even the girl Kyoka had been talking to at the beginning of the day, Yaoyorozu Momo, who had made an honest-to-God solar-powered electric scooter, couldn't keep up with the vampire on T. He long-distance run. By the end of the events, Izuku was sure that he had placed high enough to ensure his placement in the class. Standing near his friends, Izuku and the rest of his class all looked to their teacher as the man was fiddling with the device in his hands. It would be a waste of time for me to go over all of the scores, so, pressing a switch on the device, a hologram appears behind Aizawa with the 20 students' names on it marked 1st to 20th. Here is where you all are as of now. Izuku quickly looked for his own name and was surprised to find it at first place. Below Izuku in order starting from second place was Momo Yaoyorozu, third was Shoko Todoroki, followed by Tenya Ida and Katsuki Bakugo respectively in 4th and 5th. 6th through 10th place were held by Himiko, Mezzo Shoji, Eijiro Kirishima, Mina Ishido, and Tsuyu Asui. Starting the final half of the board at 11th place starting with Mashirao Ojiro, then Ochako Uraraka, Honta Siro, Fumikage Tokiyami, Rikido Sato, Denki Kaminari, Kyoka Jiro, Reiko Yanagi, Yuga Aoyama, then in last place was the trembling uniform of Toru Hagakure. The rest of the class sent pitying looks towards the invisible girl, who was now crying softly at losing her chance to become a hero. Izuku couldn't help but feel bad for the girl. These tests were almost tailor-made for those with more physical quirks. Even though the girl showed an above-average result in all of the events, the only problem was that her quirk didn't allow her to show anything groundbreaking like the others. Even Yuga Aoyama, who came in 19th place, was able to use his naval laser quirk to propel himself for a short time, even if it almost caused the boy's stomach to almost collapse on itself, to get a better result in the long jump and 30-meter dash. All of the girls in the class, except for the dual white red-haired girl that stood to the side with a blank look, went to the now sobbing Hagakure and trying to comfort her. Before any of the other students could move or say anything, the dry voice of their teacher was heard behind them. Also, the whole expulsion thing was just a logical ruse to help you all push yourselves to and beyond your limits. All of the students, especially the girls now surrounding the still sniffling Hagakure, were giving their teacher a mixture of deadpans and glares that would cause most to wilt under heat pressure. Aizawa, though, was not a normal man. He was an underground pro who had gone up against some of the worst in society. A bunch of glares from his class of problem children was next to nothing, though this was not exactly true. There were in fact 2 students whose glares were setting the man on edge. First was the sharp-slitted golden gaze of Himiko Toga, that was near predatory, but the baleful glare sent his way by Izuku Midoriya combined with the remaining undercurrent of power from his former summoning of his familiar made Aizawa twitch with survival nerves. Coughing into his fist to relieve his nerves, Aizawa quickly told the students to get changed and return to their class where their syllabus and class schedules would be waiting for them. After finishing his instructions, Aizawa then placed his sleeping bag back on the ground and crawled inside before seeming to fall asleep. Grumbling about their teacher's attitude, the students began trudging towards their respective locker rooms. While Izuku was changing, he felt multiple people walk up behind him. Fighting his instincts that were telling him to strike out at the perceived threat, Izuku turned around and looked to see who had come up to him. Standing there was Kirishima with 3 other boys. Kirishima, seeing that Izuku noticed them, waved to his friend before speaking up. "Hey Izu bro, how is everything going?" Izuku had to fight an eye roll at his friend's exuberance about everything being manly. Before the vampire could say anything, Kirishima spoke up again while gesturing to the boys that had came over with him. "So Izu bro, these are some of our classmates, and they were wondering if I could introduce you." Getting a nod from Izuku, Eijiro continued. "Sweet, so first this is Denki Kaminari." Izuku looked at the indicated person. Denki Kaminari was the boy he had noticed used some kind of electrokinesis quirk, though it seemed he couldn't control the direction the energy flowed when he released it. Kaminari was one of the boys that Izuku had seen Eijiro talking to when he had gotten to class that morning. Standing closer now, Izuku noticed Kaminari's overall build was slim like a runner or swimmer, and just above average height-wise at around 168 centimeters. Kaminari gave Izuku a quick wave and, "Yo," before Eijiro continued his introductions. Then we have Honta Shiro. Shiro was the second boy that Izuku had seen earlier in the day talking to his friend. Shiro stood a bit taller than Kirishima at 177 centimeters, though with similar builds. Shiro just gave a happy wave at the silver-haired Izuku along with a wide smile showing his white straight teeth. Finally here we have Fumikage Tokiyami. Tokiyami was quite different to the other two. While Kaminari and Shiro were bright personalities, Izuku could feel the budding edgelord flowing from the teen. Not to mention that Tokiyami had the head of a black raven. Was he bowing to him? Turns out that yes, Tokiyami was indeed giving Izuku a formal bow in pure edgelord fashion. "It is nice to meet your acquaintance, Lord of the Darkest Night." Izuku had to stop himself from cringing at the seriousness of the raven-headed boy, though it didn't end there. "Tell me, my fellow in the darkest void, how is it that one so entrenched in the night as you was able to survive under the punishing light of Sol?" Kaminari and Shiro were now looking at their classmate trying to understand what just came out of his mouth. Eijiro was looking at his friend in apologies at apparently bringing a crazy person to meet his oldest male friend. Deciding to play along and sending a message to Eijiro for him to not react, Izuku's countenance changed to one reminiscent of a nobleman. "It is quite simple, my dark avian comrade. Just as there are lights that cut through the dark, so too is there darkness that is capable of swallowing the light tea. Oh, strengthen it." Inside, Izuku was dying of embarrassment and fighting the urge to laugh his ass off at the look the other three were giving him. Looking back at Tokiyami, Izuku could see a light smirk at the edge of his beak. "How does that work?" was the only thing Izuku could think at the sight. Line break. While Izuku was making new friends, in the girls' locker room a certain dark-haired rocker girl was having a bit of a crisis. Kyoka Jiro couldn't deny it anymore. She had it bad for her childhood friend and first hero, Izuku Midori. The only problem it seemed now was that she had competition. For the longest time she thought that she would have time to build up her confidence to confess to Izuku. Then just 3 weeks before they were going to attend the entrance exams, Izuku came to school with a pretty blonde hanging off him. To be honest, Kyoka didn't know what to think about Himiko. At first she felt sympathy at the tale of abuse that she had to deal with that lead to her quirk-induced madness. Then hearing how Izuku had saved her from a cannibalistic psycho villain like some kind of knight in shining armor drove an arrow through Kyoka's heart, especially with the look and blush Himiko gained when she gazed at Izuku. Since then Kyoka had noticed that Himiko and Izuku were slowly getting closer and closer as time passed. It started small, with them walking closer together and the occasional smile. Then it went to the bun-haired blonde glomping and nuzzling the silver-haired teen. Finally this morning when Izuku and Himiko arrived together, Kyoka could hear the two's elevated heart rates. Confused by this, considering that Kyoka had never heard Izuku's heart rate rise above normal even after an extreme workout, the earjack user looked at the two and almost had a heart attack. It was subtle. Both Himiko's and Izuku's uniforms were a bit rumpled, which could have been explained by them rushing to make it to class on time, but then she noticed the blushes on both teens' faces as well as the blood at the corner of Izuku's mouth. Having grown up with Izuku, Kyoka knew how most of his quirk worked, and one of the biggest parts of his quirk was when one made a blood contract with him. When Izuku made a blood contract with anyone, then that person would be connected to Izuku and even gained a portion of his regeneration factor to help protect the bond. If what the rocker thought was true, then Himiko had likely become the first of Izuku's contractors, and that thought brought a bow oot of jealous pain to her heart. Part of her, a petty and selfish part, thought that Izuku had asked her first to make a contract considering that they had been friends for so long. Kyoka had been so caught up in her thoughts and keeping a conversation with her desk neighbor, Momo Yaoyorozu, that she couldn't find the time to confront either Izuku or Himiko to figure out the deal. While also maybe, if there was room for her to join. Now Kyoka stood in the locker room in just her sports bra and panties wondering if she was even good enough to join Izuku as his contractor. Looking down at herself, Kyoka could only sigh. The girl knew that she wasn't as gifted as some of the other girls in their class, only having a bust at the low B-cup range. Though she made up for that in other areas, primarily her long-toned legs and generous rump that Mina had called hot. A sudden noise to her side broke Kyoka out of her self-reverie. Spinning around, the girl almost jumped when her violet eyes caught the golden slits of Himiko. Embarrassed at being caught admiring herself, Kyoka blushed and crossed her arms over her chest and gave a light-hearted glare at Himiko. "Damn it, Himi, why did you have to scare me like that?" Himiko seemed to just give a wry eyebrow raise at Kyoka's reaction, before she furrowed her brows and gave a worried look to the rocker girl. "Kyo, what's wrong? You haven't come and talked with either Izu or me since we all met up last time. Did we do something to make you mad?" Kyoka just flinched at that question and how Himiko had noticed her acting weird. Fidgeting with her jacks, Kyoka looked at Himiko with a worried expression and spoke softly. "Himi, tell me the truth, have you become one of Izuku's contractors?" Himiko's eyes widened at the rocker's words and began to fidget in place before answering with a hesitant nod. A sharp pain went through Kyoka at that admission. Fighting through her jealousy, the violet-haired girl came to a decision. Looking back at her friend and blinking away her unbidden tears, Kyoka took a deep breath and spoke. "Himiko, I need to ask you something." Line break. Back in Class 1A, almost all of the students now were sitting back in their seats. Izuku sat at his desk while having one of his notebooks out on the desk, preparing to write his observations on his classmates' quirks. Before the vampire could begin to write, Izuku felt that someone was standing to his left. Looking up at who it was, Izuku's eyes widened at seeing Katsuki standing there with an odd look on his face. The two former friends stared at each other for about a minute, not even noticing that the rest of the class had become silent with the tension they could feel from the two. Just as Izuku was about to speak up, Katsuki cut him off with a gruff but soft voice. Hey, you're Izuku Midoriya, right?" Raising a questioning brow at the question, Izuku just gave the explosive blonde a short nod and waited for Katsuki's response. Seeing the nod, Katsuki took a deep breath and spoke again. I don't know if you even remember me, but I was wondering if we could talk after school." Izuku's eyes were now wide in surprise at what he was hearing now. Was this really the same boy who had so callously trampled on his dreams when everyone thought he was quirkless? What had happened to the boy that Izuku remembered being the embodiment of pride and arrogance? The boy who in a single moment of careless anger, had burned a hole through his chest that would have killed him if his quirk hadn't activated. Due to Izuku's lack of an answer, Katsuki was sure that Izuku likely wanted nothing to do with him, not that he could blame him. Deciding to walk away, Katsuki had barely taken more than 2 steps before he heard the voice of Izuku. "All right." Turning back to face the former greenette, Katsuki could see a lightly guarded look in Izuku's eyes as he looked back at him. "But I am only giving you one chance to talk, see you later." Bakugo. Nodding to Izuku, Katsuki turned back and returned to his seat, ignoring the questions of the rest of his neighboring classmates. Taking a deep breath and releasing it in a deep sigh, Izuku returned to his notebook to begin his OBS observations along with a basic sketch of each of his classmates. Izuku was almost halfway through his notes on the class and had just finished his entry on the girl with the frog quirk Suyu Asui, when the door opened admitting the quiet forms of both Himiko and Kyoka. Looking up and seeing the looks on his two friends' faces made a pit of worry begin to build in the young vampire, wondering what could have happened to the two for them to act like this. Said nerves did not lessen as the two approached his desk. When the two were standing in front of him, Izuku had begun to fidget at the hard looks the two were giving him. Just as Izuku was about to ask what was wrong, both girls immediately grasped his arm then proceeded to drag him from the classroom. The rest of the class could only sweat drop at how one of their classmates had just been dragged out of class. Ida, in pure robot fashion, stood and began to make his way to the door to reprimand the two female classmates for making such a scene, only to be stopped by the rest of the girls led by Min. Even Shoko, who stood there stoically with a blank look on her scarred face. Back to your seat, engines. There will be no buzzkills intruding on a private conversation on my watch, got that? Ida could only stand there and sputter indignantly at how he was being stopped by his other class mates, his arm making ridiculous chopping motions, making the blue-haired teen look like he was malfunctioning. While most of the rest of the class's boys were laughing at the exchange between the girls and their resident rule bot, there was one exception. Leaning back in his seat, Katsuki only raised an eyebrow at how Izuku had just been dragged out of the class. Shrugging, the blonde decided to just wait until they spoke again after classes. Line break. Izuku became a nervous wreck the longer his two friends stood there and stared at him. Kyoka and Himiko, after grabbing and dragging him away from their class to an empty area devoid of other classrooms, seemed to be having some sort of silent debate between them on how to proceed. Just as the boy was about to speak up, Kyoka cut him off and just spat out what she was thinking in the moment. Izuku, I know that you made Himiko one of your contractors, and I want you to do the same with me. To the rocker girl's side, Himiko could only facepalm at her friend's bluntness. Izuku, on the other hand, decided to respond in the way almost all protagonists do in similar situations. Izuku was standing in shock. His best childhood friend had just flat out said that she knew that he and Himiko had made a contract, and she wanted to join them. Now it wasn't that the silver-haired vampire was exactly opposed to Kyoka joining him as a contractor. In fact, hearing the rocker girl bluntly ask to join made the boy's heart skip a beat in excitement. Though due to the shock of delivery, Izuku still hadn't answered Kyoka, leading to the purple-haired girl misunderstanding his silence for refusal. Tilting her head down in sadness and to hide the now visible tears, Kyoka was about to run, only to be caught in a sudden embrace by Izuku, bringing a BLUSH to her cheeks and a spark of hope in her heart. Izuku, now holding to the shivering form of his childhood friend, had realized that his silence had almost been misunderstood. Bringing Kyoka closer, Izuku took a deep breath, inadvertently taking in the scent of the girl in his arms. Izuku noted that Kyoka smelled like a combination of lavender and spice. Shaking his head to clear it of the sudden spike in his vampiric instincts, the young man then spoke in a soft and calm voice. Are you sure about this, Kyoka? You know, once we make the bond that we will be together for the foreseeable future. Before Izuku could continue, Kyoka reached up to her uniform collar and opened it, showing her nape and shoulder. In an equally soft voice, Kyoka answered, I know, Izuku, I know, and I don't care. You have been the greatest friend since we met, even before we knew each other. You sacrificed your life as a normal person to save me from those bullies when we were children, and that selflessness hasn't changed in the years since then. Turning in his grasp, Kyoka raised her hands to Izuku's cheeks. Once she had grasped him, the rocker brought his face down and met his lips in a chaste kiss that sent a shock of pleasure through her. Izuku's eyes widened for a moment before they closed as he returned the kiss. The two separated after a minute, then Kyoka gave a smirk and spoke up, a tinge of red spread across her face. Well, what are you waiting for, Izu? Once again tilting her head to expose her neck, Kyoka continued, while giving Izuku a sultry look. Blushing at the look Kyoka was giving him, Izuku's eyes began to glow as his fangs grew from the combination of his instincts and his excitement. Taking another deep breath, the silver-haired teen bent down to Kyoka's nape and gave it a feather-light kiss. Then, without wasting a moment, Izuku opened his maw and bit down, drawing a gasp and moan from Kyoka. Within Izuku's quirk space, said boy could feel that only one of his familiars reacted to the new contract. When Izuku identified which familiar had reacted and accepted the contract, he had to fight down a smile at how similar both his new partner and said familiar were. Himiko, who had been standing to the side as the new contract had been made, was surprised by the lack of negative emotion she was feeling looking at the two now partners. When Kyo had confronted her and asked to join, Himiko had been worried that she would feel jealous. Why seeing Izuku take other partners? Though this turned out to not be the case, instead Himiko felt a heat building in her cheeks. As she saw the hold Izuku had on the rocker girl become more intimate, while said girl began to release breathy moans from the feeling of Izuku's feeding. It had been explained to the blonde by Izuku that his quirk created a sort of additive to his saliva that gave a euphoric feeling when he fed from others. Of course this particular additive hadn't developed until Izuku began puberty, instead it used to only be an anticoagulant and numbing agent that was produced. It had been explained by his physician that this adaptation had developed to facilitate easier access to those he feeds on. The idea being that if the feeding felt great, then why should the donor worry when he feeds? Izuku's feeding continued for another few minutes, causing Kyoka to become little more than a panting mess. With a delicate lick that sealed the neck wounds, Izuku drew back and looked into the half-lidded gaze of his childhood friend. Kyoka, still somewhat affected by Izuku's bite, moved forward, catching the vampire off guard as their lips met. Izuku's eyes widened again before closing in pleasure as he returned the kiss. Just as the two were about to deepen the kiss, a sudden cough to the side brought the two out of their haze. Separating and looking over, Kyoka and Izuku blushed at the shit-eating grin that was on Himiko's face. Before either team could say or do anything, Himiko jumped forward and joined the embrace. Said blonde then decided to catch both of her friends off guard by first catching Izuku's lips in a deep kiss, then pulling back and turning to a stuttering Kyoka before kissing the rocker just as passionately. Now it was Izuku's turn to become a stuttering mess as he watched his two contractors make out in front of him. When Himiko finally released a steaming and embarrassed Kyoka, both turned to their vampire crush to find him glassy-eyed and sporting a massive nosebleed. Kyoka, worried about Izuku and trying to fight her conflicting feelings from Himiko's sudden kiss, placed her hand on Izuku's shoulder to get Hi's attention, only for the silver-haired vampire to collapse back in a faint. Kyoka could only look down at her crush with a deadpan, realizing that the boy had overloaded from the image of her kissing Himi. Kyoka didn't even get to finish that thought before she too fell over with a massive blush. Himiko, now the only one left standing in the empty hall, sweat dropped at the reaction of her two friends until a sweet smile grew on her face while a blush of her own grew on her face. Line break. Later, outside Katsuki Bakugo was currently waiting for his former childhood friend, bully victim, outside the school gates. It had been about 15 minutes now since Izuku was supposed to meet up with him, and still no sign of the former green-haired nerd. At this point Bakugo was fighting down the rage that was attempting to force its way to the surface, but even with his improved self-control the explosive blonde was finding it harder and harder to keep from cursing a stream so blue it'd make a sailor blush and take notes. I swear to God, if Izuku ditched me to mess around with those two girls, well, I'd be impressed first, then blast him in the face just on principle. Before Katsuki could decide whether to act on his impulse or not while keeping from grinding his teeth in annoyance, a voice sounded from behind him. Hey Bakugo, sorry for making you wait. Turning back towards the school gates, the explosive blonde saw Izuku running up to him along with the two girls he had left the classroom with. Biting back his angry retort, Katsuki took 2 deep breaths to calm himself before looking back at Izuku. Looking at him now, Katsuki was once again surprised at the changes the boy he had known so long ago had gone through. Whereas when they were kids, Izuku had always been smaller than the other kids and prone to self-doubt and nervousness in everything he did. The Izuku in front of him now was almost the complete opposite. Tall and self-assured posture showed Katsuki the hard work that his former childhood friend, turned victim, had put in to be here now at UA. Shaking off his observations, Katsuki just grunted and spoke with a gruff tone, "Whatever, so are you ready to go and talk?" Katsuki then looked to the two girls again and gave a questioning look to Izuku. "Are Earjacks and Cat Eyes coming with us?" Hearing the nicknames that the ash blonde had given them, Himiko and Kyoka had to fight the urge to smack the red-eyed blonde for his words. Seeing the murderous looks on his partners' faces, Izuku spoke up before the two could act in retaliation. "Yeah, I'm ready to go and talk, but no, Kyo and Himi aren't going to be joining us for this conversation." Both girls suddenly gave a quick, "What?" before Izuku turned to the two and gave a small smile. "Sorry girls, this is something Bakugo and I need to talk out, just the two of us." Izuku then walked up to the two and gave them both a quick hug and kiss on the cheek, causing Himiko to smile and Kyoka to burst into steam at the contact. Katsuki on the side only rose and eyebrow at the show of affection, wondering what the relationship was between these three, before scoffing and turning to begin walking off. Kyoka and Himiko wanted to argue and say that they should stick by Izuku, but the serious look on the silver-haired vampire's face cut any arguments before they could start. Giving a huff in exasperation, Kyoka agreed but told Izuku to be careful, finally recognizing who the blonde was from the day she had met Izuku before she went to head home. Himiko, on the other hand, was a bit harder to convince since she wanted to make sure that the blonde Pomeranian didn't hurt her Izuku was eventually able to convince her to let him go by promising that they would talk back at home. The blonde vampire finally relented but pouted before giving a light kiss on Izuku's cheek and rushing off towards home. Finally on his own, Izuku turned to find Bakugo was already at the end of the street. Grumbling about impatient blondes, Izuku rushed forward to catch up with the still-walking blonde. When Izuku finally caught up with Bakugo, they walked in silence for a time, neither knowing how to talk after such a long time. In truth, it was just, how did they talk after all that had happened, no matter how it was put? Bakugo had almost killed Izuku. The only reason Izuku was here now, and Bakugo wasn't in prison, was because the former Greenette turned out to have what had to be the most bullshit quirk in existence. The silence continued until the duo finally ended up in a familiar park, the sun slowly setting on the horizon. Sighing, Katsuki decided that he needed to speak first. Listen, Izuku. Seeing the boy turn to him with a questioning gaze, the blonde continued in a subdued tone. I'm sorry about what happened when we were kids. I mean, fuck. You were my only friend for as long as I could remember. Unlike all of those other extras that only stuck around because of my quirk, you were the only one that honestly cared about me as a person besides Auntie and my parents. Izuku was shocked. Was this really Bakugo Katsuki, the boy that had ODIED the term, arrogantly prideful, here now spilling his guts to him? The silver-haired teen was about to respond only to be stopped by a raised hand from Katsuki. Please let me finish, Izuku. Bakugo now took a deep breath, seeming to steady himself before continuing. That day, when I thought I had killed you, at first the only thought that ran through my brain was, I can never be a hero now. Then after you and Auntie came to explain everything that had been happening, I felt like the worst type of garbage. Here you were, someone that by any sense could have and should have hated me for what I had done, only to state that the blame wasn't on me but those asshats at Aldera. The duo stopped their trek. Looking up, both boys were surprised to find that they had walked all the way to Dagoba Municipal Beach. The two stood in silence for a time, just staring at the waves crashing on the once junkhead. It was so quiet that Izuku almost missed when Katsuki spoke again. I know that I don't deserve your forgiveness, let alone any sort of friendship, but I am so sorry, Izuku, for everything. Turning once again to face Katsuki, Izuku stared into his former friend-turned-tormentor's eyes, finally seeing the lack of the all-encompassing rage that had filled them in the memories and nightmares the silver-haired boy would have in his younger years. Izuku seemed to just stare at the explosive blonde for a time. Katsuki only stared back, not knowing what to expect now. After the third minute of silence, the blonde released a breath and turned to walk back home, taking Izuku's silence as a refusal of his words. Only to be stopped when Izuku spoke quietly. Bakugo, I know that this had to be hard for you to apologize to me, especially after so much time has passed, and I appreciate the apology. Katsuki stopped and waited for Izuku's final words, though not turning back to face him. But for now I don't think we will ever be more than classmates. A lot has changed from that day in the forest. Katsuki wouldn't admit it, but that admission did hurt. What else could he expect? Of course Izuku had a point and Katsuki could and would respect that. The blonde began to walk away again while giving Izuku a wave before stopping. Oh, by the way, my old man and the hag want to have dinner with you and Auntie sometime. That was kind of the price if I wanted to have this talk with you. Izuku's brow rose at the Bakugo's invitation, before he chuckled and responded while getting ready to walk home himself. Well, I can't make any promises, but I'll talk to my mom and see what she says. See you at school tomorrow, Bakugo. With that, the two former friends went their separate ways. What this would mean for the future was yet to be seen. Time skip. UA. High School. Class 1A. 4 days later. Classes in UA were pretty much the same found in any high school curriculum during the week. The only difference being that these classes were all taught by pro heroes, some examples being Present Mike teaching English, mathematics with ectoplasm, and modern literature with Smentos. To be honest, the only sort of heroics-related courses was modern hero art history taught by the rated R hero, Midnight, much to the embarrassment of the class's male members and consternation of the female members. During the week, Izuku's group of friends slowly grew to include many of the others in his class, though mainly the female members for some reason. First to approach his group had been the mature-looking Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku had been sitting with his friends and complimenting the different foods avenue available from the school's hero chef lunch rush during lunch the second day in classes, when Kyoka walked up with a nervous-looking Yaoyorozu. Looking up, Izuku and the rest of his friend group welcomed the two before continuing their conversation. Kyoka only gave a reassuring smile to Momo before she sat on Izuku's left while ignoring the teasing grins from Mina and Himiko. The calm atmosphere continued in happy conversation until it was quieted when Izuku spoke to Momo. "Excuse me, Yaoyorozu-san." Momo's attention shot to Izuku at the question with wide curious eyes. The expression was so cute that Mina and Himiko had to fight back the urge to squeal in girlish glee at how Yaomomo looked so much like a kitten that had been caught by surprise. Yaoyorozu, in a hurry to respond, quickly chewed and swallowed the food in her mouth before speaking up. Sorry about that, Midoriya-san, what would you like to ask?" Giving the young woman a gentle smile, Izuku wasted no time in asking his questions. "Well, I was just wondering if it would be okay if I asked some questions about your quirk." Izuku then seemed to realize how rude that would be and in a panic added, "Of course you don't have to if you don't want to, and if you want to you could ask me any questions about my quirk in exchange, Himiko and Kyoka, realizing that Izuku was heading towards a mumble spree, quickly nudged him with their elbows gently to bring down his nerves. Realizing what was happening, the vampire thanked the two with a look before turning back to the contemplating visage of Momo. Momo seemed to think about the offer for a moment before giving Izuku and the rest of the group a small demure smile and responded with a happy tone. "That should be fine, Midoriya-san. Why don't you go first, then I will ask my questions when you're finished." Quote. Izuku seemed to gain a sudden twinkle in his eyes as he then pulled a notebook and pen from somewhere, then began to spout out questions. What followed next was a litany of queries on the functions and limitations of the young heiress's abilities, followed by an equally detailed rendition of said heiress's abilities. Izuku was so excited at the versatility and power of Yaoyorozu's quirk that Himiko and Kyoka had to remind him to slow down so his pencil wouldn't cause the notebook to spout into flames from the friction again. By the time lunch had ended that day, the rest of the group felt as though they had maybe made a mistake introducing these two eggheads. Of course, Izuku and Momo didn't even seem to notice as they were caught up within their own world of questions and answering said questions. Over the next few days, more and more of his classmates joined the group, Ochako and Tsuyu joining soon after Yaoyorozu, Mina bringing the invisible girl Toru and taciturn Reiko Yanagi. Finally, to round out their group was the trio of boys that Kirishima had befriended and introduced on the first day. Izuku could honestly say that he was happy and excited. For so long the vampire had always wanted a large group of friends. Now not only did he have more friends than ever before, but he was finally living his dream and training to be a pro hero while learning about the many quirks of his classmates. It was now Friday, and the class was sitting and waiting for their first foundational hero studies course. Izuku was almost vibrating in excitement, wondering which pro hero would be teaching them today. The silver-haired teen wasn't the only one wondering though. All around him, Izuku could hear the various conversations going on between his classmates and friends. One of the more vocal duos being Kirishima and a jittery Mina. "So who do you think it is going to be, Kiri?" Kirishima seemed to think on it for a moment before just shrugging and responding with a sharp-toothed grin. "I don't know, Mina, but whoever it is, I'm sure they will be super manly." Izuku had to stop himself from facepalming at the expected response from his best male friend. Of course he wasn't the only one. Most if not all of Kirishima's friends seemed exasperated at the redhead's fixation on calling everything manly. In the seat behind Mina, the ever-stoic duo of Reiko Yanagi and Tsuyu Asui put forth their own response. While I am sure that our instructor will be quite capable of steering us all towards finding our paths forward in our endeavors in becoming paragons of the heroic industry, I cannot say for sure that this individual wouldn't be one of the fairer persuasion rather than the patriarchal epitome of which you seek, Kirishima-san. The soft and emotionless tone that Yanagi delivered her small litany caused both Kirishima and Mina to look at her in confusion, trying to work out the meaning of her words. The two were saved when Tsuyu gave them a rundown in a blunt-to-the-point way. "Hiro, I think she means that whether the teacher is manly or not, that UA would ensure that we would be in good hands." Most of the rest of the class gave ahs of understanding and returned to waiting patiently. Himiko seemed to think of something before leaning over to Kyoka and Izuku to whisper, Nay, do you two think that Su-chan's carrots are super cute?" Kyoka just rolled her eyes at the blonde's observation, while Izuku just seemed to think seriously before looking at Himiko straight in the eye. "To be honest, I think that the croaks are kind of cute, and I'm sure that it will be a great selling point when she becomes a pro." Izuku then began to mumble about all of the different ways such a verbal tick could help to settle those who the green-haired frog girl rescued in the future. Unknown to him, Tsuyu was able to hear everything Izuku said as his voice somehow carried from his spot to the rest of the class. Mina and Toru were the first to notice the slight blush and light hero noises coming from the frog girl. Giggling, the duo were about to tease the young amphibian Quirk girl until they stopped when Izuku's mumbling did. Looking back over, the class was nervous at the sudden stiffened posture Izuku had taken. Before anyone could ask what the problem was, Kyoka along with Shoji suddenly picked up on someone large making their way down the hall. Then it came, the iconic laughter that everyone young and old could identify even in their sleep. "Ha ha ha, I am coming through the door, like a normal person." Quote, yes, there he was, the large imposing form of the number one hero All Might. As the 7-foot frame of muscle made his way to the teacher's podium, all of the students were excitedly commenting on the hero, from how amazing it was that he was their teacher to how his costume was from the Silver Age era. Having made his way to the podium, All Might then turned to face the class and gave another boisterous laugh and began his introduction. "Yes, students, it is I, All Might. Now I am sure you are all wondering what our first class will be today." At the excited nods from his class, All Might continued speaking, reaching behind his back and pulled out a large placard with the word, "Battle," written in bold letters. The rest of the class looked on at the placard with various degrees of reactions, from nervousness to excitement. All Might's SMI seemed to grow even further if it was possible and spoke out once again. "Our first lesson will be a battle trial. Now before we begin there is one more step." Pulling out a switch, All Might quickly pressed the button and along the wall leading to the doors 20 cubbies opened up showing 20 metal cases within. And that is hero costumes. Each of these costumes meet the exact specifications each of you gave when you received your requisition forms. Quote, All Might then gestured to the cubbies and continued his instructions. "You will find your respective costumes according to your seat number. After you are all ready, please meet me at Battleground Beta where I will give you all further instructions." Quote, without another word, All Might then rushed through the door leaving a large gust of wind in his wake. While the rest of the students stood and went to grab their costumes, Izuku's expression changed to worry at something he noticed after the number one hero left. Why did All Might smell of blood and sickness? Line break. 15 minutes later, Battleground Beta. All Might stood within a meeting room that would hold the students while they conducted their battle training in thought. The number one hero was somewhat thankful that the students had taken longer than their homeroom teacher would prefer. The time by himself had given the older hero a short chance to rest and preserve his ever-dwindling time in his hero form. Even after all this time, the injury that he had received in his final battle with his hated foe thrummed in pain that sent lances of hot agony through the area that had once held his lung and stomach. All Might, or as his closest friends and officials knew him, Toshinori Yagi, knew that his pushing of his hero form and lack of rest had been slowly killing him. When he had gone to visit his friend David on I Island a year ago, it had been discovered that All for One had one last trick up his sleeve to ensure the eventual fall of his hated foe. David found that within the wound around Yagi's organs was a slowly spreading virus that specifically targeted the hero's remaining organs and nervous system. Unfortunately for the pro, his friend had also discovered that this virus was completely quirked in nature. meaning that even with the best technology available, the chances of Island being able to create a treatment or cure was impossible. A part of Toshinori died that day, knowing that even though he had finally won and avenged his master by defeating All for One, in the end the ancient villain would Avenue the last laugh, knowing that he had cursed the symbol of peace to die a pitiful and pain-filled death. The only solace that David had been able to give Toshinori was that if the man were to transfer his quirk, the viral quirk wouldn't be transferred along with it. This news had somewhat lifted E-Man's spirits, knowing that his master's and the other users' legacy wouldn't be lost due to his mistake. This news also helped him to make a decision on who to transfer one for all to, so as to protect one of the few precious people he had left in the world. Before the hero could think more on how his successor had been improving in recent days, All Might was brought out of his musings when a quiet alarm went off. Quickly resuming his heroic form, the number one stood in wait for this next generation of heroes in the making. First through the entryway was Ida Tenya, brother of the current Ingenium Ida Tensai. The tall boy was decked out in similar armor to his brother, looking like a high-tech knight colored in plates of white edged in blue in places and a full-face knight helm. All Might could see from a glance most of the armor on the boy was concentrated around his calves, which housed the engines of his family's quirk. Though the pro-hero decided to have someone speak to the boy about calming down, that much seriousness would likely lead to the boy burning himself out in the future. Next to come through was actually a small group of students made up of most of the girls of the class. Starting from right to left were Momo Yaoyorozu, Ashido Mina, Toru Hagakure, and Ochako Uraraka. Seeing the young women walking towards the meeting point, All Might could already see some glaring problems with a few of the girls' costumes. First with young Yaoyorozu, she was dressed in a high-collared, sleeveless crimson leotard with silver lines at her waist and around her arms, a large opening ran from her neck to just below her navel, held closed by a harness across the top of her collarbone. Around her waist were two large belts that create a short skirt-like appearance, giving the young heiress a modicum of modesty. Lastly, hanging from the belts behind her was what looked to be a large book. All Might had to fight down a cough full of blood at the impracticality of this costume. While yes, it would allow young Yaoyorozu to use her quirk effectively, to a point, it offered next to no protection from ranged attacks or elemental-based attacks such as ice or electricity. Then there was the large book that hung from her lower back. All Might knew that it would only one bad fall for said book to cause serious harm to the young woman's spine that could see her crippled in the worst case. For now, All Might made a mental note to speak with the girl further on getting a specialized costume that wouldn't sacrifice protection for usability. The next greatest problem was young Hagakure. All Might wasn't sure what the costume designers were thinking when they designed this costume, but he would be sure to let Nezu know to blacklist the company that deigned to give a young 16-year-old girl only a pair of gloves and boots and call it a costume. In fact, All Might wasn't so sure about even allowing Hagakure to participate in such a dangerous exercise without at least the bare minimum of protection. Fighting down a growl of anger at the lack of forethought of the designers, All Might continued on to the next two. Honestly, the two remaining girls in the group were at least somewhat better from first glance. First, young Ashido was dressed in a full-body skin-tight leotard that left her arms bare and fair bit of cleavage exposed. It is colored in a combination of purple and turquoise in a camouflage pattern. Over her shoulders the pink girl wears a cropped, sleeveless, tan-colored waistcoat with white fur along its collar unbuttoned. For equipment, All Might could see two major pieces, a set of violet and beige specialized boots, and gauntlets that went up to her forearms with nozzles above the knuckles. The final piece of her costume is a white mask over her eyes, causing the young woman's already otherworldly black and yellow eyes to stand out even more. Then there was Ochako Uraraka, whose costume consisted of a full-body suit, primarily black with a pale pink design down the middle of her torso, topped with two black semi-spheres on her chest, pink stripes starting at her midsection, a deep pink choker, and two-toned pink sleeves with cuffs. On her hands were a pair of round gauntlets with handles, chunky, knee-high boots with hat looked to be a spring-loaded heel, and a two-piece belt with a round buckle. Lastly was a headgear reminiscent of an astronaut's helmet with a half-visor that went to the middle of her face. Out of the others in their small group, All Might could see that young Ashido and Uraraka needed the fewest changes to their costumes. More protection in the case of the pink girl and a utility upgrade for the space-themed brunette, along with a replacement for those boots, seeing the hazard the spring lock could have if they broke during use. As time passed, more and more of the students came. Some costumes were simple but well thought out, such as Kirishima, Shoji, and Yanagi. Others though would likely need revisions so as to help better protect themselves or supplement their quirks. Major cases of this included Sato, Tokiyami, Kaminari, and Ojiro. Finally there were those whose costumes seemed well thought out, those being young Bakugo, Todoroki, and Aoyama. Doing a quick head count before the start of the lesson, All Might was a bit concerned when he saw that there were 3 students still missing. Before the pro could say anything, a trio of footsteps could be heard, drawing the attention of everyone in the room to see the final trio of students, and what a sight they were. Walking in the middle of the trio was Izuku Midoriya, the boy All Might had been half convinced was an underling of his former nemesis at the sheer number of abilities the boy's quirk offered. It was only when Nezu himself had assured the number 1 and shared the boy's documents with him that Yagi could take a breath of relief. Taking in young Midoriya's appearance, All Might had to fight back the look of awe at the boy's costume. Izuku was dressed in a way similar to a noble. A light chest plate covered his torso, reminiscent of the armor he wore when he had fused with his familiar. The armor was colored primarily matte black with lines of crimson red, violet and golden yellow running along the sides and shoulders. Instead of the images of his familiar, his armor was instead blank except for the center, in which was the image of a serpent biting its own tail twisted into an infinity symbol. Each of the young man's limbs were encased in greaves and bracers, the greaves ending in full gauntlets and the greaves leading to black with green trim armored boots. Under the armor was a skin-tight black bodysuit with green highlights that seemed to glow in the low light. Altogether, Izuku's costume was both practical and slightly intimidating. Then there were the 2 remaining young ladies of Class 1A, Kyoka Jiro and Himiko Toga. The young rocker girl sporting a cyberpunk rocker-type look with an armored black and violet leather jacket, a black compression tank top, and dark purple ripped skinny jeans that showed the young woman's lithe frame. For support gear, young Jiro has 2 black gauntlets that seem to be topped with directional speakers, like present mics. Around her lower legs similar gear were combined with combat boots to make a decent defense for the young heroine's legs. Functional and fashionable in All Might's limited opinion. Himiko Toga, if young Jiro was a cyberpunk rocker, then young Toga was a vampire hunter, dressed in what looked to be a similar outfit to one of the main characters of a pre-Quirk era movie, Underworld, he believed. The young woman was dressed similarly to a death dealer, though somewhat brighter, a long trench coat that went down to just below her calves. Beneath this she wears a full-body leather suit with an inbuilt corset holster that seemed to hold a collection of bladed weapons. Holstered to her hips, All Might had to sweat drop at the 2 short blades holstered on either hip. In the back of his mind, All Might had to hope that no one got on the Vampire girl's bad side. The final noticeable difference was that the young woman's normal messy buns were no longer present. Instead, her blonde hair was elegantly tied into a single low bun so as to prevent anyone from attempting to grab her hair. The rest of the students, finally noticing the trio walking in, moved to talk to their classmates, the girls complimenting Himiko's and Jiro's costumes while the guys, especially Kirishima, commented that Izuku's costume was really cool or manly. The number 1 hero was happy to see that his class were getting along so well. The only ones the tall man noticed too that didn't join with the rest of the students, both the Todoroki girl and Bakugo shonen, bringing a slight edge of worry at the looks the 2 were giving the group. Shaking his head and not wanting to waste any more time, All Might cleared his throat and caught the attention of the rest of the class, loners included. Giving the group his signature smile, All Might then began his instructions. "All right, you zygotes, this is how the lesson is going to go." Turning around, blocking the view of the students with his cape, All Might turned around holding a large box with a hole cut into the top. "Each of you will come up and reach into the box to pick out a ball that will have a letter on it. Once you each all have a ball, you will then pair up with the student that has the same letter, creating groups of 2. Then at random I will select 2 of these teams to face each other in a heroes vs villains scenario. Now before we begin, are there any questions?" Quote. The number 1 hero had barely finished his instructions before he was then bombarded by questions from almost the entire class. "Sensei, what are the winning conditions for this scenario? Are you going to expel us if we do badly like Aizawa-sensei? How badly can I hurt the other team? Isn't my cape fabulous?" All Might had to fight down the sudden panic as the questions continued to come at him, fighting down the cug. H of blood that attempted to come up his damaged esophagus, the blonde hero raised a hand to calm the students and began to answer the questions one by one. Wait now, young ones, my quirk isn't super hearing, you know, ha ha. Now to answer your questions. Young Ida, I will explain the conditions of victories for each team after they are decided. Next, young Hagakuri, please do not worry, I will not expel any of my students as long as they do not break any major school rules. Young Bakugo, please keep any injuries to the minimum necessary to capture or knock out your opponents. And finally, young Aoyama, well yes, your cape is quite eye-catching. Quote, the students looked on in awe at the number one answering all of those questions in the order they were given, two exceptions being Shoka Todoroki, who looked on blankly at the goings-on, and Izuku, who was fighting his worry at the ever-increasing scent of blood and sickness coming from All Might. Izuku swore to himself and made a mental note to speak with the symbol of peace after the class today to try and figure out what was going on with him and if the young vampire could help. Following the awe, the class then stepped forward one at a time, each of them grabbing a ball and looking at the letter on it before beginning to look for their partners. When it was finally Izuku's turn, he walked to the box and reached within and pulled out a black ball with a large B on it. Looking up, Izuku then called out for the rest of the class to hear. Hey, I got B. Anyone else have that letter yet? Both Kyoka and Himiko looked down in disappointment at their own balls that had E and H, respectively. Izuku was interested in how Kyoka's ball was like his being black, while Himiko's was white with a black letter. Having an idea what this could mean, Izuku was about to walk around to find his partner until a nervous voice was heard from behind him. Midoriya-san. Izuku then turned around and found a nervously fiddling Momo Yaoyorozu. In her hands was the matching ball. Giving the young heiress a friendly smile, not noticing the light blush that came to the young woman's face, Izuku proceeded to walk up to Yaoyorozu while speaking. Hello Yaoyorozu-san, I guess we are partners, huh? Well, either way, happy to work with you. The now flustered heiress couldn't help the blush on her face from intensifying before giving a small smile of her own and responding. It is a pleasure working with you as well, Midoriya-san, and please call me Momo. I know my name can be quite a mouthful and it would be more efficient to just say my first name. Izuku just blinked at the way Yao no Momo had so easily asked for him to call her by her first name in the name of efficiency no less, unaware that behind him Himiko and Kyoka were looking on with a knowing look at Momo that only she and the other girls noticed. Fighting back her embarrassment, Momo was about to speak up and say never mind if it made the silver-haired young man uncomfortable before she was struck silent by the smile of said man. Thank you Momo-san, if it's okay you can also call me Izuku if you like. Momo's along with a few other girls' hearts skipped a beat at the purity shown in that smile. Himiko and Kyoka on the other hand had to fight back the urge to jump their contractor boyfriend and kiss him in front of everyone. Before the slice of life moment could continue, it was stopped by yet another light cough from All Might, taking the attention of the rest of the class and stopping the ever-rising heat on Momo's cheeks. That everyone's attention was no longer on her and Izuku. Well, now that everyone has their letters and partners, I am sure you are wondering why half the groups have spheres that are black while the others are white. At the students' nods, All Might just grinned and continued, it's quite simple my young students, those who have a white sphere will be the heroes, while those who have black will be the villains. Reaching behind himself again, All Might then brought forward what looked like flashcards much to he class's amusement. Clearing his throat once again, the number one began the explanation of the assignment. Now students, the scenario for this class will be as follows. Villains have captured an unknown yield explosive device and hidden it within one of the buildings in the city. It is the hero's objective to find the bomb and either capture the villains or the bomb before time runs out. Each villain team will have 10 minutes to prepare themselves, then the heroes will be sent in and will have 15 minutes to complete the objective. Quote, looking down at his black sphere again, Izuku could only sigh in slight disappointment knowing now that he would have to play the part of a villain. Momo at his side wasn't much more enthused by the idea of being a villain either, but decided to try and bring up her partner's spirits. Raising her hand, Momo placed a light hand on Izuku's shoulder, shaking the young man from his thoughts. Looking into his partner's expressive, Gem-like onyx eyes, Izuku just gave her a thankful smile before the voice of All Might brought their attention back to the front of the room. All right students, without wasting any more time let us see who the first teams will be. Pressing a switch that was nearly unseen in the Pro Hero's large hand, two of the screens behind All Might began to cycle through different letters until slowing down showing the results. All of the students looked at the letters in excitement while some looked around the room to find the two teams. All Might on the other hand felt slight trepidation at the selections before he seemed to swallow his worries and smiled wide. Our first two teams will be, Team G as the heroes, and Team B as the villains. Both Momo and Izuku perked up hearing that they would be going first and looked to see which team they would be fighting. There standing across the room was the ever-stoic Todoroki Shoko and her partner Tokiyami Fumikage. Izuku had to fight a frown at the way Todoroki was now glaring at Momo and himself. Before he could confront the dual-haired girl, All Might gestured them to make their way to their designated site to begin preparations for their battle against the hero team. Line break. 5 minutes later, battle site B, bomb location. So, Izuku-san, what do you think we should do? The voice of his partner brought Izuku out of his thoughts on why Todoroki seemed so suddenly hostile and back to the matter at hand. Thinking over the question, Izuku placed a hand on his chin and started to think about what he knew of their soon-to-be opponents and how they should approach the match. Well, from what we've seen so far, both Todoroki and Tokiyami-san have very powerful and versatile quirks, though from what I have personally observed, Todoroki will likely try to take us down in one move without involving her partner, likely by freezing the building with her cold side. Afterwards, both she and Tokiyami would then have free rein to come and either capture us or the bomb at their leisure. Of course, that is if Tokiyami doesn't somehow convince Todoroki to fight up close. In that case, Tokiyami's dark shadow would by far be the more worrisome opponent considering the lack of powerful lighting in the area. Then there could be the mutter. Momo was now just staring at her partner as he began to devolve into a stream of muttering that was filled with so much information that it was hard to believe that the silver-haired teen had only known their classmates for less than a week but seemed to have a complete rundown of their quirks, strengths, GTHs and weaknesses along with a mild psychological profile. Now, usually a person being exposed to such a cacophony of information on their peers would have been worried or freaked out by the likelihood that Izuku would probably have similar or even more in-depth information on the others in their class, but Momo Yaoyorozu was not a normal person, due to the passive increase of both her intelligence and analytical perception that her quirk, creation, gave her. The young heiress was capable of understanding and more importantly appreciating the sheer intelligence that her partner was showing. In fact, if Momo was being honest, the fact that Izuku could so easily break down and assimilate information on a level that seemed to surpass her own was kind of hot. Fighting down the blush that sudden thought brought up, Momo decided to stop Izuku's deluge of information and planning by placing a hand on his shoulder again. Izuku seemed to come out of his mumble storm almost instantly and blushed in embarrassment at how he had so easily become distracted in front of his partner. It was only the small smile of assurance that the heiress gave him that caused Izuku's nerves to settle, clearin'. His throat. Izuku took a deep breath and spoke calmly with a gleam of mischief in his eyes that sent a shiver down his partner's back. Whether this shiver was good or bad was yet to be seen. Well, here's my plan. First we line break. Outside the building. Standing outside the basic, nondescript, concrete building, the hero team stood silently. Tokiyami standing with his arms crossed below his dark cloak looked to his partner and raised a brow at how she was glaring at the building. Deciding to inquire why Todoroki seemed so suddenly aggressive towards their classmates, Tokiyami spoke up. "Excuse me, Todoroki-san." The raven-headed teen had to fight down a flinch as Todoroki's glare was now pointed directly at him. Fighting through the discomfort, Tokiyami continued, "Why is it you have begun to show such animosity towards our classmates? It is just, I do not believe they have done anything to earn your ire." Todoroki just continued to look at Tokiyami, though the glare lessened in intensity, replaced by a cold indifference that seemed to drop the temperature around the duo by at least 10 degrees. Todoroki then took a deep breath before exhaling a large cloud of vapor, then began to speak in a dead monotone. "I personally have nothing against either Yaoyorozu or Midoriya, it is just something personal and something that I have to prove." Todoroki's eyes once again hardened and her tone became sharp. "With that, I ask that you stand aside and let me do the majority of the work, the voice of All Might Wa. S then heard through their earpieces, letting them know the battle trial had begun. Stepping forward and ignoring the indignant look of her partner, Todoroki continued, I will end this in one move. Reaching forward, Todoroki placed her hand on the building and within seconds the building was covered in a thick layer of glacial blue ice. Tokiyami looked on in surprise at the sheer power his partner had just used. The raven-headed shadow user couldn't help but think that this was overkill against their classmates. Without even a single glance to her partner, Todoroki began to walk forward towards the building to capture the bomb and prove to that man once more that she will never need his power. Behind the ice user, Tokiyami followed, not wishing to be useless and to provide backup if it was necessary. The duo proceeded to search through the first 3 floors of the building with no such luck finding either the villain team or the fake bomb. It was as they made their way up to the 4th floor that Tokiyami's instincts and Quirk screamed at him to move, Todoroki reacting similarly due to her trying under her father. Jumping back to the 3rd floor, the two stared wide-eyed when a large lightning bolt flashed through the space the two were previously instantly melting, then evaporating the ice left behind by Todoroki's first attack. The hall was silent for a moment while filled with a cloud of evaporated water, until the sound of metallic boots on concrete could be heard, followed by the sizzle of electricity. Then there, standing atop the staircase, was the looming glowing figure of Izuku Midoriya, clad in the armor form he had owned during the Quirk apprehension test, but the sight that froze the two hero students in place was the near luminescent slitted eyes that stared down at them in a way similar to a predator looking upon prey. Well, what do we have here? A smile then split the shadowed visage, showing a line of sharp fang teeth. A fresh pair of morsels come into mine and my mistress's abode, how quaint. In the back of Tokiyami's mind, the sound of Dark Shadow's whimpers almost drove the avian-headed Lord into a panic. Never in all the years he and his Quirk had been together had Dark Shadow ever reacted in such a way to anything. Even at its weakest during the day, the shadow being would never cower against the odds. In comparison, Todoroki Shoka was staring in amazement at the power and majesty her classmate was showing, until the words and ultimatum of her father rang through her mind, causing her to narrow her eyes in anger and barely hidden desperation. Stepping forward to face her classmate, Shoko looked to her partner and gave a quick instruction to find another way to the bomb. Tokiyami gave a quick nod to his partner and ran from the area while wishing her luck. Izuku, still standing in place and raising a brow at his opponent's actions, smirked and raised a hand to his ear, activating the small headset communicator to let Momo know that Tokiyami was heading her way and to prepare Plan B. Receiving a quick confirmation from the heiress, Izuku began to walk down the steps towards his dual-haired opponent. Now, shall we begin, young Ice Maiden? Without another word spoken, Shoko stamped her foot, sending out a concentrated wall of sharp glacial ice at the approaching vampire. Smirking and impressed by the power shown by his classmate once more, Izuku held out his hand before channeling an enormous amount of electrical energy, then condensing it until it was formed into a glowing object. Izuku then swung down the object, impacting the ground, and the hallway was suddenly filled with a bright light and the sound of a thunderclap. Shoko, who had covered her eyes at the bright flash of light, was suddenly launched backwards from the shockwave. Collecting herself quickly, the youngest Todoroki used her Quirk to create a brace beneath her to stop herself from crashing into the end of the hall. The dual Quirk user looked up at the now hidden staircase after collecting herself from her impromptu launch to try and identify what Midoriya had done. It only took a moment for Izuku to come into view and for Shoko to see what he had used. There, propped on his shoulder, was a war hammer. The hammer's haft looked to be about 5 feet long. The head of the hammer was a roaring lion's head with a shimmering red orb in the mouth. Seeing the wide-eyed shock on the young woman's face, Izuku gave a light chuckle before explaining. From the look on your face, I can guess you are wondering what the hammer is about. Izuku then just gave a shrug before continuing nonchalantly. It's something new I have been working on since the Quirk apprehension test. I call it the Regulus Maul. Izuku's smile of pride for his new move caused Shoko to just look on in deadpan. Unknown to the two and their partners, Izuku's new technique was causing a freakout with the rest of their class. Line break. Site B observation room. What the hell? Was the exclamation of the rest of Class 1A as they were observing. The 14 students and their teacher could only stare gobsmacked at what they were seeing. The only ones that weren't too surprised were Himiko and Kyoka, though the two were a bit miffed that Izuku hadn't shared his new move with them beforehand or even given them a hint that he was working on something like this. Throughout the group of students various responses could be heard, one of the more notable being Kaminari, who at that moment was in the corner of the room with an almost visible cloud of depression that hung over him. It's not fair. First he has a badass lion made of lightning, then he could do an epic Super Sentai ESC transformation, now he can even make weapons. Some people get all the luck. Izuku's oldest friends, Himiko and Bakugo, had to fight the urge to slap the electric quirk user across the back of his head, the silver-haired boy's friends, only stopping themselves knowing that Izuku wouldn't want them to act out like that just for a misunderstanding. Bakugo on the other hand didn't have nearly enough patience to not respond to this knockoff Pikachu-looking dumbass. Oi dunce face, don't just assume that the nerd's quirk didn't take a shit ton of work to get to where it is now. Before Kaminari could talk back to him, Katsuki continued, maybe instead of whining about it, you should talk to the nerd to get some advice on how to increase the power of your quirk. I have no doubt that he will help out if you just ask. Kaminari seemed to take in what the explosive blonde was saying for a moment before a large smile replaced the look of gloom. Jumping up, the electric blonde rushed and gave Bakugo a few quick shoulder pats and thanking him for the advice. Much to Izuku's friends, especially Kyoka's, surprise, Bakugo just gave a light scoff and replied with a quiet, whatever, before wandering off to stand with his partner Kirishima. While all of this was going on, All Might was looking at the screens in amazement at the continued advancements of young Midoriya's quirk. The number one was honestly of the mind that the young man would have likely made an excellent successor if the hero hadn't already selected and passed his quirk on. The sudden thought of his successor brought a slightly wider grin to Toshinori's face. It had been a pure spur of moment situation that had led the ailing blonde to his choice to pass his quirk on. In fact, when All Might had returned to Musudafu, he had to bear through another argument with his former sidekick Sir Night-Eye when the man had learned that he had passed his quirk on to someone that wasn't the person he had selected. To be honest, Toshinori had been more than a little irritated by the way his former friend and confidant seemed to have become obsessed with preserving the legacy of All Might, to the point of raising young Tagata to be an almost carbon copy of the current number one hero. Toshinori had to put his foot down after the third consecutive attempt by the future site user to try and convince him to take back the quirk and give it to his selected protege. The blonde symbol told Night-Eye that if he attempted to convince him again or coerce his chosen successor when they revealed themselves, that he would ensure that the pro would lose his hero license for abuse of his position and quirk. That had been about 3 months before the entrance exams, and Toshinori hadn't heard anything from his former friend since. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, All Might returned his attention to the screen, reminding himself to check in with his successor at the end of the day. Line break. Shoka was in trouble. The dual quirk user was cursing within her mind as she jumped to the side to avoid another ground-shaking attack from the lightning maul of her opponent. The worst part, though, was that the youngest Todoroki knew that Midoriya was holding back. Ever since this battle had begun, Midoriya had only been using melee attacks with his maul. Gritting her teeth and fighting down the shiver of cold that was slowly overwhelming her from overuse of her quirk, Shoka pushed through and launched another wave of ice at her opponent. Unfortunately for the young woman, due to her overuse of her quirk, the attack she sent at the vampire quirk user was both too small and slow to be of use. Izuku only frowned at the weakened attack before he destroyed it with just a wave of his weapon. At first the young man had been excited at the opportunity to test himself against one of the most powerful students in his class, but as this battle continued his opponent's attacks got smaller and weaker while Todoroki's limbs began to frost over on her left side. The hero in training knew something was wrong. Deciding to get to the bottom of this after the match, Izuku moved to end this match so as to keep any damage to Todoroki-san to a minimum. Shoka couldn't have reacted if she tried, both due to the sudden flash of speed combined with the ever-growing frostbite on her ice. In a flash of lightning, Izuku moved from where he had been standing to just in front of the dual-haired quirk user with the head of his hammer drawn back in a rusting motion. The last thing Shoka knew was the sudden pain as the hammerhead slammed into her abdomen, both knocking her back as well as sending a jolt of electricity through her body. Before unconsciousness claimed her, Shoka looked up into the now normal form of her classmate as he reached into a pouch and pulled out the capture tape given to each team before they left for the match. When the darkness finally claimed her, the only reaction Shoka had was to let out a single tear, knowing what this loss meant for her when that man found out. Izuku couldn't keep the frown off his face after he had seen that lone tear fall from Todoroki's face just before passing out. Moving quickly, the young man wrapped first the dual-haired young woman's wrists then ankles before the sound of All Might Sensei was heard over both the earpieces and the broadcast system. Young Todoroki is captured, hero team is down to one member, 5 minutes remain. Quote, reaching up to his earpiece, Izuku began to speak to his partner for a sitrep. Hey Momo, any sign of Tokiyami yet? Quote, line break bomb room. Hey Momo, any sign of Tokiyami yet? Momo stood within the large room that the two students had chosen for their plan against the hero team. The room was large, taking up most of the available room on the 5th floor of the building that they were given for the battle trial. The empty space in the large room broken up with support pillars intermittent throughout the space. Reaching up to the earpiece, Momo was about to respond to her partner until a beeping came from her wrist. Raising her wrist, the young heroine looked at a small smart watch that she had made to connect to a series of motion sensors that Izuku had placed while he made his way towards their opponents. Quickly reading the information on the screen, Momo turned towards the western entrance and produced a street AFF in her left hand while a small buckler shield appeared on her right forearm. Less than a minute later, the dark form of her avian-headed classmate, Tokiyami, made his way into the room. This by itself wouldn't have been too worrying for the young heiress, but there looming behind the heroes was the looming form of Tokiyami's Quirk, Dark Shadow. Momo had to fight down the shiver that came over her as the bright angry yellow gaze of the sentient Shadow Quirk attempted to stare her down. Tokiyami, noticing the slight look of hesitation on his classmate's face, decided to speak up in an attempt to finish this battle so as to not face the more dangerous opponent that was likely on his way if the lack of explosions and tremors were anything to go by. This is the end, villain. Surrender now or be swallowed by the shadows of justice. As if to punctuate his words, Dark Shadow seemed to inflate and grow, filling the space behind the young hero in training. Momo could honestly admit that the show was actually quite intimidating. But what really surprised her was the fact that Izuku's predictions had almost happened to From Todoroki-san's attempt to freeze the building to Tokiyami being the one to face her, the sheer intelligence and foresight of her partner caused the young heiress's heart to pound in excitement. Getting her head back in the game, Momo decided to play up the villainous role and gave the still approaching Tokiyami a smug grin, causing the avian teen to raise a feathered brow in confusion. Chuckling in a haughty and condescending way some of the more stuck-up students at her previous school had, Momo looked down at her opponent and began to speak, her tone matching her pose. Oh tilde, so the little hero thinks he has caught this one here. Transferring the staff she had made to her shield hand, Momo reached behind her back, seeing that Tokiyami was finally in position. Well, I am sorry to say that your interference was expected and plans were made. Moving her hand from behind her back, Tokiyami looked on in confusion at the switch that was in Momo's hand, a feeling of dread slowly growing. Seeing Tokiyami's approach slow, Momo let a haughty grin grow on her face and spoke out before springing her trap. I see that you don't understand your peril. Allow me to illuminate the situation you find yourself in. As soon as the switch in the young woman's hand was flipped, Tokiyami's world was suddenly filled with an overwhelming flash of light. In each of the tops of the pillars mounted high-intensity LED lights were pointed at the Shadow Quirk user, encasing him from all directions. Dark Shadow, unable to handle the sudden light attack, was forced to retreat within his host, leaving Tokiyami without his most powerful defense. Wasting no time, Momo rushed forward and proceeded to drive her staff into Tokiyami's abdomen, knocking the air from him and sending him to the floor just inside the doorway where the standing form of Izuku waited with another roll of capture tape. The last thing Tokiyami heard before he passed out from the sudden hit was the sound of All Might declaring the villain team the victors. Izuku and Momo's return to the observation room was done in companionable silence. After the two hero hopefuls had ensured that Tokiyami and Todoroki were safely placed on the mobile stretchers to be taken to Recovery Girl, the two spent the first few minutes of their walk back to the room talking about what they thought they could have done better during the match. Of course, it was mostly spent with both just apologizing, Momo for not doing better and Izuku for his choice of act likely embarrassing the young heiress. This of course led to the two just laughing off their nerves and continuing their walk looking forward to their classmates' reaction to the performance. When the duo finally entered the observation room, it was to the shocked and awed silence of the students and teacher, well all except three. In a blur of pink and blonde, Izuku was knocked from his feet to the ground with a wild Mina and Himiko hugging the vampire's armor-covered torso, much to the amusement of Jiro and the hidden jealousy of two of the other girls in the class. Izuku, while he laid there on the ground, was fighting hard to keep a blush from growing on his wide-eyed visage. The rest of the class besides those mentioned were having a variety of reactions, from the light J. Elisi of Kaminari and Siro at the Silverette's apparent luck with the ladies, to the straight-laced and overbearing Ida chopping his hands while attempting to reprimand the girls and Izuku for the unbecoming behavior for those in UA's hero course. While slightly entertained by the contained chaos of the moment with his students, All Might knew that he needed to move on to the next match before his dwindling time limit became an issue. Young Ishido, young Himiko, while I'm sure that young Midoriya is enjoying the attention, we really must move on to the next match. Quote, both teens looked up from their perch on Izuku's chest to give All Might a sheepish grin while a light dusting of pink and purple appeared on their cheeks. Standing and moving back to their partners, Izuku just stayed laying there for a moment until a hand entered his vision. Following the hand up to the source, Izuku found himself having to fight down yet another blush at the position as the smiling visage of Momo was shown. While trying to keep his eyes from wandering to places that would likely get him stabbed by his girlfriends if he was caught, Izuku returned Momo's smile and reached up to grasp the outstretched hand. The two then turned their attention back to the front to wait to hear All Might's assessment of the first match. Giving a slight nod seeing that he now had the class's attention, All Might coughed lightly into his fist before beginning the rundown of the match. All right students, based on what we have seen here, who can tell me who the MVP of the match was? Quote, surprised by the sudden question, the class began muttering amongst themselves while debating on which student did the best. During the match, it ended up being Suyu, the girl with the frog mutation, that answered first. Hero, I think it was Midoriya-chan who was the MVP. Hero. Blinking in surprise at both the statement and the Chan added to his name, Izuku was frozen for a moment until his trance was broken once more by All Might. Oh, and why do you believe that young Asui? Suyu only took a moment to think about her reasonings before placing one of her fingers on her chin while sticking out the tip of her tongue in an admittedly cute gesture that Himiko began to gush about to the other girls around her. Well, Hero, I believe that he was the one who contributed the most to the match. When Todoroki-chan had frozen the building, it was Midoriya-chan's quick thinking that kept them from being captured in the attack. Then he volunteered to be the one to face the stronger opponent while not leaving out Yaoyorozu-chan by letting Tokiyami find another path to the bomb room. That's my main reasoning, Hero. Around the room the students stared at their froggy classmate in surprise, seeing that had to have been the low NGEST they had seen her talk all week. The only students known to be more taciturn than the blunt frog girl being the ghostly Reiko Yanagi and frosty Shoko Todoroki. Nodding along to the young woman's points, All Might was impressed by the points brought up by the heroine in training. While most of the class agreed with the young heroine in training, the only one to disagree was Izuku himself, which he wasted no time in voicing. As much as I appreciate your words, Asui, call me Su Kiro, right Su, I don't believe that I alone deserve to be the MVP of the match. Everyone was now looking at Izuku in confusion at what he meant by that. All Might, also attempting to hide his confusion at the young man's words, spoke up in question of the boy's statement. Could you please explain, young Midoriya? Nodding to his teacher, Izuku spoke once more. You see, while I may have done the lion's share of the combat portion, the planning wasn't mine alone. Looking over to his partner, Izuku gave Momo a soft smile that brought a light dusting of pink to the young woman's cheeks, much to the annoyance of certain students. If it wasn't for Momo's input, as well as the versatility of her quirk and working as defense for the bomb, we may have had a harder time fighting against our opponents. Also, in the end it was up to Momo keeping Tokiyami at bay and then incapacitating him that led to our victory. Quote, Hearing Izuku's praise for her, Momo's light blush became more and more noticeable as he continued his explanation. The young vampire's words also helped to alleviate some of the self-doubt that had been stirring since her close call in the recommendation exams when she had only gotten into the SC. Who'll due to the first-place student gave up his spot for an unknown reason. All Might, impressed by Izuku's willingness to share in his success rather than taking all the credit for himself, widened his grin if it was possible. He then gave Izuku a boisterous laugh, then followed up with a thumbs up. Excellent, young Midoriya. It makes me so proud to see the younger generation of future heroes standing together and helping to rise to the top. Therefore both young Yaoyorozu and yourself shall share the title of MVP for this round. The rest of the class seemed to agree with the number one hero and various students voiced their agreement. Now without further discussion, we will now move on to the next match. All Might then moved once more to the two boxes holding the hero and villain teams. Time skip. End of the exercise, en route to the main campus. Class 1A were making their way back to UA's main campus to get changed back into their school uniforms while tiredly discussing the various matches had been conducted during the class. For the most part none of the matches were as action-packed as the first between teams B and G. The second group had consisted of Team I, Toru Hagakure and Tsuyu Asui as the heroes, versus Team E, made up of Kyoka and Mina as the villains. While this match had been closer due to Hagakure's surprising talent in stealth and Asui's, call me Sue, near-prodigious use of her natural abilities given by her frog quirk. Unfortunately it was not enough to overcome the training and teamwork of Mina and Kyoka, Kyoka being able to detect Hagaku. While Mina was able to keep Sue at bay with liberal use of her acid quirk. In the end it came down to Sue being taken down when she was blindsided by a sound wave attack from a returning Kyoka, a tied-up and gagged Toru over her shoulder. When All Might gave the signal stating the villain team had won, the two childhood friends gave each other matching grins and high-fives. In the end it had been Kyoka that was named the MVP of the match due to her creative and versatile use of her quirk. While bummed out by their loss, both hero team members were comforted by their opponents and given assurances that it was just a bad matchup that led to their defeat. When the two groups returned to the observation room, they received congratulations for the great job, followed by Izuku coming up to the still somewhat down hero team and offered his advice on improvements that could be made to their respective strategies and hero costumes. Hearing his ideas, both Sue and a fidgeting Toru thanked the Silverette and promised to follow up with the support department to make some changes and hoped to maybe ask him to accompany them to ensure there were no more mistakes like with Toru's costume. Unknown to the dense vampire cinnamon roll, most of the girls of his class were giving the blank-faced Sue and fidgeting Toru dirty looks while also planning on asking Izuku for ideas after the class. The next match between Team F, Shoji and Kaminari as the heroes, and Team C, Shiro and Aoyama was one of the shortest overall. Shoji and Kaminari had surprisingly made a good duo, with Shoji using dupli arms to replicate various sensory organs, making it a cakewalk for the large team to direct him towards the villain's position. Then there was Kaminari, who had a surprising amount of control of his electrification quirk, using it to burn through the traps made by Shiro's quirk tape by directing a large charge to his fingers, creating an effective version of an arc cutter. Then came the confrontation itself, when the heroes finally made their way past Shiro's traps just outside the room holding the faux bomb. They could overhear a conversation between Shiro and his partner. "Hey Aoyama, why do you keep looking into the corners of the room?" Confused at what the hero student was talking about, Shoji made a tendril sprout from one of his arms and moved the appendage to the edge of the door to show the room's layout and scope the situation just in time to hear Aoyama's response. "Oh, well don't worry about it mon ami, I am just ensuring those who are watching see my trace magnifique sparkle." All three other students had to hold back a sweat drop, even Kaminari, who couldn't even see what the sparkly gentleman was doing at the moment. Deciding to end this, Shoji rose another tendril while making a normal hand, making a countdown starting from 5. At 1, the two rushed into the room and struck. The villain team never stood a chance, Shiro being quickly subdued by Shoji and Aoyama getting shocked by Kaminari before he could even react. It was with a light cough All Might announced that the hero team was the victor and Shoji was named the MVP due to his contributions. Round 4 was much more action-packed, as Team A, consisting of Bakugo and Ojiro on the hero's side, faced off against the villains made up of Team J, Ochako A. and Kirishima. Knowing that they were going to be facing an uphill battle against the explosive blonde, Kirishima had convinced Uraraka to remain with the bomb and set up as many traps as she could using her quirk without exhausting herself. Ochako agreed with the plan and wasted no time taking any available debris from the floor they had chosen to hide the bomb on. With the hero team, Ojiro was talking with Bakugo and making a plan to secure the bomb or the villain team. Now if this had been any other world, Katsuki Bakugo would have been the living combination of an enraged Pomeranian empowered by pure Karen energy only found in the most enraged of bridezillas. This was not that Katsuki Bakugo though, and his words to his partner was all the proof any universe will need to understand this. So Tails, you have a plan. Not even bothered by the nickname, Ojiro held his chin and thought for a moment before replying. Well, the way I see it, we have two options depending on your preference. Getting a nod from Bakugo, Ojiro continued. First is the ever-popular shock and awe, where we go in guns blazing and running into the wind, not worrying about traps or obstacles. Bakugo had a hard time not going with this plan. Every part of his body was trying to tell him that he go in there and show everyone that he wasn't someone to be underestimated, but that was likely the increased adrenaline from his quirk talking. It wasn't a well-known fact, but to counteract his body's production of his nitroglycerin-like sweat, his body needed to constantly be in a constantly active state to prevent buildup or poisoning in his bloodstream. To counteract this, his body had overly developed adrenal glands that were specifically made to secrete a concentrated version of adrenaline to keep his heart pumping. Unfortunately, this means that the explosion quirk user had been under a constant stressed state since he was 4 years old due to the overabundance of fight-or-flight hormones in his system that would have likely killed a full-grown water buffalo via heart explosion. This is what led to the young blonde being so volatile and near impossible impulse control. This problem was later rectified when Katsuki had gone to therapy following his exit from Aldera Elementary. Pulling himself from his thoughts on the past and his former asshole self, Katsuki looked Ojiro in the eyes and gave a slow shake of the head. As much as I would love to do that, I think that it would be safer if we went with Plan B, you know. Getting a nod from the karate gi wearing student, Bakugo continued, so what is Plan B? Quote, well, I'm guessing based on our opponent's personality, that Kirishima-san will likely come to face us in person while leaving Uraraka-san behind to protect the bomb, so our best bet would be divide and conquer. Quote, Bakugo hardly had to think about the likelihood of the plan before he gave a near-feral grin and nodded, just as All Might's voice came over the comms stating that the match had begun. The heroes then rushed into the building while keeping together. It didn't take long after the duo made their way up to the 4th floor that Ojiro suddenly sprang forward and lashed out with his tail at a pouncing Kirishima, hardening quirk set at his max, looking like the world's manliest gargoyle and knocking the redhead back. Before Ojiro could say anything, Kirishima jumped up, showing that the hit had next to no effect to the team. Bakugo, not wasting a moment, jumped over the slightly shocked tail quirk user and sent an explosive right palm strike out at Kirishima. Kirishima only had a moment to widen his eyes before crossing his still hardened arms in a guard to tank the blast. As soon as Katsuki's glowing palms made contact with Kirishima's guard, the blonde released a close-ranged and intense concussive blast, knocking Kirishima even further back and smashing him into the opposite hall. Looking back at his partner, Bakugo called out to his partner and told him to head out to find Round Face and get the bomb while he held back shitty hair. Ojiro, having to fight back a combination of sweat drop and eye roll at his partner's crass words, just nodded to his fellow blonde and ran to the hall that Kirishima had come from to continue the search for the bomb. From there a battle of attrition began between the explosive blonde and hardening quirk user. Less than 3 minutes later, with 10 remaining in the exercise, Ojiro was finally able to find the bomb along with Uraraka, only to have to jump back out into the hallway to avoid a sudden deluge of crates and, was that a kitchen sink? Any further thought on just where the space-themed heroine in training had found all of the items that she was using as ammo as said brunette came out of the room with a wide, almost Himiko-like, grin on her face. If the demented smile weren't enough to send shivers of fear through the tailed martial artist, it was the massive pillar of concrete that she was carrying as if it was a baseball bat that had Ojiro questioning his every decision since he had enrolled. Ed in UA. Then, as if to spite him, Uraraka decided to up the crazy factor. Nay, Hiro-san, where are you going? The fun has only just begun. Tilda. Ojiro only had one thought running through his mind in that moment that cemented when the gravity quirk user raised the pillar in front of her like a comical battering ram before bursting forward with surprising speed. Oh shit. While Ojiro was going through an existential crisis due to a clearly overly competitive Uraraka, Bakugo's and Kirishima's battle was heating up. Dodging yet another explosion from his opponent, Kirishima was honestly having a hard time not bursting out in manly appreciation for Bakugo. While the explosive blonde didn't have any of the overwhelming strength or speed of Izubro, let alone the young vampire's hack's powers, the redhead could admit that his opponent definitely had a savagely sharp intuition for anything battle. A point that was made once more when Bakugo used a concussive blast to launch himself over a hard left hook from the villain team member. It was only the instincts instilled during the years Kirishima had trained with Izuku that had him activating his quirk on his back just before another explosion rang out, hitting and stunning the red-headed hero student and launching him into the hallway wall, again. Well, I got to have it to your shitty hair. You are definitely a step above most of the others in the class, that's for sure. Did Izuku help you train to get this strong? There was a moment of silence that was broken when Kirishima finally got tired of trying to pull himself out of the wall and increase his quirk's output to cover his entire body. As a result of the boosted strength he got as a side effect from his muscles and tendons becoming denser alongside his skin, Kirishima was finally able to break his way out of the cement walls. Shaking his head to clear the cobwebs and any leftover concrete dust, Kirishima turned to face Bakugo, who had been still waiting for the red-headed teen to answer his question. Smashing his hardened fists together creating a shower of sparks, Kirishima jumped forward once more to re-engage with Bakugo. While answering his question, that obvious Izu bro has been helping me and the others train almost from the moment we all agreed on becoming pro-heroes. In fact, Kirishima then stopped his advance towards the explosive blonde and began to concentrate on something. Let me show you just how hard we worked, Baku bro. One moment, that was all it took for the change to take place for Kirishima. Whereas before, when he activated his quirk, Kirishima's skin became rock-like with sharp edges, his new move seemed to take that hardness to the next level. Every part on Kirishima's body seemed to compress and sharpen, making the redhead appear more monstrous in appearance. Katsuki, surprised by the change in his opponent's demeanor, took a step back at the sheer force of will Kirishima was emitting. Combination ultimate move, Unbreakable Red Gauntlet. With his pronouncement, Kirishima crouched, then launched forward, cracking the ground from sheer force, fist back and seeming to somehow grow even harder, if the increase in the arm's mass and edges were anything to go by. Katsuki stood shocked with wide eyes before he attempted to put his arms up in a guard, only to be once again shocked when the wall to the side of the charging redhead was smashed by the now half-broken pillar-wielding Uraraka, a clearly knocked-out Ojiro being launched from the end of said pillar directly into Kirishima, knocking both boys through another two walls. Not believing what had just happened in front of him, Katsuki could only say one thing. What the fuck kind of Looney Tunes bullshit is this? Turning to face the hole his teammate and opponent had gone through, Katsuki spoke up, a light tone of worry in his words. Oi, shitty hair, Wukong, you two still alive in there? All the explosive blonde received in response was a groan from Kirishima stating that he was okay, but Ojiro was knocked out, alongside his identical twin. Well shit, Rock'em Sock'em and Journey to the West are out. Katsuki then stiffened in realization, wait, where's Kirby's meaner sister? It was only his finely tuned survival and battle instincts that saved Bakugo Katsuki from being nailed into the ground by the most painful hammer in existence. Blasting himself backwards, Katsuki gulped and sweat dropped at the pillar that smashed into the ground, cracking it, the floor not the pillar surprisingly. Looking up at the young woman who was still wearing the same smile that would make Harley Quinn and the Jock proud, the blonde bomber couldn't help but shout out. What the fuck, pink cheeks? If I hadn't dodged that it would have killed me, damn it. Instead of receiving an answer or apology, Uraraka only gave a creepy giggle and answered like a demented yandere who just found a person that hurt their obsession. Nay, Bakugo-san, don't you remember? Raising her pillar hammer, Ochako pressed a finger to her cheek and gave an obviously fake innocent smile and pointed at the now nervously sweating blonde. You are the hero, the brunette then gestured to herself with the smile somehow growing even wider. And I am the villain. That's all there is to it. Either you beat me now, or our objective will be complete and the explosive that my partner and I have placed will destroy this city and take all of us with it. Ochako then cupped the side of her face while keeping the thumb off the skin so as not to accidentally activate her quirk and gave a look only found in the most psychotic of individuals. Doesn't that just sound so fun, Tilda? Completely done with this, Katsuki decided that he would finish this match right now. Bursting forward with twin explosions, catching the brunette off guard at the speed, Katsuki smashed a fist into the gravity girl's solar plexus, making the girl gasp before she turned green and released her quirk. Luckily for the two, due to Ochako placing the pillar on the ground before the attack, it didn't end up falling, but unfortunately for both teams, Ochako ended up losing her lunch. Without any warning, a stream of rainbows spewed from the gravity girl's mouth and hit the ground, splashing onto Katsuki's combat boots. Feeling awkward and disgusted by the situation, Katsuki just quickly moved and secured the still vomiting Uraraka before walking through the hole in the wall to find Kirishima and wrapped him up as well. In the exercise, when the group, minus Kirishima and Ojiro, who had been sent to Recovery Girl due to a concussion and 2 broken ribs from the improvised battering ram club that Uraraka had used, returned to the observation room, the rundown was quick and simple, congratulating Bakugo and declaring him MVP due to his quick reactions and masterful use of his quirk. All Might did speak to young Uraraka about getting too caught up in the exercise, much to the young brunette's embarrassment and the rest of the class's amusement. By the time the review of the match was finished, both Katsuki and Ochako were silently contemplating how they could improve in the future. Then came the final match of the day between Team H, consisting of Himiko and Ida, as the heroes versus Team D, Reiko Yanagi and Rikido Sato, as the villains. To be honest, as Izuku was observing this match, he didn't know how it would turn out. With Himiko's and Ida's superior maneuverability alongside the vampire girl's talent for stealth, this type of infiltration type of simulation should have made the match a sure victory for the heroes, but there was one person that the vampire girl couldn't account for. While Sato-san had a decent strength enhancer that used sugar to bolster his already decent ability, it was the quiet and ghostly Yanagi that caused the most problems for the heroes. Yanagi's quirk, Poltergeist, from what Izuku and Momo could observe, gave the normally verbose gray-haired young woman a versatile version of telekinesis, with the only limit being the weight that Yanagi could lift. While most would look down on someone that couldn't lift heavy objects with ease, Yanagi instead concentrated on controlling a near-limitless amount of smaller objects to create a dervish of debris that could take down almost any opponent. Himiko wasn't having a good time. Ever since she and her partner had entered the building, they had to keep on their toes to avoid periodic ambushes from Yanagi-chan with ammunition supplied by her partner Sato-san. That's not to say that the blonde and her partner were completely outmatched. There had been a few times when Ida-san had been able to almost catch their ghost-like classmate with a sudden burst of speed, only to be stopped by a quick response by said spooky girl. Himiko had also attempted to catch the young telekinetic off guard with her skills in stealth, only to almost be smashed into a wall by rushing Sato when he seemed to come from nowhere. Now here they were, 5 minutes left in the match and only 1 hull away from their objective, the only problem being that the hero team couldn't advance due to an almost endless stream of debris being launched towards them. Looking over to her partner, Himiko couldn't help but speak up. Nay, Ida-kun, any idea what we could do to get through? Quote. The tall teen seemed to stop in place and think deeply about what they could do, then seemed to come to a decision. Himiko-san, I have an idea. The only problem is that if I do this, I will be effectively disabled for the remainder of the match. Raising her brow at the armor-clad brunette, Himiko ran through the implications of letting her partner effectively sacrifice himself just to hopefully finish the match when a figurative lightbulb went off, causing the blonde to smile widely, much to Ida's confusion. Well, Ida-kun, if you are planning to use your trump card for this, I guess it's only fair if I pull out the big guns as well, nay. Before Ida could respond to the confusing question, Himiko continued, suddenly wearing a serious look on her face. I'll distract the villain team. When I do, use your special move or whatever to blitz to the bomb and finish the match, okay? Surprised at his classmates' sudden shift in personality, the youngest son of the Ida family hesitated only for a moment before returning Himiko's sudden show of conviction. With a similar level of energy and nodding in affirmation. The moment Himiko received that nod from her classmate, was the moment that the young woman activated her quirk. One moment the young petite blonde in her hero suit was replaced with a familiar figure. Eyes widening in surprise, Ida's jaw dropped seeing a now grinning Izuku standing in Himiko's place in his armored hero costume. The only difference the young man could see that confirmed that this in fact wasn't the actual Midoriya was the same fang-filled grin of his female classmate that spread across their strongest classmate's face. Any further words that could have been said was lost when Himiko then tore around the corner of the hallway and rushed forward with a speed that she never had shown before. The villain team, who had begun to tire from the constant use of their quirk's drawbacks, had varying reactions to the now familiar form of their other vampiric classmate, Sato standing in wide-eyed shock and mouth agape while a still blank-faced Unagi's quirk deactivated from the shock. Now with nothing obstructing her path forward, Himiko used her temporarily increased strength from the transformation to launch herself at the still shocked form of Sato. The tall buff teen had no chance of reacting to the transformed blonde due to his quirk's drawback affecting his mental faculties. In 2 quick lunging strides, Himiko was within Sato's guard and in a fluid motion dropped to the ground, lashing out with a spinning kick, swiping the Sugar Rush quirk user off his feet onto his back. The disguised girl then reached behind her and in a fluid motion pulled out her capture tape, quickly securing the large boy's arms and taking him out of the match. Young Sato has been captured by the hero team, 2 minutes remain. Quote, the words of their heroics teacher was enough to knock Unagi out of her surprise. The young woman then realized what must have happened, remembering Himiko's introduction, though having no idea how the blonde had managed to get blood from their overpowered silver-haired classmate. Turning to face her closer opponent and hopefully push back the now much more dangerous disguised blonde, Unagi unknowingly made a fatal mistake. Behind the two back at the entrance of the hallway now stood a crouching Ida. Seeing that his partner's distraction had worked better than he had thought it would, Ida began his own part. The only warning Reiko had that things were about to go bad for her was the sudden sounds of engines revving behind her. Jerking back to look behind her, Reiko only caught a flash of metallic silver and blue fire before a gust of wind passed her and rushed into the open doorway where Sato and she had placed the bomb. In another moment All Might's voice came over the comms once more. The bomb has been secured. Hero team wins. Quote, Reiko seemed to look into the distance in blank-faced shock at the reversal, only to be slapped on the back by a now Izuku. Himiko giving the gray-haired girl a congratulations for doing so well during the match even though she hadn't won in the end. Seeing the exuberance and honest happiness on the blonde's face brought a warmth to Reiko's cheeks as she gave a small, almost unnoticeable smile to the young woman's excitable nature. Maybe I could finally make some friends that wouldn't push me away due to me being too spooky. Line break. Izuku and the rest of the Class 1A boys had just made it back to the locker rooms and were beginning to change back into their uniforms. As the sliver-haired vampire removed his armor, Izuku couldn't help but still think about the hurried way All Might had ended the class after Anunk ing Unagi-san as the MVP due to her control of the battle until the surprise attack by Himiko and blitz maneuver by Ida-san. As the symbol of peace rushed out of the room stating it is, showing how a hero leaves as if he has somewhere to be. Izuku once more caught the smell of blood and sickness from his teacher that worried the young man. What sort of injury could All Might be hiding if it had been persisting for as long as the scent suggested? Within his mind, Avrora also thought about what this could mean, then spoke up. It's possible that your teacher may have been hit by some sort of degenerative quirk, but if that is the case then there is probably nothing normal means could do. It didn't take even a moment for Izuku to infer what his quirk was likely telling him. Avrora, do you mean that the only one who could help him if the damage is as bad as we suspect it is? Single quote. The living quirk could only hum in agreement with her master's deduction, making Izuku mutter a low, shit. Under his breath, the young man knew if that was the case there was only one thing he could do. Just as the vampire finished tightening his tie and closing his hero suitcase, Izuku left the locker room with a determined gleam in his eyes. Line break. UA. Staff room. All Might Pav. Toshinori only had a moment when he entered the staff room to rush to his desk before he suddenly went up in a cloud of steam. The next moment found the now shrunken and emaciated form of the symbol of peace coughing up a truly unhealthy amount of blood. NTO, a small bin that was placed next to his desk for this exact reason. 5 minutes later found the formerly robust hero slumping onto his desk, barely able to even move. Around the still lightly coughing man, a few members of the school's staff looked on in worry at the state of their coworker. Yagi, do you need one of us to go get recovery girl? The soft tone of Midnight was heard as she slowly approached the now lightly gasping man and placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. The R-rated pro having to hold back a flinch at the bony shoulder that seemed to sag under the weight of some unknown burden. Looking up at his coworker and giving a small smile that only barely reached his tired and sunken eyes, Toshinori was about to speak up and assure the younger woman that he'll be fine after a short time to rest, only to be interrupted by the voice of UA's resident rat god, Nezu, over the PA system. Everything will be okay, Kayama-san. The voice seemed to pause for a moment before the principal spoke once more. On that note, Yagi-san, if you could please meet me in my office as soon as you're able, that would be appreciated, thank you. Without another word, UA's principal ended his short broadcast, making the present teachers confused with the sudden summons of their newest coworker. Toshinori himself had no idea what the quirked animal wanted to speak with him about. A part of the man was almost worried that the mammalian chimera was going to lecture him about something he had done wrong during his first ever heroics class. Shaking his head to clear it of his self-depreciating thoughts, the lesson form of the number 1 began to lift himself from his desk. His comrades around him attempted to have him wait for a moment to regain his strength, but the tired blonde just waved them off with a kind yet sad smile before shuffling his way to the adjacent teacher's locker room so he could change out of his hero costume. By the time that Toshinori had finished changing out of his costume into his oversized yellow pinstriped suit, the afternoon sun was beginning to filter in through the windows of the school, dyeing the halls in a soft orange hue. Finally arriving at the principal's office doors, Toshinori gave a polite knock and was ushered into the room with the chipper voice of Nezu stating, "Come in." Taking a gasping breath to try and steady himself, Toshinori opened the door and was about to greet the principal, only to have a voice he hadn't expected to cut him off. "Oh my God all might, what happened to you?" Snapping his head to the exclamation, there Toshi saw the wide-eyed visage of Izuku Midoriya, who looked ready to have a panic attack. Well, shit. Line break. UA. High school. Hallway outside Nezu's office, 15 minutes earlier. Izuku continued his walk towards his destination, determination to help his childhood hero filling him, until he finally found himself outside UA's principal's office. Now that he was standing outside the doors he had only seen one time before when he had saved Himi-chan, Izuku couldn't help but be nervous at meeting his school's principal once more. Just as he was beginning to be overcome by his nerves, a sudden jolt from Aurora knocked him out of his daze. Shaking his head to clear it and silently thanking his quirk, the young vampire reached up to knock on the door. "Please come in, Midoriya-san." Blinking in surprise due to the sudden call, Izuku just sighed and proceeded to open the doors leading to Nezu's office. Entering the office, Izuku could see that nothing had changed since the last time he had visited. Looking to the desk, the Silverette could see the form of his principal sitting at his desk working on a stack of paperwork while a hot cup of tea sat to the mammal's side. Closing the door behind him, Izuku walked forward and greeted the intelligent animal with a cordial bow. "Good afternoon, Principal Nezu. I wished to speak to you about something worrying that I noticed during the heroics class today, if you have the time." Nezu looked up from his current paperwork and met the gaze of one of his most interesting students to date. The mouse bear dog thing then placed his pen down and clasped his hands in front of him and spoke in a soft, friendly tone. "Oh, is that so, young man? Then please tell me what news you have, and I assure you I will do what I can to fix the situation." Breathing a sigh of relief, Izuku then began his explanation of his observations of his teacher during the battle trials, how he had smelt and sensed the overwhelming amount of blood and sickness growing from the body of the number 1 hero. The more the quirked animal heard, the more Izuku had a sneaking suspicion that the principal knew what was wrong with his teacher. This was confirmed when he had finished his retelling with how All Might had left in such a hurry at the end of class. Nezu seemed to contemplate something for a time before sighing and returning to observing the enigmatic student in front of him. Mr. Midoriya, I thank you for telling me about this. I know it must have been worrying for you to sense what you did and not do something right away, but the fact is if you had brought that information up in front of the rest of your class, it likely would have caused more problems. Nezu then paused and took a drink of his tea, sighing in delight at the delicious flavor before continuing. Now, while I do know what is going on with our symbol of peace, it is not my place to explain the situation. Before Izuku could protest, he was stopped by a raised paw from the Chimera, but that doesn't mean that I cannot ask for someone that can explain it. In fact, now that I think about it, with your particular skills, you are likely the best person to talk to about this situation. The principal then reached over to a control panel on his desk and flipped a switch. The intelligent animal then spoke into a hidden microphone and thanked someone before asking another person, named Yagi-san, to come to his office. After ending the call, Nezu then gestured to one of the open chairs in front of his desk and asked Izuku to be patient and offered the young man a cup of tea that seemed to appear from nowhere. Blinking at the change of pace, Izuku only nodded and thanked Nezu before taking his seat and picking up the still warm tea. Taking a whiff and smiling at the scent of the drink, Izuku had just taken a sip when a knock was heard at the door. Hearing the principal call out his admission for the person, Izuku was about to take another sip of his tea when a familiar scent hit his nose. Eyes wide, Izuku turned and was caught off guard by what he found. Oh my God, All Might, what happened to you? Before the now visibly panicking sickly man could say anything, All Might suddenly gasped and held his arm to his chest and proceeded to vomit an extreme amount of blood, almost covering the floor immediately. Both Izuku and Nezu reacted with haste, the principal hitting another switch on his desk summoning Recovery Girl. The young vampire rushed to the now slumping form of the number one. Placing an arm around the man and ignoring the still flowing blood getting on his clothes, Izuku lifted the older man and gently placed him on his side so he wouldn't drown in his own blood. Within Izuku's quirk space, Aurora, using the young vampire's heightened senses alongside a combination of various abilities of the familiars, had to hold back a gasp of horror from what she was sensing within the man who had been Izuku's main inspiration to become a hero. Realizing what needed to be done, Aurora reached out to her panicking master and spoke to try and get his attention. Izuku, we need to hurry. This man has serious injuries on and in his body. Seeing that she now had Izuku's undivided attention, Aurora continued, from what I could find, All Might has extensive damage to his left side. He is missing his left lung and a majority of his digestive tract. Izuku had to hold back bile at the description of his personal hero's extensive INJ. Yuri's. Unfortunately, his friend wasn't finished. That's not all though. I am also sensing a malignant energy encroaching on the surrounding tissues and organs. Izuku, if this continues at its current pace, then this man won't survive another 2 years at the most, less if he continues to push himself like he has based on the tears in his muscles. Aurora also noted that All Might's own energy was being siphoned to somewhere but didn't mention it as it wasn't the most pressing issue for now. Izuku couldn't help himself. He began to tear up at the state that his hero had been left in. No. He wouldn't allow this. He could help his hero here and now. Looking up at the worried visage of his school's principal, Izuku gave the quirked animal a gaze full of determination that glowed with inner power. Principal Nezu, I think I can help All Might, but I need your permission to use my quirk legally. The principal was surprised, and his eyes gleamed in visible delight at the news. Moving from his desk, Nezu now stood in front of Izuku and in a move that would have surprised anyone that knew the intelligent animal, bowed deeply to the now stupefied teen. Please Mr. Midoriya, I know it is a lot to ask of you, but please save All Might. You have my full authorization to do what you must. Nodding at the affirmation, Izuku wasted no more time and placed his hands above the now lightly gasping form of All Might. Searching within himself, Izuku called out to the only one of his familiars that could help at this moment. Please, I know I still haven't been able to establish a proper contract with you yet, but I need your help at this moment to save this man who has sacrificed everything to be the hero that this world needed. So please stand with me this once to protect this symbol of peace so he can at least stand until we are ready to relieve him of his burden. The silence in his mind was deafening. Fearing that he wouldn't get an answer, Izuku was about to reach out and access the raw ability of his familiar until he felt a soft hand on his shoulder. Then came the power. Smiling, Izuku thanked his familiar and intoned the familiar activation. I, Izuku Midoriya, ruler of the Khalid blood, now request your aid and loosen your constraints. Come 11th familiar, Sadalmelik Albus. After the invocation, the principal's office was quiet for a moment. Then there was a bright flash of aqua blue light that blinded Nezu and a barely Concio. As All Might. When the flash died down, the two older heroes stared in shock. There floating in the air with an air of majesty was Izuku's familiar. Nezu looked on in awe at the creature in front of him. Sadalmelik Albus was a thing of power and grace, taking the appearance of a combination between an undine with the lower body of a snake. The familiar seemed to observe its surroundings at first until its eyes landed upon the one its master was kneeling next to. Coming closer, Sadalmelik placed her hands above Izuku's as she began to channel her energy through the teen and into the hidden wound. At first nothing seemed to happen, then in a burst of energy, light engulfed All Might's form. Izuku, who was even now attempting to direct his familiar's overwhelming energy, could now sense the sheer scope of the damage that had been done. He could also feel the disgusting leech that had been plaguing All Might since who knows when, attempting to fight back. Angered at the audacity of something attempting to use its power against it, Sadalmelik Albus began to channel even more power through Izuku and into All Might in an attempt to cure the artificial sickness from the blonde oaf that had been such an inspiration to its master. Unknown to the vampire who continued to try and treat his teacher, his familiar's ability was having an unforeseen effect on his body and more importantly his quirk. You see, unknown to the Silverette, All Might, also known as Toshinori Yagi, was originally a quirkless boy who had gained his quirk by inheriting it from his teacher Nana Shimura. He would then hold on to this quirk for the next 30 or so years, constantly refining and strengthening the quirk to the point that it would likely have destroyed the next person if their body wasn't properly prepared. The thing was that All Might had already chosen and given his quirk to a successor quite some time ago. This was the cause for the hastening fall in his strength and time limit. Now if this infusion by Izuku and his familiar had been done when the final vestiges of his quirk, one for all, had completely burned out, it likely would have just healed him, since he would have returned to just being quirkless, but this wasn't the case at this time. You see, only known to Izuku, Himiko, Kyoka and his mother, Sadalmelik Albus's ability to heal isn't stemmed from regeneration or even creation of new tissues. No, this amazing ability of Izuku's to recover from just about anything is actually the rejection and reversion of phenomenon. This means that when using its ability, Sadalmelik Albus is able to reverse any and all effects on its target to its original state. This means that, if for example, Izuku was ripped apart then set on fire leaving only ashes behind, then he would be reconstructed in the reverse order of the injuries he had received. Now we come to the crux of the matter. At this moment, on top of his injuries and the artificial quirk disease attacking his body, All Might was also losing his quirk energy to something unknown to either Izuku or the vampire's quirk. So his familiar did what it did best and fixed the damage. The first to go was the leech, the artificial sickness standing no chance against the absolute nature of Sadalmelik Albus. Next was the regeneration and repair of All Might's internal organs, bones and tissues, causing the man to seem to infl from his former emaciated form to his previous appearance that he was only able to take in his quirked form. Even the scar he had received when All for One had landed his hit was slowly diminishing in size and depth as he regained his former health. Finally the energy of the familiar came to the diminishing flame of One for All within All Might. At first both Izuku and his familiar were confused as to why the quirk's strength was still steadily going down, even though with all of the damage now reversed in the parasitic sickness, removal, it should be the opposite. While Izuku was at a loss as to what to do, Sadalmelik Albus took the reins, much to the Silverette's confusion. Taking even more energy from both itself and Izuku's slowly shrinking reserves, Sadalmelik Albus did something amazing. Reaching within the dwindling core of All Might's quirk, the familiar separated a small spark, then let the rest of it go, causing it to disappear to wherever it was meant to go. It then raised the spark within her palm and began siphoning its remaining energy into it. 1 minute turned into 5, then finally after 10 minutes the small spark was now a familiar star of energy. Though unlike the previous power that had left this man, this power was all Toshinori Yagi's. Sadalmelik Albus, by doing as its master had directed, created a completely new Quirk core for All Might comparable to the power he had when he was at his prime. Now moving forward, the familiar of Izuku Midoriya placed the remade and rejuvenated core of All Might's Quirk into place in his chest and then floated back before bidding its master farewell and fading back into its master to rest after the work it had done. When the light finally died down, Izuku looked on in awe at what he found. There, standing where once was a broken man on the verge of death, was the revitalized form of All Might, who was looking at his recovered form in surprise and shock. The man then took a deep breath, for what had to have been the first time since he had received his injury 6 years earlier. All Might then stiffened, feeling the rush of energy his quirk was funneling through his recovered body. Fighting down a surge of panic at what this could mean for his successor, Toshinori turned to face the boy, no young man who had saved him from his previously ensured death sentence at the hands of his nemesis machinations. Young Midoriya, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for what you have done, but I noticed something with my quirk, could you please explain? Hearing the words of the symbol of peace, Nezu also began to panic lightly at the implications of those words and turned to a visibly confused Izuku. Who seemed to be having an internal conversation, likely with his quirk. After about a minute of silence, Izuku's gaze refocused, and he began the explanation of what he had learned from his familiar. Well, All Might, please young Midoriya, call me Toshinori or Yagi, you have more than earned it. Right, young man, eyes wide at the knowledge that he had heard the name of All Might and had been given permission to call the man by his name almost caused the young vampire to collapse in pure fanboy glee. It was only through pure effort on his part that stopped that reaction and had the Silverette continue his explanation. Right, Yagi-sensei. Seeing the nod and wide smile from his idol, Izuku continued, from what Avrora could interpret from Sadalmelik Albus's findings, it appears that my familiar noticed that the core of your quirk that held all the energy that empowered your body was somehow being siphoned and drained somewhere. Unnoticed to the teen, both All Might and Nezu stiffened while the former began to sweat in nervousness. Now at first my familiar had attempted to reverse the drain but was unable to for some reason. All Might then released a breath of relief at that statement, but Nezu looked confused though the quirked animal waited for Izuku to finish before asking any questions. So instead of that, Sadalmelik Albus separated a small spark from the remaining amount of energy, then pushed it from your body, thus ending the drain. It then used a combination of its and my own energy to reignite the spark and created a copy of your original quirk core that was the same size as the first was in your prime. Toshinori and Nezu were now in shock and awe at what this meant. If what Izuku Shonen was saying was true, then that meant that not only was the blonde hero now able to be a full-time hero again, but he now has his own quirk and no longer had to worry about leaving his successor behind due to his negligence. Moving forward in a flash of movement that Izuku was only able to barely see, the young man found himself engulfed in a borderline painful bear hug from a now slightly teary-eyed All Might. I must thank you again, young Midoriya. I honestly thought that I wouldn't have survived for much longer due to my sickness and feared that I would leave behind those precious to me without any way to protect them. You young Midoriya are truly what embodies the heart of a true hero. Please, if there is anything I can do to help you, don't hesitate to ask. All right. Quote, Izuku couldn't help the smile that threatened to split his face. Here was his childhood hero thanking him. Oh my god, I just saved All Might. And just like that, all of the previous seriousness of the situation was immediately lost due to a fanboying Izuku. Before either All Might or Nezu could speak again, Izuku's hands blurred and in the next moment he was holding out a notebook and pen to the number 1 hero. Please, All Might sir, could you please give me your autograph? I would be so happy if you would. Quote, sweat dropping at the complete 180 in mood, Toshinori could only blink in surprise for a moment before responding with a deep belly laugh. Ahahahaha. Of course, young Midoriya. Reaching out, Toshinori gently took the proffered notebook and pen before flipping through the various pages. What the hero found shocked him. There among the pages were extremely detailed notes on various pro-heroes and even publicized villains. Looking closer at some of the entries, Toshinori couldn't help but shiver at the sheer amount of information that the young man in front of him had collected. That shiver only increased when he remembered that the title that was scrawled across the front noted it as the 14th in a series of notes. Quickly reaching a blank page in the notebook, Toshinori quickly wrote his All Might autograph across the 2 pages before handing it back to the now visibly Embling Izuku. The young vampire, accepting the notebook with reverence, bowed repeatedly before stating how much of an honor it was and that the autograph would be placed as a family heirloom. A quick "EHEM" from a certain principal brought the attention of the 2 other occupants to the quirked mammal. While I am happy for your recovery, Toshinori, I do believe we are going to have to explain some things to Miss Recovery Girl when she gets here, considering that she is likely under the impression that you are currently dying at the moment. Toshinori only had a moment to contemplate the principal's words until there was a sudden noise from the doors leading to the office. In the next moment, the doors were kicked in, showing a panicking Chiyo Shuzenji, along with the teacher's ectoplasm, Snipe, and Ken Ishiyama, also known as Smentos. All right, where is that brain-dead oaf, and you better not tell me that he's dead or I'll drag him back and kill him myself. Also, I swear to Nezu that if this was a false alarm, then nothing will stop me from call in Sorahiko to teach your dumb ass a lesson, Toshi. Quote. Toshinori had just been about to respond to the first statement when the final threat registered. Izuku, who was looking confused at the sudden anger shown by the elderly school nurse and confused by her words, was about to ask All Might who this Sorahiko was, only to find said blonde hero on the ground trembling in the fetal position while muttering about someone named Gran Torino and evil training. What the fuck happened to him? Izuku's walk home after the events in Nezu's office was a quiet affair. After the principal had settled the situation, mostly by getting All Might out of his bout of PTSD, post-traumatic Torino syndrome disorder, then dismissing the 3 heroes that had accompanied Recovery Girl. The next half hour was spent with both the young man and mammal explaining what had happened when All Might, who had just asked that they call him by his name much to the younger's delight, to the elderly heroine. At first the school nurse could only look on in blank-faced shock at the situation Toshinori had been in. While she had been aware that something had been done when he had been injured by All for One during their final battle that kept his injuries from being properly healed, hell, the man hadn't even been able to receive either donor or artificial organ transplants. The first few attempts at which had almost killed the man due to almost instant rejection or failure of said transplants. It only made too much sense that it was some sort of parasitic quirk that was the cause of the symbol of P.C.'s ever-worsening condition. Then after that came the veritable minefield that was Midoriya's quirk's ability to essentially heal anything by way of reversal of causality itself. Hell, when she had heard the complete explanation of that ability and the fact that it wasn't even at its most powerful, due to him not having fulfilled the correct conditions to completely control it at will, well, let's just say that the elderly healing quirk user almost had a heart attack at the pure lunacy of this young man's power, and as if to put insult to injury, this was only one of 12 other abilities afforded by his quirk. By the end of the discussion, Recovery Girl didn't know whether she wanted to smack the trio in front of her or just head home and sleep, hopefully to wake up and not have to deal with anything else as world-breaking as Izuku Midoriya. Izuku couldn't blame the older woman for her consternation at the situation and secret she had just been made a part of. Even now, Izuku's quirk registration forms only had his quirk placed as a vampiric mutant-type variant with strong elemental abilities. Sighing, the young man was happy when he finally caught view of his apartment building in the distance, framed in the setting sun, moving a bit faster, hoping to keep his mother and Himiko from worrying too much, even if he had called to tell both that he would be a little late getting back due to a meeting with the principal, which did nothing to assuage the two's worries. Thoughts of his mother and first girlfriend brought up another event that had happened shortly after his explanation to Recovery Girl, and the main reason he had been so late returning in the first place. Flashback. Recovery Girl had just finished her most recent complaint about how she was too old to be roped into another secret to the visibly amused principal and recently recovered number 1 hero when suddenly the room was filled with the sound of a guitar riff followed by an American rock-style ringtone. The 3 others in the room then very slowly turned to face a now sheepish Toshinori Yagi, who was nervously scratching the back of his head and reached into his pants pocket for his phone. Pulling the still ringing phone up to his view, the man took a moment to look at the caller ID, then paled before looking at the others in the room. The man took note that Nezu was giving him a knowing smirk, as if he had expected this outcome. Then there was Recovery Girl, who was giving him a go on motion to hurry and answer the phone. Then there was the elephant in the room. Looking to the now curious and confused look that was in place on the green silver-haired student standing beside the principal's desk, Toshinori could only groan and accept what was likely to happen now before sliding the accept indicator on his phone's screen and placing the phone to his ear. "Hello, this is," anything else he was going to say was suddenly drowned out when a voice, a young woman if Izuku could heard correctly, blasted through the earpiece loud enough to be heard even by Recovery Girl who was almost 10 feet away from the number one. "Uncle Might, you're alive. I was so worried when I suddenly," with wide eyes, Izuku witnessed Toshinori-sensei appear to panic and hurry to cut off what the voice was out to say next. "Melissa, calm down. I am okay, I promise." The line was silent for a moment before they continued in a calmer tone, though Izuku could still somewhat hear their voice with his enhanced senses. "Sorry about that, Uncle Might. It's just when One for All suddenly surged into me and finished the transfer, I thought something must have happened to you. Then I remembered what you told me about what happened to your teacher. Then I began to panic." Melissa's voice began to warble again in a mot. "Ion only for all." Toshinori-sensei to cut in again. "Please calm yourself, Melissa. I can tell you without a doubt that I am perfectly okay. In fact, just hold on for a moment." Toshinori looked to the principal and Recovery Girl with a silent question present in his eyes. Recovery Girl looked like she was about to say something to the recovered blonde, but just shook her head and gestured to the mammalian principal. All eyes in the room then turned to the principal, who looked to be in thought while looking between All Might and Izuku, then gave his normal relaxed grin and nodded to the hero. Seeing that he had gotten permission from the principal, Toshinori gave a grateful smile to Nezu and Recovery Girl, then gestured to Izuku to wait while he returned to his conversation with this Melissa person. "Melissa, I have just gotten permission from Principal Nezu to host a video conference in his office. Could you please get David and have him set up a connection between UA and I Island?" Quote. At the mention of the artificial island city, Izuku couldn't help but let out a gasp at both the name and location his personal hero had just mentioned. There was only one person that All Might could be speaking of in this situation, and that was his first and former sidekick, David Shield. Any more fanboying on the part of the vampire was almost instantly stifled by the response he was able to pick up from All Might's phone. Well, I think that shouldn't be a problem. I'm pretty sure that Daddy took an early day today after he had a meeting with the Island Council about something." Both Izuku and Nezu noticed a slight frown grow on the symbol of Peace's face before it was covered up with his normal smile. "But I'm sure that Daddy would be more than happy to speak with you face to face. Just give me a few minutes to find him and have Nezu-san send the conference clearance code so we can set the connection." All Might then gave a quick assent and hung up before looking to the principal, nurse and student. Thinking this would be the best time to excuse himself and head to pick up his things before heading out, Izuku spoke up while giving a light bow to the others in the room. "Well, it looks like you all are going to the room, so I should head out and try to catch up with my friends before they get worried." The Silverette had almost made it to the door before he was suddenly stopped by the voice of his hero. "Hold on, young Midoriya, I wish for you to stay, if that's okay." Izuku, along with Recovery Girl, only looked on with confusion at the request of the man in front of them. Seeing the looks, Toshinori hurried to explain. "You see, young Midoriya, I would like to have you stay to help with explaining how I was able to recover, as well as to introduce you to my friend David Shield and his daughter, Melissa Shield." It must have been visible how close Izuku was to agreeing to stay, because the number one wasted no time in sweetening the pot, so to speak. "Please, young Midoriya, if you need me to, I could talk with your mother and let her know the basics of the situation, so she does not fret to your whereabouts." Quote. With that last reassurance, Izuku gave a sigh, then told the hero his mother's home number while stating he would call his friends to let them know that he wouldn't be walking to the station with them. Toshinori, smiling at how the teen had agreed to his request, nodded to the boy and went to talk to the Midoriya matriarch. A short conversation, filled with worried mumblings of a young mother and the continued promises from Toshinori stating that her boy was okay and not in trouble, Inko finally gave her permission while asking that Izuku be let go before sunset if possible. While his idol finished his conversation with his student's mother, Izuku had just finished a call with Kyoka, Himiko and the rest of their friends, letting them know that he was in a meeting with the principal and a few of the staff for a request and that he wouldn't be able to walk with them after classes. Izuku noted that while they weren't audibly upset by the situation, there was a light tone of annoyance from his two girlfriends. He made sure to ignore when Himiko had said something about midnight and boundaries. When all was said and done, the two finished their respective calls around the same time, much to the amusement of Nezu and the exasperation of Recovery Girl. With a final huff, Recovery Girl excused herself and proceeded to leave the room, thanking Izuku and giving the boy a few gummies when the Verret opened the door for her. Then, as if it was perfectly timed, as soon as Izuku closed the door, a light began flashing on Nezu's desk. The mammal looked down at the light, snickered, then pulled a cup of steaming tea from somewhere, and hit another switch on his desk, disguised as an engraving. This time, three things then happened at once. First, the windows dimmed as an installed privacy setting changed them from two-way to one-way tinted. Next, speakers that were hidden around the room began creating infra noise and made a sound barrier to avoid any eavesdropping. Lastly, a large screen dropped from the roof across from the principal's desk before activating, showing an image of two people standing in a lab of some sort. Izuku quickly took in the appearances of the Shield father and daughter duo. David Shield is a tall man with an average build and appears to be in his mid-40s. His features are a bit weathered but kind, with light wrinkles and some gray in his light brown, short, shaggy hair. He has blue eyes with wide-rimmed square glasses and a small goatee. His outfit consists of a blue button-up, pale pants, a dark belt with a metal buckle, and navy sneakers with a red accent and light soles, the only other item of note being a large smartwatch on his left wrist. Izuku couldn't help the blush that began to rise on his cheeks when he finally took in Melissa Shield. Appearing to be around his age, if not a year or two older, Melissa is a pale-skinned young woman of slightly above average height. She has rounded features with bright blue eyes that stare out behind small round frame glasses and long wavy blonde hair that she wears in a high ponytail, with two shorter pieces that drape over either shoulder, and side-swept bangs that frame her face. Her outfit, that the vampire team could admit truly showed both her beauty and hard work, consisted of a set of blue and black running workout attire that clung to her well-muscled, womanly body. From what the young man could see, the younger Shield's build more resembled a balanced combination of both Midnight and Mirko. While Izuku had finished his observation of the two on the screen, said Shields gave happy smiles and either waved, David, or gave a small bow in greeting, Melissa, the former speaking first. "Hello there. Thank you Nezu for setting up this call. I know how much trouble it can be to attempt to get any sort of permissions from the council." Chuckling to himself, Nezu only waved off the thanks from the older support technician and responded in a cheery tone. "Oh, it was no bother, Mr. Shield. You just need to know the right methods, and even busybodies like the Island Council will give you no problem for something as simple as this." Finishing his statement, the cryptid of U.A. sipped from his teacup with a knowing grin on his face that sent shivers up both Toshinori's and David's spine at the implications of that statement. Does the principal have some sort of blackmail on the council? Was the horrified thought that ran through the two former colleagues respectively. Melissa, seeming to not notice the worried looks on either of her role models, noticed the sliver-haired young man that was standing awkwardly on the other side of the principal's desk. Fighting down her own blush at the admittedly handsome boy on the screen, the young woman decided to ask a quick question. I know this might be a silly question, but who is the boy in the room with you, Principal, Uncle Might?" Quote, the reason the younger Shield had asked this question was due to the fact that her honorary uncle was still somehow standing in his muscle might form. Wait. Without hesitation or worry about the boy she had just mentioned, Melissa couldn't help the sudden outburst that followed. "Uncle Might, how are you still in your hero form? I know I felt one for all fully transfer to me." In fact, Melissa then seemed to move closer to the screen as she was observing Toshinori more closely, then gasped, "You're healed!" Exclamation mark. But how? When? Quote, it was then that the information registered for David, while Melissa's words hit Izuku like a ton of bricks to the side of the head. Toshinori, on the other hand, just facepalmed at his successor's complete lack of decorum and tact at just blabbing what had to be one of the world's greatest secrets at the drop of a hat. Nezu, on the complete opposite of the spectrum, was laughing his white-furred ass off at the chaos he could see coming from a mile away even without the assistance of his Quirk high-spec. Before any more could be said from either one of the Shields, Toshinori held up his hand for a moment of quiet, then responded to the questions. Well, Melissa, I was going to explain what had happened, then introduce the young man standing with Nezu and I, but now I am going to have to explain Eve. And more due to you just blurting out the secret of yours and my former quirk. Quote, the moment that his words registered to her, Melissa began to visibly panic, then blush in embarrassment at how she had just spilled, blew the whole can of beans away with a cannon. Uncle Might, I am so sorry, I didn't mean to blab like that. Quote, Toshinori just gave a small grin and gestured for the still panicking blonde to calm herself, then spoke again. It's okay, Melissa. To be honest, I was likely going to speak with you about telling young Midoriya here about this dude H. I am having noticed the transfer happening when he had healed me today. Quote, it was then David chimed in with his own thoughts on the information his friend had just shared. Really, Toshi, how was the boy able to heal you? I mean, we tried for years with various treatments and quirks only for nothing to work. Quote, nodding to his friend, Toshinori then began his explanation of what had happened from his perspective. How he had a harder time today due to pushing his limit while overseeing Class 1A's battle trials, then Bine G summoned to the principal's office to speak with Nezu for an undisclosed reason. Then the surprise, finding young Midoriya waiting in the room and him recognizing Toshinori out of his hero form. The panic causing an exacerbation to his injury and causing the man to begin coughing up a likely fatal amount of blood, the shields gasping in worry at the situation their friend uncle figure had been in. Only to have those looks of worry be replaced by shock and awe at how this young man, willing to use an ability that he hadn't even mastered yet, had worked for well over 15 minutes and disco. Varying what had been causing the then infirmed hero to slowly wither and rot from the inside. It was then that Izuku stepped up and took over the explanation of what his familiar had done and how, causing the father-daughter duo to stare at him in thanks for David and near adulation in the case of M. Elisa. When the Silverette finished the rendition of the events with the arrival of Recovery Girl who had confirmed the number one's complete recovery, both in body and quirk, the room was silent for a moment. Whoa, only to be broken by a now excited Melissa Shield, who appeared to almost be vibrating in place in excitement, which with the tight outfit she was wearing, Izuku was trying very hard to avoid being clobbered by either the young woman's father, or God forbid, All Might. Still trying to keep his blush down, Izuku just rubbed the back of his head and chuckled sheepishly, then remembered what the younger blonde had said when the conversation started. Looking up with a serious look that caught the shields and Toshinori off guard, Izuku spoke. Okay, now that I have explained what happened, could you please explain what happened with Yagi-san's quirk and how it transferred to yourself, Melissa-san? With the reminder of her earlier oversight, Melissa began to panic for a moment and looked to her father and uncle for help. Her father only gave a small smile and shrug, indicating that the decision was hers to make. Her uncle on the other hand had something to say. It's okay, Melissa. Like I said, I was likely to set up a conversation like this in the future, but let me begin the story. All right. When Toshinori received a nod from his honorary niece, he turned to face Izuku with his ever-present grin absent for once since the boy had healed him earlier. Now, young Midoriya, the story of mine and my successor's quirk goes back to two brothers. End flashback. The following conversation had blown Izuku's mind. The story of All for One and the subsequent creation of One for All had created just as many questions as any answers he received from either Yagi-san or Nezu when he was stumped by Izuku's inquiries. At the end of the discussion, Izuku was asked by the others to keep the information secret, unless he was given permission by either Toshinori or Melissa. The young man had agreed instantly and asked if there was anything else he was needed for, the Silverette noticing that the sun was close to set. Ting. The trio of Nezu, David, and Toshinori looked to each other in silent inquiry while Melissa looked a bit down at the fact the young man that had interested her so had to leave already. Before Izuku could comment on the younger blonde's expression, Nezu had gotten his attention while letting him know that he was free to leave while thanking the young student for the deed he had accomplished that day. Giving the group a bright smile, Izuku thanked those present then excused himself. Now here he was almost home, and his thoughts were still racing at the secrets he had learned today. That wasn't all that occupied his thoughts though. When he had finally made it to his mother's apartment and inserted his key to unlock it, he didn't notice he had begun to mumble under his breath. And I still can't believe how pretty Melissa-san was. What was that, Izu-kun? Quote, Stiffening in fear, the Silverette snapped his head up, meeting gazes with the narrowed golden slits of his first girlfriend, and she didn't look happy. "I could have sworn I heard you saying something about a pretty girl that wasn't either me or Kyo. You want to explain?" Quote. Nervously sweating, Izuku opened his mouth to explain, only to be stopped by a sudden knife to the wall beside his head. Gulping and stepping away from the still wiggling blade, Izuku tried again to explain to the now fang-filled and grinning form of Himiko. "Well, you see, it went like this. Time skip. Monday morning, Musudafu, Japan, en route to UA High School." Luckily for Izuku, he had been able to talk down his girlfriend with his explanation that the principal had set up a meeting with a representative from my island, who had turned out to be all Its former sidekick David Shield, and the man had introduced him to his daughter Melissa, who the man had explained had also been a late bloomer, like Izuku himself had been, though much later if the story was to be believed. The young man had hated the fact that he was lying to one of his precious people, but he wouldn't break his teachers, or the man's successors, trust in him to keep their quirk secret. In the end, Himiko had understood and had even asked if it would be possible to be introduced in the future if the opportunity arose, and Izuku would also be responsible for telling their other partner before the weekend was over. Of course, Izuku wasted no time and had called Kyoka the next day. The purple rocker had given the silver-haired vampire a bit of grief and pointed out in no uncertain terms that any additions to Izuku's contractors would have to go through both Himiko and her. While he had blushed up a storm and denied the speculation that Melissa would be joining, he had agreed to their condition. The rest of that Saturday and Sunday was spent with the trio going on little dates around Musudafu, a movie date with Himiko and a trip to the music store for Kyo. Now here they were making their way to school for the start of their second week of classes, only to find a cluster of vulture reporters. "What the hell is all this?" came the exclamation of Kaminari as he walked up to the trio, followed shortly by the majority of Class 1A. Izuku could only shrug and then gestured to Kyoka with an unasked inquiry. Nodding to her shared boyfriend, Kyoka extended her jacks and tried to pull any info she could about the situation. Looking to her class with a deadpan, Kyoka explained what she could make out. "From the sound of it, that mob of jackals over there are trying to get any info they can on All Might and how he is doing as a teacher." Groans could be heard from the students as some of them grumbled about the overbearing nature of the press and how even 200 years after the advent of quirks they hadn't really changed as far as their modus operandi and self-entitlement to information was concerned. The group then began speaking among themselves, trying to find a way to get past the crowd before they were late for homeroom, some even suggesting they use one of the private entrances to the school, only to see one of their number was missing. Mina, ever the observant one, as far as people went at least, wasted no time in pointing out the missing student to her classmates. "Hey guys, where's Ida?" The rest of the class looked around trying to find the tall brunette, only for the voice of Siro and Suyu to call out. Guys, I think I found him. Yeah, and it seems that he is trying to talk to the press, or lecture them." Kiro. Turning as one, the class looked in the direction the tape user and frog girl indicated, and sure enough there was Tenya Ida. And by the looks of it, Sue had been on the money. The tall, younger brother of Ingenium was there in front of the reporters and was berating the group for their mob-like mentality rather than going through the proper channels to ask UA for a formal press conference to get the information they requested, even as rudely as it may have been, and for some reason it was working. Most of the reporters were even looking chastised, or at least embarrassed, at the stiff teen's lecture and began to step away to contact their various contacts to do as the teen said. Though some were giving the younger Ida hidden looks of disdain at the loss of opportunity. Ida, not noticing the looks, nodded to himself at the reassertion of order, then turned to his class and called out to them. "It is now okay, my friends and fellow classmates, we can now make our way to class without further interruption." The class reacted in various ways, though most were thankful for the young engine quirk user and voiced it while making their way into the campus. Even those students who weren't part of the heroics course gave the young hero trainee nods or small bows of thanks as they too moved to enter the school. Just as he was making his way in as one of the last alongside Himiko and Kyoka, Izuku suddenly stopped when he felt eyes on his person. Turning to face the direction of the gaze and expecting another reporter, the young teen was set on edge when he met eyes with someone standing in an entrance to the alleys across from the UA entrance. While he couldn't make out his features due to the medical mask he wore and the pale blue hair that was covered by a ratty black hoodie, it was the man's eyes that set all of Izuku's instincts on alert. The anger and hatred that was directed not only at him but the whole of UA behind him, had Izuku almost reacting by approaching the possible threat, only to be distracted by a hand laying on his shoulder. Turning to face them, Izuku saw the confused and worried looks on Kyoka's and Himiko's faces. As they attempted to find what had their partner on edge, Izuku attempted to give the two a smile of reassurance, not that it worked, then felt a sudden reaction from one of his familiars from the alley's direction. Izuku returned his gaze to the unknown's position, only to find it empty, though the silver had noticed the wisps of dark shadows that dispersed in the area. Knowing that he could do nothing at that time, but deciding to tell Aizawa or one of the other faculty members when he had the chance, Izuku took a deep breath, then turned back to enter the campus while trying to assure the two girls that nothing was wrong. Line break. UA, Class 1A, before start of class. Unfortunately, Izuku hadn't run into any of the staff while on his way to their homeroom. In the end, Izuku decided he would speak with his teacher before his next class after homeroom. The class was a scene of controlled chaos as the various groups were talking amongst themselves, most of the students speaking about what they would be doing next or how they could improve after the battle. Trial the week before, even the more standoffish of the class, such as Bakugo, Shoji and Yanagi, were no exception. The only one that was noticeably by themselves was Todoroki, who spent the time before class started staring at her right hand in contemplation. The noise continued until the door began to slide open, showing the ever-tired presence of their homeroom teacher, Aizawa, who only looked on at the now silent room before making his way to the teacher's podium. When he had reached the podium, Aizawa spoke out in an exhausted tone. "Good, you all were silent right away, you are all becoming more rational." The underground crow then looked out at the class with a serious gaze that had some of the students stiffening in anticipation of what he would say next. "Now, there is something you all will have to do today." None of the students could tell how it was possible, but somehow their teacher's normally serious gaze seemed to sharpen even more. "This will be something that will determine the future of your time here at UA." Now the students were nearly shivering in nerves, a few of the more vocal of which started to speculate what he could be talking about. Is it another test? Are we going to have to fight again, Kiro? Quote, "No matter how hard the challenge, Ma Sparkle shall shine through any adversity. I am sure that it won't be as bad as you think, at least I hope." Aizawa just ignored the various speakers amongst his students, then gave the group a deadpan while delivering the news. "You all will need to decide who the class representative and vice representative will be." The class was silent for a moment, then the room exploded in various exclamations of, "What?" or, "So normal!" Exclamation mark single quote. Once again ignoring the various responses, Aizawa spoke once more while reaching behind the teacher's podium, pulling out his yellow sleeping bag, and beginning to climb in. "I don't care how you all decide, just be sure to have it figured out before the end of homeroom." The now cocooned underground hero teacher closed his eyes, "And none of you better wake me up if you know what's good for you." And like that, Aizawa was asleep. The cacophony began once more as students attempted to speak over each other to declare themselves as the perfect fit to be class representative. Hey, pick me, and we'll have so much fun. No, pick me and I'll ensure that everyone knows we're the best." This declaration and many others were heard, the only ones who hadn't made an attempt to throw their hat in being Izuku, Momo, Jiro, Himiko, Todoroki, and Yanagi. Though the last two were only because of how either distracted Todoroki or just naturally quiet Yanagi they were. The chaos continued for almost another 8 minutes until it was cut off by the commanding tone of Ida. "Everyone please calm yourselves." Now standing in the center of the now quiet room, Ida continued speaking while waving his hands in chopping motions, much to the visible entertainment of Mina and Himiko. "Now there is only one fair way for us to decide who is most deserving of the honor of being the class representative of our class, and that is to have a civil and democratic vote." The students looked to each other and seemed to think about it for a moment before agreeing to the brunette's idea. Then less than a minute later, with a hat, helpfully provided via Momo's quirk, the votes had been cast. Now standing in front of the class were the now confused-looking Izuku and the poised Momo Yaoyorozu. Izuku having received the main majority with 12 votes and Momo in second with 5 votes, and the final 3 either being abstentions or a single vote from Todoroki, Yanagi, and Bakugo. Now if this had been the Izuku from his quirkless days, the boy would likely have been a nervous wreck and would have been looking for the first opportunity to push the responsibility onto another, but this was not that Izuku. Here standing in front of his class, who were giving the young vampire various looks from grins, most of the boys, winks, his girlfriends and Mina, are congratulatory smiles, everyone else. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Izuku looked out with confidence at his class and gave them a bright smile. Well, while I am somewhat surprised that I have been voted as representative, I promise that I will do everything in my power to ensure that we excel, not only as students, but as future heroes as well. Izuku then turned to his side and gave an assuring smile to his now vice representative. Also, if there comes a time where I am unavailable or unable to help, I am sure that my vice will be there to pick up the slack. Right, Momo. Blushing slightly at Izuku's words, Momo returned the smile of her new friend and placed a hand to her chest while making eye contact with her fellow classmates. Yes, I will also promise to endeavor to do my best in my capacity as vice representative. Quote, various students began to give a small applause to the two, then as if he hadn't even been asleep, Aizawa rose from his sleeping bag and stood back at the podium between Izuku and Momo. All right, now that is settled, your representatives will be Midoriya and Yaoyorozu, turning to the two Ika. Spoke directly to the two teens. Stay after homeroom and I will give you two the list of duties and responsibilities for the position, understood? Giving their teacher nods of understanding, the Class A reps returned to their seats and listened while Aizawa explained the overview of what they would be covering that week. The rest of the morning continued like that as the students of 1A went through their various lessons, the excitement of having pros teaching them having worn off. Finally it was time for lunch, and Izuku, along with his friend group with the addition of Bakugo, Tsuyu Asui, Ochako Uraraka, Fumikage Tokiyami, Denki Kaminari, and surprisingly Reiko Yanagi, were sitting at one of the larger tables in the center of the U.A. cafeteria. The now noticeably large group was unsurprisingly speaking about the election that had taken place during homeroom. Man Izu bro, you must be so excited to be the class rep, so manly. Izuku couldn't help but raise a brow at Kirishima, who was almost giddy from his friend's appointment as class representative. Thanks Kiri, but you know it was only because of those who had faith in my ability to lead that I was elected, right? Said Redhead just waved his hand as if chasing the notion, and his best friend's attempt is downplaying his accomplishments away from the conversation. Nah bro, you know that isn't the only reason. Kirishima then gestured to the group around them, who were listening to the conversation. Just about everyone here, don't include me in that shitty hair. Exclamation mark quote, knows that you were the best choice as our class rep, so if you ever doubt yourself, just believe in us, who believe in you bro. The nods he received when Kirishima finished his uplifting speech almost brought a Midoriya Crifest to the cafeteria, if it wasn't for the timely intervention of Himiko, who had glomped Izuku's right side while Kyoka placed a comforting hand on Izuku's left. Mina, noticing the interaction and smelling blood in the water, was about to call out the trio and demand an explanation, only to be interrupted by the blaring of alarms. Ring 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 asterisk. Attention all students, this is a level 3 security breach, please make your way to the designated evacuation points in a calm and orderly fashion. Clenching his ears in pain, Izuku looked around trying to evaluate the situation, and what he found was pandemonium. Students from various years and tracks were rushing to and fro to find a way out of the cafeteria. Already the vampire could see that some of the younger first years were being pushed around while trying to stick together so as not to be trampled. Looking to his own group, Izuku found that they were doing a bit better with the larger students standing with the smaller ones so as to keep them from being pulled into the mob that was now forming at the main entrance. Izuku's eyes narrowed in worry when he found Kyoka kneeling on the ground with her hands over her ears, while Himiko stood guard over her and giving death glares to anyone that approached. Knowing that he needed to do something, Izuku looked for a moment and found someone who could help Kyoka. 2 steps found Izuku next to the forms of Momo and Ida as they were attempting to speak to one of the second-year business course students about what a level 3 breach meant. The Silverette was only able to make out that the alert meant that someone had somehow broken onto campus before the second year then rushed to join the mob. Shaking his head in disappointment, Izuku placed a hand on Momo's shoulder, getting the onyx-haired girl's attention along with Ida's. Once he had their attention, Izuku began to speak over the still blaring alarms. "Alright, I have a plan, but I need both of you to cooperate." Both teens nodded and waited for instructions. "Momo, I need you to create some ear protection for those who are being affected by the loud noise as well as a megaphone if you are able." Quote, the heiress only took a moment to look around the room and identify those who were in obvious pain from the alarm and nodded to Izuku. Seeing the acknowledgement, Izuku had one more instruction. "Okay Momo, after you finish with that, try and get some of the others from our class to get those who were injured by the initial panic and pull them aside for when this is all settled, and we can send them to Recovery Girl." Turning to Ida, Izuku began speaking again. "Ida, the next part is something I need you to help with. I am going to use one of my familiars to move to the windows and find what the hell is going on." Ida looked like he was about to chastise Izuku for his language but was stopped by the sudden hard look in the Silverette's eyes. "After I find out what is going on, I will return to you and we will use Uraraka's quirk to get you over the students and you will use the megaphone to relay the information. Do you understand?" Ida only had a moment to respond in an affirmative before Izuku began to move. The vampire knew only one of his familiars would be of use, at least without the chance of damaging the surroundings. Taking a deep breath, Izuku closed his eyes and reached down within him towards his quirk space. When he found the familiar he was looking for and intoned the activation phrase of his quirk. "I, Izuku Midoriya, holder of the Khaled blood, now loosen your constraints. Come, fourth familiar, Natra Cenarius." Quote, one moment Izuku was standing outside the mob of students, the next he dispersed into a living fog of mist and flowed through the crowd before rematerializing in front of the windows. Izuku only had to take a single look outside the window to find the problem, and to say he was pissed by what he found would be an understatement. Their rushing through the campus was none other than the majority of the press Ida had chastised that morning. Taking another moment to see the situation before returning, Izuku was worried when he found the large gaping hole that once was the UA barrier. Shaking his head and deciding to look into the situation later, Izuku dispersed once more then once again flowed towards his group of friends and classmates. Atesh. Izuku was proud of what he found. The others in his class had moved quickly under the instructions of Momo and had grabbed the injured or audibly disabled from their places on the ground, creating a sort of field triage site. Looking around, Izuku quickly found Ida and Uraraka standing near where he had been before and moved to meet up with them. Appearing in front of the duo, Uraraka squeaked in surprise when Izuku materialized out of mist in front of them. Ida only readjusted his glasses and asked what the situation was. When Izuku had explained what he had found, both of his classmates couldn't help the looks of annoyance that had appeared on their faces at the ridiculous situation. They then implemented the next part of the plan, Uraraka removing Ida's gravity and Izuku then lightly tossing the tall teen towards he doorway. Ida, equipped with his megaphone, ended up looking quite comical when he landed on the wall over the doorway, seeming to resemble the figure on an emergency exit sign. The teen, not seeming to notice how he looked, then used his presence and megaphone to calm the students and lightly reprimanding the older students for their display. In the end the situation was resolved, with the now chastised older students working to help those who had been hurt in the panic. When all was said and done, Izuku had gone up to the Bluenet to offer him the opportunity to be the main disciplinary officer of their class. It goes without saying that the second son of the Ida family was all too happy to take the position of responsibility. While receiving thanks from the overzealous teen, Izuku couldn't help but think about what had happened to the barrier. "I can't help but think that this was only the beginning of something much worse." Line break. Unknown location. In what appeared to be an old-fashioned bar, a small group of people sat at a corner booth and looked at a tablet that had photos of various images. The most notable of which was of a large building and various papers with what appeared to be a class schedule. One of those who sat at the table looked down at the tablet and spoke up in a deep resonant voice, the lights of the bar shadowing his features except for a single lens monocle that flashed. So I see that you were able to accomplish your objective, brat." Across from him sat another man, younger with messy pale blue hair and dry chapped skin, who glared at the insult with his blood-red and crazed eyes. "I'd watch what you say, Zealot." The younger man then reached towards one of the glasses on the table before grabbing it and wiping away the dust as it disintegrated, "or you may find yourself as dust in the wind, without anyone to hear your message." Quote, huffing in derision at the poor excuse of a threat, the man only turned to walk towards the exit. As he walked, the monocled man passed the small form of a girl with long blue hair and sporting a blank face. Calling out as a black mist coalesced in front of him, forming a whirling gate, the man spoke. "Come Astardi, we have heretics to cleanse from this world." The girl only blinked once before responding in a monotone, "Accept." Quote, just before the duo entered the portal, the man turned once more to face the younger man and the one standing beside him. The monocled man spoke one more time. "I will do my part in this attack, but you better deliver on your part to rid this world of that diseased cesspit that calls itself a bast." Ion of heroes. Throwing a wave behind him, he walked forward. "After all, this is all for a better and clean world free of the aberrations against God called quirks." With that, the man and his companion disappeared with no trace, the portal collapsing behind him. Looking down at the place where his glass had been, the younger man began to grumble to himself. "I don't understand why Sensei wants us to work with that hypocritical zealot. I mean, he says he and his group are working to rid the world of quirks, but they don't hesitate to use said aberrations if it allows them to get what they want." Reaching into his pocket, the young man pulled out a handheld gaming device and began to play, the action seeming to relax him somewhat. "What do you think about this, Kurogiri?" Quote, the man, now identified as Kurogiri, standing to his side, only looked on at the bar before sighing and moving to get a broom and dustpan to clean up the mess the younger man had made while responding. "I am sure the master has his reasons for employing this group, Tamura Shigaraki. Just have faith in master and all should go to plan." Humming to himself, the now named Tamura just lightly scratched his neck in annoyance while still playing his handheld. A few minutes pass, and after Kurogiri finishes his task of cleaning the dusted glass, when Shigaraki speaks again. "Tell me, Kurogiri, are our preparations for the raid event finished?" Now behind the bar table and cleaning a few of the glasses, Kurogiri seemed to look into the distance for a moment. Hen responded once more, "Yes, Tamura Shigaraki, our anti-symbol is prepared and waiting for the final preparations." Shigaraki, hearing the news, let a sick smile grow on his face that almost split his face in half. "Excellent, then soon we'll show this world that nothing, not even All Might, can protect them." The air in the bar was then filled with a deranged laughter as darkness prepared to bare its fangs at the world. Sitting in class and waiting for their teacher to arrive, Class 1A was calmly speaking amongst themselves to pass the time. 2 minutes before the start of class, said calm was immediately broken when Ida stood from his seat and moved to stand in front of the class only to begin speak while choppin'. His hand in front of him. "Everyone please make your way to your seats, the teacher should be here any minute." While the majority of the students only looked on in confused exasperation at their earnest classmate, one Suyu Asui couldn't help but point out the obvious. "Hiro Ida-kun, you're the only one currently out of their seat though." Hiro, placing her finger on her cheek in confusion and ignoring the sudden shocked flinch from said robotic teen, Suyu continued. "And even if anyone had been out of their seats, wouldn't it have been the responsibility of either Midoriya-kun or Yaoyorozu-chan to get control of the situation?" Hiro, as if struck by a multitude of metaphysical arrows from the blunt observations of his classmate, Ida could only silently make his way to his seat before slumping into it, a cloud of depression manifesting above his head. The rest of the class, Izuku and even Shoko included, looked on in shock at the brutal honesty of their froggy classmate. It was as if only to save what little remained of Ida's dignity that Aizawa-sensei finally arrived at that point. Looking around at the silent classroom, Aizawa couldn't help the small smirk that attempted to show at the corner of his mouth, though he quickly squashed it to remain neutral. "Good, it seems that you all are becoming more and more rational with every day, but that doesn't mean we can't continue to do better in little ways." The class could only sweat drop at the backhanded compliment, though no one said anything, not wanting to attract their perpetually grumpy teacher's eye. Seeing that his class wasn't going to speak, Aizawa continued to speak. "Anyways, today for heroics training, we will be conducting our activities at an off-site facility. The students perked up at hearing they would be having another heroics class, just as small, excited muttering began to bewail. It was immediately squashed when the crimson gaze of their teacher bared down on them. When the room was silent again, Aizawa deactivated his quirk and rubbed his eyes in discomfort. In other news, the class today will be concentrating on one of the most important facets of being a hero, in Oth. Our words rescue, training. As if to punctuate his words, Aizawa pulled a placard with the word, rescue, printed in bold font, confusing the students at where he had pulled the card from, seeing as he hadn't even gone to his podium yet and didn't have his sleeping bag for once as well. Now, it is up to your discretion whether or not you decide to wear your hero costumes, considering that some of you needed to make major changes last week. Their teacher looked out at some of the students, primarily Yaoyorozu, Toru, and Uraraka, who returned the teacher's gaze with understanding nods. Aizawa continued, pressing a remote control opening the cabinets that held the students' costumes. Without any further distraction, you all will go and get changed into either your costumes or your gym clothes and meet me out at the bus port along with Class 1B, you have 10 minutes, starting now. Not wanting to waste any more time, Aizawa left the room while the majority of the class got up and grabbed their respective costume cases. As they were making their ways to their respective locker rooms, Kyoka and Himiko made sure to quickly give Izuku both a hug and kiss while the class was distracted. Unfortunately for the trio, a certain Pinky and a few other members of the Class 1A girls noticed the interactions and made a note to speak to the vampire and rocker girls. Line break. 8.5 minutes later and the last of 1A had finally arrived at the school bus port, Zero having had an issue with his elbow guards and Kaminari getting launched into said tape quirk user when he had accidentally shocked Katsuki. Izuku was standing with his friend group while the rest of the class was separated into smaller groups, most notably being Todoroki, who stood by herself and looked into the distance as if searching for the secrets of the universe. Izuku was a bit confused though. Ever since he had met back up with his friends, he couldn't help but notice that some of the girls in the group were acting strangely. Kyoka and Himiko looked to have an embarrassed and shell-shocked look on their faces as they looked at three of the other girls who had varied looks on their faces. Said girls, Momo, Mina, and Ochako, had very different looks on their faces, the heiress having a light blush and contemplative look, Mina having a shit-eating grin that sent shivers of fear up the vampire's spine, and poor Ochako looked to be one wrong move away floating herself as she held her burning red cheeks in embarrassment. Izuku had attempted to speak with the group to see what the problem was, only to have his girlfriend's partners tell him that everything was fine, and Mina agreeing while Ochako and Momo just stayed silent while avoiding his questioning gaze. The only girl in their group not seeming to be affected by whatever was going on was Sue, who just stood by the group and observed while holding a finger against her cheek in contemplation. Knowing that he wasn't going to get any answers, Izuku just decided to cut his losses and begin talking with an amused Kirishima and an exasperated, or annoyed, Katsuki. Aizawa, not wanting to be bothered by the chaos that was his class, had decided to take advantage of the still absent Class 1B by taking a quick nap while waiting for his own Hellions. The perpetually tired and grumpy teacher was only seconds away from blissful unconsciousness when a loud and commanding voice cracked through the air. Oi, Aizawa, rise and shine, you embodiment of a grumpy caterpillar, 1B has arrived. Grumbling a slew of curses under his breath, that had some of his students with advanced hearing staring at the man in slack-jawed surprise or blushing in embarrassment, 1A's teacher begrudgingly extricated himself from his sleeping bag and looked to the approaching 1B teacher in class. Vlad King, 1B's teacher, was marching in front of his class, who said man had lined in 2 straight lines of 10 and marching along in lockstep. 1A couldn't help but sweat drop at the sight as their sister class finally arrived at the bus port and lined up behind their teacher. Vlad, your class was almost late, that isn't very rational, you should know from experience that time is of the essence in any situation. Quote, scoffing at another of his fellow teachers' droll rationality speeches, Vlad King had to bite back a retort and only grumbled a quick, whatever, under his breath while he moved closer to the tired teacher while calling over his shoulder to his still waiting class. All right maggots, listen up. Class B quickly focused on the blood hero to listen to their teacher's orders. The bus should be here in about 5 minutes, so just wait and get to know your fellow hero course students. Vlad then narrowed his gaze in warning, making a few students among the group freeze for a second. I will only say this once. Do not, under any circumstances, start a fight with 1A, am I understood? I'm talking to you Monoma. In the middle of 1B's line a blonde in a tuxedo suit crossed his arms and began grumbling under his breath. It seemed though that what the boy was saying was less than polite, considering that one of the other students, a girl with bright orange hair styled into a side ponytail, a black domino mask and dressed in a blue kippah with yellow accents, smacked the blonde over the head knocking him into the ground with a thud. Vlad didn't even react to the sudden violence and nodded to the girl before turning back to Aizawa and began talking with the erasure hero in quiet tones. With the drama finished for the moment, students from both sides eyed each other for a second, neither group sure where to start. Then out of the blue a short boy in a purple jumpsuit and a large metal diaper waltzed up to Izuku's group and began to speak while obviously leering at the various female students. Hey there ladies, the name's Minoru Mineta, and might I just say that you all look fine as hell. The now named Mineta then began to almost drool as he looked at a now visibly creeped out Yaoyorozu and focused almost entirely on her chest. The bastard then moved his gaze across the other girls, mainly focusing on their hips or breasts. Every time the pervert's gaze stopped, each of the girls had different reactions. Momo shivered and covered herself while being thankful she hadn't been wearing her original costume. Sue stared at Mineta blankly and just moved behind Ida. Ochako looked visibly sickened by the boy's leer and stood behind Himiko and Jiro, said duo just glaring at the oblivious pervert. To the side, Izuku's eyes narrowed and began to turn crimson at this little shit blatantly ogling his friends and girlfriends in front of the entire class with no shame. Looking to his sides, Izuku made eye contact with both Kirishima and Bakugo, both of whom just gave quick nods showing they would follow. Without wasting another moment, the trio then stood in front of the girls, blocking Mineta's view and knocking the pervert out of his daze. Instead of attempting to talk his way out of anything, the purple grappist only glared in jealousy and yelled out. Hey, why did you block the heavenly view, you bastards? What are you trying to hog all the hot chicks for yourself? That's it, isn't it? You pretty boy bastards are just trying to take all the hotties for yourselves. Not even noticing the affect he was having on the trio standing in front of him, Mineta just continued to hurl accusations at Izuku and his friends. The more the little idiot spoke up, the more visibly angered Izuku became, a visible aura of energy beginning to build around his form. Both classes' eyes widened at the slowly escalating situation, even Bakugo and Kirishima having to back away from the silverette as bolts of electricity began to build around the vampire's body, and the ground began to vibrate enough to be noticed by some of the more observative students. It was just as Izuku was about to lose the last of his patience and splatter the pervert across the side of the school and damn the consequences when three things happened. At once. First, a pair of horns came flying from one of the 1B girls that looked like an anthropomorphic horse girl and caught the still ranting Mineta by his yellow cape. Second, a glob of what appeared to be glue flew through the air and slapped onto the pervert's mouth, finally silencing the creep. Finally, Mineta was dropped in front of the orange-haired girl, who activated her quirk, making her fist grow massive, then slammed the diminutive teen into the ground, making a small crater. Like a passing storm, Izuku slightly struggled to rein in his energy and familiar activation, though his eyes remained slitted. The orange-haired girl then walked up to Izuku, bowed low to the still angry teen and spoke. I am so sorry about Mineta's actions. We have been trying to curb that pervert's actions since the beginning of the year, but he never seems to listen to anything we say. Raising from her bow, Izuku could see the exasperation and look of apology in the girl's teal eyes. My name is Kendo Itsuka, class representative of Class 1B. I hope that you all will not hold his actions against the rest of us. Izuku only stared into Kendo's eyes for a moment, causing the orange-haired girl to blush slightly under her mask, and begin fidgeting in place. A few of the 1B students looked to be ready to act if Izuku did anything, and only relaxed when Izuku closed his crimson, slitted eyes and took a deep breath before opening them, showing his normal slitted emeralds. Look, I won't hold what he said against your class, just please do something about his attitude, because I promise that if he treats my friends like that again, I will act. Nodding quickly at the promise of action, Izuku released the last of his aura and smiled at Kendo. Well then, with that settled, my name is Midoriya Izuku, class representative of Class 1A, and it is a pleasure to meet you and most of your classmates. I hope this is the beginning of a great partnership between our classes. Quote, reaching his hand out to shake Kendo's hand, the young woman quickly returned the shake and smiled slightly in thanks. This seemed to release the tension from both classes, and the rest of the time before the buses arrived was spent with the students speaking amongst themselves. The only exceptions being the still quiet Todoroki and knocked-out duo of Monoma and Mineta. When the buses finally arrived, both classes made their way to their respective teachers, Vlad King having to hold back a groan of annoyance seeing the state of his two most troublesome students, and Eraserhe silently thanking whatever deity that had convinced him not to ask for Mineta in his class, especially after hearing the complaints from Vlad about the small teen's deplorable behavior. There had been a bit of a hold-up when Ida had attempted to convince Izuku to use a structured seating chart base D on their class numbers, but the young vampire only gave the blue-haired teen a smile while letting him know that these buses were a much more open concept than normal school buses. The glasses-wearing teen looked down for a moment but lightened up when the rest of the group told him not to worry about it. Without any more interruptions, the students began to load up on their respective buses. Izuku ended up seated between Kyoka and Himiko while his friends sat in the other seats, the only exception being Katsuki and Kirishima, who sat together in the back, much to the explosive blonde's const. Our nation. While the group were chatting amongst themselves, a sudden call for him made Izuku turn to see the blank-faced Tsuyu. Realizing that he must have missed a question, Izuku scratched the back of his head in apology and spoke. Sorry Tsuyu. Just call me Tsukiro, right? Sorry, Tsu, what did you ask? Once again placing her pointer finger against her cheek, as if in thought, Tsu began to speak. I am very blunt, so I tend to speak my mind a lot. Midoriya-kun, your quirk is kind of overpowered, isn't it, Kiro? Quote, chuckling to himself at the understatement that was Tsu's question, he began to speak, his amusement clear. Well Tsu, you would be correct, my quirk is a bit crazy. Izuku seemed to hesitate for a moment before he looked to his sides to see the reassuring gazes of both Himiko and Kyoka, the two silently urging him to continue. But basically, my quirk makes me the quintessential archetype of the perfect vampire. The bus was silent as the other students listened to their student representative's explanation. In the back of the bus, Kaminari had a confused look on his face and spoke out. Okay, I didn't really understand what any of that meant, but how does being a vampire let you summon a lion made of lightning or all that other stuff you did during the entrance exam? Quote, throughout the bus, multiple students agreed with the second part of Kaminari's question. Izuku chuckled a bit and scratched the back of his head, then continued to explain. Ah, well, that is a bit more complicated. Pretty much each of the abilities I have are personified and represented by multiple beings within me I call familiars. When I complete a certain prerequisite, I am able to bring these beings from within my quirk and use even stronger versions of my normal abilities. The students were in awe at what they were hearing, but a few were still confused. Reiko Yanagi, who had been sitting across from Momo and Uraraka 2 rows back from Izuku's row, asked a question that had been bothering her since she had heard about the quirk from Izuku during their first heroics class. That is quite impressive, Midoriya-san, but I have to inquire. The ghost-like girl seemed to fidget slightly, though her expression remained hidden by her costume's face covering, then steeled herself to finish, with how powerful your quirk is, and that is just what you have shown us so far. What are the drawbacks and how are you able to gain more control over your familiars? Sounds of agreement were heard through the bus. Izuku gave quick looks to his partners and saw the slight nods the two gave him. Sighing, Izuku decided to just bite the proverbial bullet and continued his explanation. My quirk requires that I form contracts with individuals who are determined by their connection to my familiars' natures or abilities, and that I drink their blood to seal said contract. That is all I am comfortable with sharing about that at this point. The bus was quiet after that, Tsu giving a quiet mutter of thanks while apologizing to Izuku for the trouble. Izuku had only smiled lightly to the frog girl and said that it was no problem. Momo and Uraraka also seemed to have had a sudden realization and looked quickly at the two girls that sat with the silver-haired vampire teen. Reiko, just like the duo across from her, realized the implications from their reactions, thoughts running behind her placid features. In the back of the bus, Todoroki gazed at the back of Izuku's head, her thoughts and emotions unknown to any observers. The core members of Izuku's group, his girlfriends, Kirishima and Mina, worried how the rest of the class would react if they knew what other benefits Izuku's contracts had on the contractors. Bakugo. The rest of the bus ride continued in silence until finally the two buses arrived at their destination. Aizawa then rose from his sleeping bag and called out to his class. "All right, problem children, we've arrived, so I want you all on your best behaviors, because if you cause a PR oblum." Aizawa's quirk activated, freezing most of the class in place with his crimson gaze. "Detention will be the least of your worries, am I understood?" A quick chorus of, "Hi sensei." And the students quickly moved to exit the bus and stand alongside their sister class in front of what had to have been one of the largest buildings any of them had ever seen. Izuku's group, standing at the front of the 1A group, were gaping in awe. The first to speak was Mina, who was standing just behind Himiko and to the side of Kirishima. "Holy crap, does UA have an indoor theme park or something?" A chuckle was heard, drawing the attention of the students towards the entrance doors and making Uraraka almost squeal in delight. "Well, while it isn't a theme park, per se, this building is the epitome of heroic rescue training. Though I just call it the USJ. There, walking down the steps towards the class, was none other than the space hero, 13. 13, also known as Anon Kuros, is a bit of an enigma when it comes to her looks, very few ever having the opportunity to see the heroine outside her costume. Said costume consists of a white space suit in design, with what appears to be more of a puffy jacket instead of a suit, a solid black helmet that hides her face with two glowing white eyes, and a pair of yellow boots. Uraraka was now almost vibrating in place and began to speak in near Izuku-level mumble speeds. "Oh my gosh, it's 13. She's my favorite rescue hero. She has done so much to save hundreds, or even thousands, of lives in various natural disasters with her quirk, Black Hole." Quote. Himiko and Kyoko looked at each other, then sent a suspicious glance to Izuku, said teen being confused at the sudden suspicious looks he was getting from his partners. "What? Nothing." Sweat dropping at the odd actions of his girlfriends, Izuku returned his attention to the front where 13 had just finished her approach to the two classes, her eyes closed in a sort of eye smile at Uraraka's continued rendition of the heroine's accomplishments during her career. "Well, it's always nice to see that my work is appreciated by a future rescue hero hopeful. Thank you, Uraraka-san, but I need to continue with the lesson, though we can talk later if you like." Uraraka finally seemed to realize that the majority of both classes were staring at her at this point, 1B in shock and 1A other than her group of friends looking from the bubbly brunette to Izuku and back to her, covering her face in an attempt to block the sight of her crimson face. Uraraka was kept from floating away by the combined efforts of Sue and Momo, who held her shoulders. Seeing that the students were now paying attention, except for a still embarrassed Uraraka, 13 began her introduction. "Welcome hero hopefuls once again to the USJ, or the Unforeseen Simulation Joint as I call it. Please do not confuse it with Universal Studios Japan. I hear that comparison at least 2 or 3 times a year and it has almost gotten you in trouble for copyright infringement almost 4 times in the last 7 years. Kaminari, Mina, Siro, and a few others amongst the classes had to shut their mouths when 13 looked at them with her eyes slightly narrowed. Then the next moment the hero clapped her hands and continued as if nothing had happened. "Now, you all are here today to participate in one of the most important parts of being a pro hero." Turning around, 13 gestured for the classes and teachers to follow her back to the entrance of the building. Entering the building, the students were once more in awe at what they found. The facility was massive, looking to take the same space as 2 or 3 of the city training zones that were used for the entrance exam. Multiple zones were visible with 2 covered in their own large domes. 13 then regained the large group's attention when she began to speak again while gesturing to the facility. "And that is rescue operations. From landslides, to floods, typhoons, to earthquakes, even wildfires and shipwrecks." With each designation, 13 gestured to another area within the facility, each of the students becoming visibly excited at the opportunity. It was stated earlier by Uraraka-san that I concentrate on mostly rescue operations where I would use my quirk to clear away debris and remove hazards. This is true. 13's countenance then changed, becoming much more serious. It is also true that my quirk could be used to cause destruction and loss on a truly catastrophic level if I weren't to control it. Silence now filled the area as the students stared at their instructor in no small amount of fear and understanding. That is why we, as pro-heroes and hero trainees, must do our best to control our powers and abilities to help protect those who cannot protect themselves. Then, like the sun peeking through the clouds, 13's expression returned to the previous joyful eye smile she had before and clapped her hands. DS. With that, I will now hand off the mic to our other instructor. Ha 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 ha. Quote, that familiar, boisterous and iconic laugh had all of the students standing taller and looking around, only to begin cheering when the form of the number one hero landed in front of them in a small plume of dust. All Might then stood straight and took his iconic pose, now dressed in his modern costume rather than the Silver Age one he had worn for their previous heroics class, and addressed the class. Welcome students, I am here to help you all with rescue training 101. Quote, Aizawa then sighed in exasperation at his coworker's eccentricities and was about to admonish the large goof, only to immediately narrow his eyes when the lights began to flicker throughout the USJ. Then Aizawa and the other teachers noticed Midoriya stiffen and direct a suddenly crimson-red gaze to the central plaza below them, where a black cloud-like mist began to manifest from nowhere in front of the large fountain. The black mist then spread outward and from it figures began to appear, men and women, all dressed in various outfits, though based on the quality the teachers could tell that these were villains. It wasn't just villains though. From the far right of the large gate what could only be described as a medium-sized company of masked individuals. Each individual in the large group wore similar uniforms made up of a brownish frock and a white monastic scapular with a cowl, and there emblazoned was an emblem of a six-pointed roundel, split in two halves. The left reddish and the right a fragmented dark brown. Aizawa's, and the rest of the teachers, blood froze seeing this symbol, knowing there was only one organization that used that particular symbol. Humorize. A few of the students, mostly those who had major mutations, froze at the word and began to panic. This wasn't just some sort of exercise. UA would never use actors that would wear the uniform of what had to be one of the most xenophobic anti-quirk terrorist groups in modern times. The teachers were now front and center at the staircase leading to the central plaza, All Might in the lead while Aizawa and Vlad King took up positions to his sides, 13 staying behind to protect the students. Some of the students were now freaking out and asking what they were supposed to do and how villains had gotten onto the campus without the alarms going off. Todoroki had spoken, stating that more than likely the villains had someone with a quirk that disabled the alarms. Hearing this, Aizawa thought quickly and called out to Kaminari. Kaminari. The blonde stiffened at the tone of his teacher. I need you to use your support equipment and try to break through whatever blocker they have put up to contact the main campus, understood? Quote, all right. Nodding to his teacher's orders, Kaminari attempted to use his mobile headset in combination with his quirk to contact the main school campus, only to have to pull the headset off and throw it down when a burst of static almost damaged his eardrums. Sorry sensei, I couldn't break through the jammer. Not taking his eyes off the ever-growing horde that was still slowly growing, Aizawa clenched his teeth and ran through their options, when he was interrupted by Vlad talking and All Might tensing. Eraser. Look. Following his fellow teacher's gaze, Aizawa could see that the gate was beginning to shrink, but not before four more figures exited. The figures couldn't be more opposite from each other. The first duo were behind the normal villains and consisted of two males. The man in front was disturbing to say the least, covered in what looked to be severed hands on his face, the back of his head covering his dull, long, blue hair. Pairs were also present on his neck, wrists, arms, chest and shoulders, all connected to each other through red cords that connected to golden boxes connected to the wrists of the disturbing taxidermy. The villain's outfit consisted of a black, ratty, long-sleeved shirt and sweats that are frayed at the ends, leaving his lower forearm and ankles exposed, and red tennis shoes. Then there was the figure behind this young villain. Standing at a height of over 220 centimeters, head and shoulders above even All Might, this monster of a villain had pitch-black skin with visible cracks in its skin showing the M.U.S.C.L.E. underneath, as well as many other visible Surgical scars. Its brain was exposed on the top of its head, while its large, empty, eyes are around it. Instead of a normal mouth, this thing sported a pointed beak full of sharp and jagged teeth. Instead of any sort of costume, the creature wore only a pair of beige pants with metal knee pads designed to look like skulls, leaving the creature's torso and feet bare. On the side of the humorized troops, the second duo stood, consisting of a middle-aged man and a young girl. The man was tall, with dark blue eyes and blonde, short-cropped military-style haircut. He has a metal monocle buried in his left eye socket like an eye patch. He wears an armored suit and covered by a cloak, the symbol of Humorize emblazoned on both his breastplate and cloak, and wields a large glowing battle axe. Standing to his left was the girl, looking no older than maybe 12 years old. The girl has blue eyes and hair, with a doll-like blank expression. Unlike the others around her, this unknown girl seemed to only be wearing a white armored cloak and what looked like a white patient SMO. CK that only went to her thighs. When the trio of heroes saw the small girl standing among the villains, their expressions turned severe at the thought of this girl likely being forced to help these villains and terrorists. They were broken out of these thoughts though when the smoke finally vanished, leaving one more figure in its place at the side of the hand villain. The last figure appeared to be male, but was entirely made up of dark purple mist, save for his eyes, which were a glowing, menacing yellow. Unlike the others near him, this villain was dressed more like a butler or high-end bartender in a very elegant suit with a tie. The only other notable feature was the large metal neck brace that framed the smoke that made up the villain's head. As the figure finished his materialization, the mist villain bowed slightly to the hand villain and began to speak in a deep, cultured voice that was just audible to the heroes and a few of the students with heightened hearing. Young Master Tamura Shigaraki. All Might flinched when he heard the villain's last name, this not going unnoticed by the teachers, as well as the more observational of the two classes. It appears that not only is All Might here as was planned, but both heroics classes as well. Quote, ice crawled down the spines of the teachers and listeners at this. The villain's words all but confirming that this was a planned assault and that they had somehow known the class schedule. Though Vlad and Aizawa noted that this group hadn't known about the sudden change, indicating that this was likely planned just after the media break-in. The blue-haired villain, now named Shigaraki, began to chuckle dryly and scratch at his neck before speaking in a raspy and unhinged voice. Good tilde, we wouldn't have wanted to waste all our new friends' time if the main boss of the raid wasn't even here. Huff, the addition of extra mobs and 2 special characters will surely make this whole thing more enjoyable. Nothing worse than an overly hyped raid event that ends up being laughably easy due to low-level mobs. Kyoka, the only one able to barely hear Tamura's last mumblings over the groups of villains, began to shiver in place at the implications of being called mobs. The perplexed remembering the term used when she and her friends would hang out at Kirishima's or Mina's houses and would spend the afternoon gaming. Izuku looked to the rocker girl and was about to ask what was wrong, when the voice of the creepy hand villain was heard again. Kurogiri, go and finish the setup while our frontliners begin our assault. Quote, then, as if a shot was fired, the frontmost of the rabble of villains began to run towards the stairs. All Might and Vlad King quickly readied themselves and burst forward, the number 1 hero vanishing from sight before rematerializing in front of Shigaraki. The blonde hero pulled back his fist for a massive punch, only to be stopped by the unknown monstrous villain appearing in front of its boss and tanking All Might's attack with a cross guard, the ground caving a bit due to the force. All Might only had a moment to stare in surprise, before he attempted to lash out again, just to have his hit blocked again and again. Behind the creature, Shigaraki began to laugh dryly and, like any good villain, began to monologue. Well, you sure jumped to violence pretty quickly, didn't you, All Might? The hatred that was present in the young villain's voice gave Toshinori pause for a moment that the creature used to launch his own attack and knocking the hero almost 20 feet. Surprise filled All Might, and Shigaraki began to cackle. How do you like our ace, hero? This is Nomu, our anti-symbol of peace, made specifically to counter you and bring you down once and for all. With a wild gleam in his crimson-red eyes, Shigaraki then bellowed to the titanic monster now known as Nomu. Nomu, tear apart All Might. All Might only had a moment to prepare himself for the attack, before Nomu was upon him and the two began their battle. Line break. While All Might had jumped ahead and Vlad King was just making his way to the still approaching villains, while preparing a pair of short staffs made from his own solidified blood that the teacher used to great effect against the horde of villains and changing tactics and weapons as dead, a shield to block projectile-type quirks, a mace to break through those who had high defenses, even various blades to cut through those whose quirks lent more to capture or containment. The teacher of 1B was showing himself to be a veritable juggernaut in the field of armed combat. Back at the top of the stairs, Aizawa turned to take in the faces of his and Vlad's students before he called out to the only other pro. 13. I need you to escort the students out of the USJ, use your quirk if you need to. I don't know how these villains managed it, but it seems that they are much more organized if they were able to take over the controls for the shutters and locks for the doors and facility. And the tired man was right, behind the students, the windows and doors at the front of the facility were locked. Head down, having engaged while the students and teachers were distracted by the appearing villains. 13 only nodded and told Aizawa to be careful while she began to call for the students to follow, the only ones to hesitate in doing so being Izuku and his group. The sounds of All Might and the creature fighting sending shockwaves through the building. Izuku, concerned about the odds his teachers were going to face, turned to his homeroom teacher and called out in protest. Aizawa-sensei, are you sure it's such a good idea for you and the others to fight all those villains on your own? I mean, it's not just normal villains but those humorized guys as well, and yours and Vlad Sensei's quirks aren't exactly the best fit for a situation like this. Quote, Aizawa, donning his goggles, was about to turn and reprimand his student on his lack of faith before the underground hero saw the fire in the silverette's slitted gaze, small arcs of electricity beginning to build around his body. Please sensei, let us help you fight them off. The rest of the problem child's group of friends began to call out in agreement with their de facto leader, but Aizawa wasn't having any of it. Giving the teens in front of him a quirk-enhanced glare, though to his hidden shock Midoriya wasn't effect. The underground hero spoke in a no-nonsense tone. Midoriya, I need you here, helping the other students and 13 escape. Aizawa then turned back to face the stairs, seeing that Vlad had just began to engage with the villains while All Might was having a full-out brawl with the science fair. Reject with the exposed brain. Besides Midoriya, any hero worth their salt isn't just a one-trick pony. And with that the erasure hero was off like a bolt of lightning down the stairs, concentrating his quirk on the ranged quirk fighters, causing no little amount of chaos in the battle below. Back with the students, Izuku, Kirishima and Katsuki were showing various signs of their reluctance to leave their teacher but were brought out of it by their fellow classmates, most notably Kyoka, who had jabbed Izuku in the side to knock him out of his funk. Izuku looked to Kyoka in confusion, but the look in his partner's amethyst eyes brought him up short. Izuku, we need to go, have trust in our teachers, I mean they have All Might with them if things get rough and our classmates need us here just in case. Quote, begrudgingly, Izuku agreed and took a deep breath before facing his friends. All right, let's go everyone, the rest of the class is already almost back to the entrance. Quick nods were all Izuku received before the group of friends rushed to catch up with the rest of their classmates and 13. The group had just caught up with the group when they were stopped by another swirling portal that disappeared, revealing the portal villain from the central plaza. The villain looked at the large group of students, his glowing yellow eyes filled with a contained malice, and spoke with his calm burrito voice. Hello there students and member of UA, my name is Kurogiri, my associates and I, the League of Villains, have come here today so as to end the life of the symbol of peace. The man's introduction and declaration of intent had most of the students flinching, or even exclaiming in shock our anger, but the mist man was not finished. Now, while our guest of honor is in attendance, there is one more task I was given today. Kurogiri's form began to warp as clouds of dark mist built up and were released, and that is to scatter you all. To face your doom. I am sure that you can understand that we cannot have such a talented group, such as yourselves, to possibly reach your full potential. Then, without warning, Kurogiri shifted his body to the side when a massive blast of lightning passed through the space he had been preparing high. MSELF and continued to blast through the heavy doors of the USJ in an incredible explosion. Kurogiri, eyes wide in shock and a bit of fear, turned back to the classes and teacher, finding Izuku now standing in front of the group in his lion's regalia armor. Behind the teen Class 1B were openly gawking at the power their sister class's representative had at his disposal, the only ones not impressed being Monoma and Mineta, who looked on in jealousy. Even 13, a seasoned pro herself, was more than a bit terrified at what power her student had just shown, knowing that the amount of power required for his lightning to demolish the USJ's doors was enough to equate to one of All Might's more powerful strikes, and the fact that the boy wasn't even winded by using that attack. When Kurogiri was finally able to collect himself, the villain was about to speak, only to be cut off by the power-filled voice of Izuku. "That was a warning shot, villain. Now I recommend that you get out of our way now, or I promise you that the next shot I fire will not miss." Then, as if to punctuate his point, a lion-headed spear, seemingly made of solid lightning, appeared in his hand. The teen then slammed the butt of the spear into the ground, both cracking the ground and releasing a boom of thunder, similar to the roar of a raging lion. Izuku had been on edge since the villains had begun this attack. The vampire could feel that one of his familiars were roiling in rage at the villain that had brought the army here. It was a constant strain not to have the familiar break free and lash out. 13, more than a bit put off by this student's blatant threat, prepared her own quirk just in case the villain attempted to pull a fast one to stop the students from escaping. Kurogiri seemed to take Izuku's threat seriously for a moment and looked to be thinking of stepping aside when everything suddenly went to shit. From the side of Class 1B, 3 students, one with a metal-shifting quirk, one with mantis-like features and blades coming from his body, and Monoma, who appeared to be using a copy of Kirishima's quirk, all rushed to attack the Mist Man. 13 called out to the three along with most of the other students, telling them to come back, but were summarily ignored by the trio. "I am not just going to run away. I have a villain in front of me and I will not waste this opportunity just because some 1A bastard was trying to steal the spotlight. Yeah, it's not manly to run when the enemy is right in front of you. TCH, whatever, just let me slice this bastard to pieces and show how a future top pro does things." Making their way to the villain, the three attacked. The mantis teen made it first and struck out with a wide sweep of the large blade that grew from his forearm, only to have the attack go through Kurogiri like smoke. The metal teen and Monoma arrived a second later and lashed out with heavy haymakers, only to disappear in the void-like gate that opened. Ned in their path followed closely by the bladed teen. Class 1A and 1B were now in shock at the sudden disappearance of their classmates, even Izuku shocked and angry at himself for not stopping the trio from rushing in, and Kurogiri took advantage of their distraction. Sweeping his arm outward, Kurogiri released a massive flood of dark mist at the group of students and one instructor. Izuku, eyes widening even further at the attack, attempted to summon his lightning again, only to have a sudden surge of pain flare in his chest when the same familiar attempted to lash out again. His sudden lapse led to most of the students, Izuku included, being engulfed by the mist and disappearing to parts unknown. When the wave passed, the only ones left at the entrance were Mina, who was held by Ida after Kirishima tossed her to the tall blue net, Uraraka, Sato and Shoji, who were floating thanks to the brunette's quirk. To the other side of the area was the student representative of 1B Itsuka Kendo and one of the other students, named Yosetsu Awase. Finally, the last one standing in the area was 13 herself. 13 attempted to look around and find the other students but wasn't able to see any signs of them in the immediate area. Turning to face the smug-looking Kurogiri, 13 pointed her metal-capped gauntlets towards the villain and yelled out, "Where are the other students, villain?" Chuckling like one would to a rowdy or misbehaving child, Kurogiri replied, his voice cold and calm. "I do believe I made my intentions quite clear, hero. I have scattered your charges across this place where my colleagues await them to show that this world is indeed a cruel one, a lesson they will surely curse you all for as they lay dying among the training grounds you created to facilitate the rescue of others." Even as he spoke, Kurogiri was looking to the various scenario biomes around the USJ. It only took a moment for comprehension to strike in the pro-heroine, a small measure of relief at the idea that at least the students hadn't been abducted. Kurogiri seemed to come back from whatever thoughts had been distracting him, and the mist villain returned his attention to the hero and remaining students. But that is neither here nor there, for now I will be finishing what I started. Just as Kurogiri was about to begin sending out his mist again was when 13 struck. "I don't think so. Take this." Reaching out with her pointer finger outstretched, 13 opened one of the valve caps on the fingers of her suit and began to use her quirk, Black Hole, to suck in everything in front of her, villain included. Yelling back to the students behind her, 13 called to one of the 1A students that she believed would be the best fit to go get help. Ida, jumping at the sudden calling of his name, Tenya looked to his teacher and responded. Hi sensei. 13 wasted no time. Ida, I need you to run now while I have the villain contained. The tall teen looked like he was about to argue but was stopped by the hero. Don't argue with me, Ida. Communications aren't working and we are too far away from the main campus for Midoriya's attack to have been noticed, so I know all of us need you to go and get backup, am I understood? It only took a second for the high-strung teen to take in his instructor's words, but it was a pat from one of Hi's fellow classmates that knocked him out of his thought, and the teen didn't hesitate and began revving his engines. In a burst of speed, the youngest member of the Ida family bolted for the hole that had previously been the entrance and called out to his teacher and classmates. Don't worry everyone, I will be sure to be back as soon as possible, stay strong. Kurogiri, who was fighting to keep away from the death trap that was 13's quirk, swore under his breath and knew that he wouldn't be able to stop the student from escaping. Angered by his failure, Kurogiri focused and created a gate directly in front of him. The students only had a moment to realize what was happening before disaster struck. Uraraka screamed out first when she noticed the point of blackness appearing behind her favorite hero. 13, look out, stop your quirk, but it was too late. Behind the heroine the gate finished forming, unleashing the full force of 13's own quirk on her. The hero began screaming out in pain as the force of her quirk tore her suit and began damaging her back. Even moving as fast as she could to end her quirk, it was too little too late and she ended up collapsing in front of her horrified students. Sensei, quote, gasping on the ground and cringing from the pain, 13 called out with what little strength she had. Sorry students, I should have expected that the villain could have pulled something like this. Oh, please don't lie hero, the truth of the matter is that you, as a hero that prioritizes rescue, is woefully unprepared when it comes to combat. Quote, the nonchalance of the statement, coupled with the undertone of sadism, made most of the remaining students shiver in place. Though there were exceptions, moving in front of her classmates and staring down the villain with determination filling her chocolate brown eyes, Ochako gritted her teeth. ND spoke in defiance. You may have heard our teacher, but I refuse to be cowed by a bunch of cowards that decide the best way to spread their message is to attack a bunch of first-year students with only 2 weeks of experience. Kurogiri's gaze began to narrow again, and he was about to say something else, but had to jump to the side when a spray of clear fluid almost hit him and landed on the ground where it began to eat through the cement. Eyes wide, the mist man looked up to find that the students were no longer cowering or shaking. Instead they were standing in front of their downed teacher and sending equally angered glares to the villain, the pink one having her hand outstretched with a dripping nozzle mounted on her wrist and show wing where the acid had come from. I hate children. Line break. When he and his class had been engulfed by the mist, Izuku had attempted to grab his friends, but the continued raging of his familiar kept him from reaching out or moving to grab either Kyoka or Himi. Now here he was within the darkness of the warp gate and was cursing to himself and finally managed to rein in his familiar by calling on Aurora to lock his familiar for the duration of this attack. His quirk's consciousness agreed but said that he needed to find a contractor if he wanted to avoid things like this happening. Izuku inwardly agreed and said that he would speak with his partners about who could be approached with this when the Black Void finally opened up, showing the familiar scene of the central plaza where his teachers were still fighting. Just as he was exiting the portal, Izuku took in the situation. All Might Sensei was still fighting against that abomination with the exposed brain, all parties avoiding the fight due to the high-speed movements and shockwave-inducing strikes of the two combatants. Back at the stairs leading to the entrance, both Eraserhead and Vlad King were back to back and fighting off the horde of villains that had come with the hand-covered one, and from what he could see, his teachers had managed to take down at least half of the rabble. Then there was where he was falling, right in front of the humorized soldiers, their leader and the small girl standing to his side staring directly at him. Just from the small glimpse he was able to get, Izuku was able to see the disgust and hatred in the older man's features and the opposingly bland look on the girl, almost as if she were just a doll and not a little girl. That was all the time Izuku had before he adjusted his fall and landed heavily in a thunderclap of sound, knocking some of the front line back a bit from the sheer force. Standing from his kneeling position, the ground notably cracked in all directions from his impact. Izuku stood straight and looked at the squad of cultists arrayed in front of him. Narrowing his gaze as the men and women in the squad began to prepare their weapons to attack, Izuku decided to attempt to stop this before he was forced to do what was necessary to finish this and find his friends. Stepping forward, Izuku began to flare his vampiric and familiar aura, creating a veritable storm of crimson and golden energy that sparked with lightning. The vampire could see the sudden shift in the stances of the cultist soldiers as the scent of fear began to reach him over the air. Deciding that now was the best time, Izuku began to speak, his tone hard and full of command. "This is your one warning. Stand down, surrender and lay down your weapons, or I will be forced to do what is necessary to protect what I consider precious." Then, to punctuate his point, Izuku once more summoned his weapon, this time in the form of a large double-sided broadsword, and struck down, burying the blade tip into the ground and releasing a torrent of electricity along the blade. The cultists were silent for a moment, and Izuku thought that his ultimatum would be followed, only for a prideful voice to be heard approaching from the back of the company. "You dare attempt to challenge us? An unclean beast like you should just lay down and wait for redemption as we come to cleanse you of this demonic taint called quirks." Exiting the front of the front line, the presumed leader and his companion were now shown, the brunette's expression still as blank as ever, while the leader's face was twisted in a sneer of disgust. Now standing in front of his men, who once more stood straight and ready to move forward at their leader's command, the armored commander spoke again. "Name yourself, beast, and be aware that your end came at the hands of none other than Rudal Ustok, sub-leader of Humorize's Eurasian branch." Eyes narrowed at the beast moniker. Izuku's teeth clenched even further when the men and women behind the now named Rudal began to chant and cheer for they. Our leaders assured victory over the unclean in front of them. As the man reached into his cloak to pull out something that Izuku assumed was his weapon, the vampire quirk user introduced himself as he readied himself for his fight ahead. "My name is Izuku Midoriya, and I tell you this, I will not fall to your lunacy. I will stop you today, and with this loss you and your group will officially be put on watch around the world." Angered once more by this unclean filth's declaration, Rudal finished pulling out his weapon and unfurling a large battle axe, then flourishing it and releasing the clasp on his cloak, showing the armor that covered his body. "You know, there is nothing I would love more than to end your pitiful existence right here at my hand, but I would rather have one monster take care of another." A cruel smirk came across Rudal's features and he called out, "Astarte." To his side, the young girl stiffened, and her pupils dilated as she responded to the call. "Yes, master." Izuku flinched at the tone and word used by this child. What had this sick fuck and his sycophants done to this innocent child? As if sensing the teen's question, the Humorize leader turned to face Izuku again, his smirk now a predatory grin. "Oh, don't give me that look, boy. This here is nothing more than an artificially created human that was developed for the sole purpose of destroying this rotten society and the cease that plagues it. Now, Astarte, your mission is to destroy this sinner in front of you. All restrictions are to be removed, am I understood?" Astarte didn't show any emotion and only gave a simple nod along with her response. Except, then in a sudden burst, Astarte burst forward and moved to kick Izuku in the head. The teen blocked the blow and his eyes widened at the strength of the strike as his knees slightly buckled and the ground cracked even further. Astarte, not wasting the opportunity, now activated one of her trump cards. From the young brunette's back sprang two massive semi-transparent white arms tipped in small talons. Izuku's eyes widened, and he was unable to react as the arms struck out and smashed into his lightning-infused chest. But the surprise didn't end there. From the point of contact, Izuku could suddenly feel the energy of Regulus Arum was suddenly ripped from him and disengaged their combination. It was then the force of the attack hit the teen and he was launched back and rolled on the ground while coughing up a not so small amount of blood. In shock and pain, Izuku looked within himself to check on Regulus, and was relieved to see that his familiar was still there, but the lion made of energy was dimmed from having his power leached. Feeling his wounds heal, Izuku stood shakily and looked to the now still form of Astarte. The brunette still had those arms extended, and between the outstretched limbs was a massive ball of energy that was slowly growing smaller as it was absorbed into the mass and moved to the girl's back. Back with the soldiers, Rudolph was now laughing uproariously as he witnessed what had happened. "Now do you see your folly, sinner?" The man then gestured to Astarte, the madness clear in his eyes. "This being was created to take these curses that makes you all so high and mighty, only to fuel itself. To destroy you all and make way for the true humanity to take your place." Gritting his teeth at the danger such a quirk could hold, Izuku was racking his brain to try and figure out how he could defeat this foe. If what the bastard was saying was true, then most of his energy-based attacks would do little more than fuel the brunette's quirk. Wait, that might be an option. Now back on his feet, Izuku took a deep breath and prepared himself once more for battle. Taking a wider stance, the silver-haired vampire reached within and began drawing out another of his familiars. Rudolph, still laughing at his perceived victory, and Astarte, who had finished absorbing the energy of Regulus Arum and used said energy to build a large golem-like body to surround herself. The golem stood at a height of over 12 feet with a serpentine tail and digitigrade legs that held its massive torso. Astarte stood within the place that a head would have been situated, the majority of her body hidden by the shining white energy that made up the golem. Izuku, teeth gritted, prepared himself for the battle and called out his only other contracted familiar. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, spam red hearts in comment box.